quorum 375, a majority 469, very nice. 2/3 would be 625, and then 7/8 would be 820.
Technical difficulties. We need to have a different screen on the screen. We're getting there. I believe we are ready with the correct screen. Oh, beautiful. Okay.
Madam Chair, Parliamentary Inquiry, Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Dustin Koffel from Missouri. Is it in order at this time to make a motion to add folks to my delegation?
It is not clear. 1 second. It is not in order, but you could do it by moving to suspend the rules with 2/3.
I would like to make that motion to suspend the rules and add the following two persons as Missouri delegates, Mark Kappengut and Brian Lewis.
Okay, I want everyone to be quiet because this gentleman is trying to add a few people to his delegation. Please restate your motion. You're going to move to suspend the rules to...
I am moving to suspend the rules to add to the Missouri delegation Mark Kappengut from New Jersey and Brian Lewis from North Carolina.
It's been moved and seconded to add these two individuals to the Missouri delegation. It is not debatable. It requires 2/3. I would like everyone to sit or crouch down. My apologies. If you could please restate it one more time for our secretary.
A motion to suspend the rules to add to the Missouri delegation Mark Kappengut from New Jersey and Brian Lewis from North Carolina.
And can you please state your name?
I'm sorry, Dustin Koffel from Missouri.
Thank you so much. This requires 2/3. It's non-debatable. If you would like to pass this motion, would you please stand? Please be seated, everyone. I need specifically people who are opposed to adding these two individuals to the Missouri delegation to rise. The motion fails. I apologize for that ugliness, but it is what it is. We are going to move on. You've got to have 20 people rise for division. I've been really good about respecting you. I apologize, but there are not 20 people standing. We are going to move on. We are on presidential nominations. If you're ready to nominate your candidate for president. Microphone 3.
I'm Brennan Barrington, delegate for Ohio. I move to suspend the rules and reduce time for this presidential nominating speeches to 5 minutes for each person.
It's been moved and seconded to reduce the time for presidential nominations to 5 minutes for each person. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. I understand that there's a common problem with people who have no realistic chance of winning the nomination using these speeches as an opportunity to effectively advertise their products or their ideas. And given that we've already had a debate between the presidential nominees,
Madam
I don't
Chairman,
think
point
we
of
need
order.
Another 10 minutes of information to make up our minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Point of order withdrawn.
Thank you.
Microphone 1, please.
Microphone 1, are you arguing against?
I was going to call the question.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Madam Chair,
That was Rajani Mayatiko from California.
If someone wants to
Is
argue
it-
against, I would step back for them because I
Okay.
don't want to shut down
I
debate.
would actually like to argue.
Point of
Go
order,
for it.
Madam
Go for
Chair.
I'd like to actually
Is there an objection to calling the question?
There is, and I want
Thank
Point
you.
of
to
order, Madam Chair, at
substitute.
mic 2.
I,
Point of order at mic 2, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to let Mr. Aaron Starr, did you have an objection?
I do, because I think this can be better solved by simply requiring that
Point of order, Madam
any,
Chair.
that
Point of
any
order, Madam
speech
Chair.
be germane to to the actual subject matter.
Point of order, Madam Chair. This
Microphone
motion is not
3.
debatable. This motion is not debatable, Madam Chair.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, it's not debatable. We called the question on a non-debatable motion, which is probably helpful. Who would like to reduce presidential nomination speeches, including the videos, including all of it that the candidates put together, to 5 minutes? Please stand.
It's fine, doesn't matter.
You got 5 seconds to stand. I want to be really clear. You are standing right now to reduce the time the presidential nominees can speak, show videos, do anything up here, talk about themselves, their campaigns. Are we perfectly clear? All right, please be seated. That motion fails.
My name is
Motion fails.
Brennan Barrington for the minutes.
Matt,
Okay, we're on presidential nominations. Do we have any nominations?
Madam Chair, microphone 1. I'd
Okay.
like to suspend the rules to move that no speech be allowed that isn't germane to running for office this evening. I don't want to hear somebody talking about something other than what it's an abuse of the delegates to use that time up there for their own particular personal services.
Thank you. It's been moved to suspend the rules to not allow any speeches that are not germane to running for president. Do we have a second?
Second.
It takes 2/3. If you're in favor of suspending the rules to not allow any speeches that are not germane to running for president, please stand. I want to move us through quickly. If you do not want to hear an Amway commercial, if you don't want to hear about someone's podcast, and God bless you, I love all your podcasts.
Objection. The chair is engaging in debate.
The chair is explaining the purpose of the motion, which I have been asked multiple times to do today. Thank you. Please be seated. If you are opposed to suspending the rules, to not allow any speeches that are not germane to running for president, that means if you want to hear information campaigns from people who are, in other people's eyes, not serious about running for president, just want to get a commercial up here, if you want them to be able to do that, please stand. All right, the motion fails. My apologies. Amway it is. All right, we're on presidential nominations. Does anyone want to nominate a presidential candidate?
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
You got to speak up wherever you're at.
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3, can you please state your name?
Nathan Madden, Arizona delegate.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate the only man who represents the Mises ideals, Ludwig von Mises. He promotes free trade, immigration, and peace, all while being an economista extraordinaire. Mike Termat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Where is Mike Termont? Mike Termont, do you accept your nomination? Yes, ma'am. Have you turned your nomination papers in? Yes, ma'am. Beautiful. Thank you. I am still accepting nominations, and I would love to hear more nominations. Microphone 3. And then we're going to jump to another microphone.
I would like to nominate the candidate with the widest reach in the libertarian movement, the one with the most support from that movement, the one who is able to most grow our party, who is most schooled and steeped in the knowledge of libertarian philosophy and theory, Dr. Michael Rechtenwald.
Thank you. Dr. Michael Rechtenwald, are you in the room? Do you accept your nomination? Have you turned in your nomination papers? Beautiful.
I seek recognition at microphone number 2.
1.
Microphone 2.
Good morning. I'm Pietro Geraci from New York, and I hereby nominate the only candidate to visit all 50 states on the campaign trail, the only candidate to truly have the widest reach, the only candidate who wasn't a Democrat or Republican to speak at the Iowa State Fair, Chase Oliver.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver, hello. Do you accept your nomination? Thank you. Have you turned in your nomination papers? Beautiful.
Microphone 1.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Microphone 1.
microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Oh,
Microphone
wait,
1.
I'm so sorry. We need to go back to microphone 1 because it's been skipped. Microphone 1.
Hi, this is Sky Mapstead from California, and I am proud to nominate my father, Lars Mapstead, for presidential candidate.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mapstead, do you accept your nomination?
I do.
Have you turned in your nomination papers?
I have.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, microphone 3.
Microphone 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Howard Blitz from Arizona. I'd like to nominate Jacob G. Hornberger, please, for president.
Mr. Hornberger, are you in the room? Do you accept your nomination? Have you turned in your nomination papers? Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Microphone 4.
Hello,
Microphone 4.
I'm Brian Piotr, New Mexico. I would like to nominate the greatest president of our time, Donald J. Trump.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Can anyone tell me on credentials if Donald J. Trump is able to accept the nomination? Okay,
Madam
guys.
Chair, object to
guys,
consideration. I object to consideration.
I need you to
Madam
be
Chair.
quiet so I can hear. No, Madam Chair, yet. No points of order. We're in the middle of a nomination, and I just need to hear from my credentials chair if he has checked to see if Donald J. Trump is a valid member of the Libertarian Party and if he is registered Libertarian. So please hold on to your seats.
Can
We're
we
gonna make
postpone
it.
and
Madam-
move along then?
Madam Chair, I just would like to confirm for the record and for our entire body delegation that I did take the opportunity last night after that to credential Mr. Trump. And in all of the profiles I did found, at not one time is he a basic sustaining member, so he
Okay.
does not qualify.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Potter. And I also learned that Mr. Trump did not turn in any nominating papers, but he was nominated, and it's nice to be nominated. All right. We are jumping to microphone two.
Madam Chair, Rufus Craig, Louisiana. I would like to nominate Dr. Charles Belay, a fine physician, father of 4, libertarian to his core, and prepared to do the job for this party. Dr. Charles Belay.
Thank you. Mr. Belay, do you accept your nomination?
I do.
Have you turned in your nominating papers?
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Dr.
Mike
Belay.
3.
Dr. Belay.
Dr. Belay. Okay, we have
3.
microphone 3.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Amity Pickerel from the Commonwealth of Virginia. I am proud to nominate the only blue-collar worker candidate. He wants to end the Fed, end the wars, and is the only one who truly understands the non-aggression principle. I am proud to nominate Joshua Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Pickerel. Mr. Smith, do you accept your nomination?
I do.
Have you also turned in your nomination papers?
I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you both very much. Microphone 1.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Nathan Romig, and I'm from Pennsylvania.
And I'm Hector Roos from Florida.
And we would like to nominate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
The single most important anti-two-party system
Thank
candidate
you.
we've seen in our lifetime.
One moment. Settle down, settle down, settle down. Settle down. Don't make me use the heavy end. I'm so sorry, sir. Hector Roos, I caught your name. Could you repeat your name?
Nathan Romig.
Madam Secretary, did you have that? One more time.
Nathan Romig, R-O-M-I-G.
Roaming. Thank you. Pennsylvania, correct?
Correct.
And Hector Roos is from Florida. And they have nominated Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he is a member of the Libertarian Party.
He is, Madam Chair, as the Credentials Committee Chair, I can confirm that he is a basic sustaining member.
He is a basic sustaining member, and it's my understanding that he did turn in nomination papers that had the required amount of signatures on them. Does he accept the nomination?
We have confirmation that he does.
Do you want me to call him and ask him if he accepts the nomination?
Yes!
Can we please move on to others while this is going on? This is a wait.
Madam Chair, I'm going to do it myself right now if you want.
Madam Chair, Mike 2.
Point of order, Madam.
Well, let's get there first and see if he picks up. Ringing. Good morning. I'm at the podium, and I need to ask you if you accept your nomination. I'm not on the microphone, but I'm at the podium.
Can the chair pass the gavel and we can move on to other nominations while this call is happening?
Yes.
Would you like to join me?
Actually, you're at the back of the line. With all due respect, it's my turn. That's why I asked her. So I was just going to tell her that she doesn't, you can just get him to call her right now. Yeah. She's on the phone with him.
He's going to get back to us.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, point
Mike
of
two.
order, microphone
Okay.
3.
Madam Chair.
Point of order, microphone 3, Madam Chair.
Settle down and let me say something. Hector Roos, are you in the room? Yes, there you are. I want you to maybe come back and give me an update in a little bit. Thank you. We're going to jump
Madam
to
Chair,
microphone-
point of order,
We are-
microphone 3.
We are going to jump to microphone 3.
Thank you. Dustin Blankenship, West Virginia. I do believe that I believe it's in the policy manual, if you are a speaker at the convention, you have to sign to say that you will not seek the nomination for president for the Libertarian Party. Therefore, his nomination is out of order.
One moment, we're conferring a technical detail so that I can rule on that point of order.
He has a signed contract with our party saying he will not seek the nomination. Cool. Trump didn't do the same thing. Correct. I was going to raise that, but then he wasn't on it. So obviously that's correct. Right. You're wasting too much time on this. Yeah. I'm going to call a question of privilege on that. The convention committee and him, yes. You guys got a question of privilege on it? Because I'm going to raise the natural law party. So he'll appeal the ruling, and then that tells him. Yes. I'm on the multiple times. I do not know what you're saying. Was it because the chair unilaterally had it here anyway? Just like I could neither confirm nor deny that. That's fair. I really appreciate you saying that. Well, the chair would know the answer. She's corrupt. She knows the answer. She doesn't like the answer. It's time to call this rogue chair out.
All right.
Not for sale. We're not for sale.
I'm going to give you my ruling. I'm going to give you my ruling and another little piece of information. Mr. Kennedy did not sign any such agreement, and it was not during business hours or on this stage or during convention business or on this stage that he spoke. So your point of order is not well taken. I will also state that he did not turn in any statement on his intention to run to our secretary. So his nomination is not in order at this time.
Madam Chair, Mike 2.
Now, if something magically happens in the next 10 minutes, we're going to revisit it. But right now, it's
Madam
not
Chair,
in order.
Mike 2.
Microphone 2.
Joe Brungart from Michigan. I move to close nominations.
Pardon me, microphone 4, I have a nomination.
Second.
You have at least 2 nominations at microphone 4.
Okay, okay, so we have 2 more nominations. Is there any second to closing nominations? Okay. I don't believe it's in order to close nominations while we still have 2 nominations. We don't even know who they are. So we're going to go back to nominations.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Where are you at? I'm so
4,
sorry.
microphone 4. Elizabeth?
Microphone 4.
Yes. Elizabeth Brierly, a delegate from California. I am pleased and proud to put into nomination our 2000 Libertarian vice presidential running mate to the late, great Harry Brown, Art Olivier.
Thank you, Ms. Brierly.
You're welcome.
Mr. Olivier, do you accept your nomination?
Yes, I do.
Have you also turned in your nomination papers?
Yes, I have.
Thank you so much. All right, we have another nomination. At
Robert Burke, State of Wisconsin. My candidate has already filled out all paperwork necessary, is endorsed by every single person in the room for a free world. I remind everyone on the ballot today is NOTA. Thank you.
Can you please state your name? Is it unknown delegate?
Robert Burke. From
Robert
Wisconsin.
Burke. Okay, I see someone at microphone 3.
Jeremy Kaufman, Jeremy Kaufman from the Free State of New Hampshire. There's only one man in this room with the raw animal nature to stand up to Donald Trump, RFK, and Joe Biden. There's only one man who will use helicopters to solve problems. We need a Tower Gang ticket all the way through, top and bottom, and that's why I'm nominating Toad for President of the United States.
Thank you. Jeremy Kaufman has nominated Toad. Toad.
Yes.
Do you accept the nomination?
Madam Chair, I accept the nomination. And let's get Tower Gang this nomination right here. Tower Gang, baby.
Toad, have you turned in your nomination papers?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Mr. Toad.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 3 has a nomination.
No, just the question of privilege, Madam Chair. RFK is on the ballot for the Natural Law Party as well. So we cannot consider him for that reason additionally.
That is not a question of privilege, but thank you for that
Madam
information.
Chair,
Yes, it is.
microphone 2.
Please don't railroad me again. Thank you.
Beautiful. Microphone 1 over here, I believe.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. Mike Tremont from Virginia. As has been explained to my team multiple times, an inability to accept the nomination or unwillingness to submit the paperwork in a timely fashion is tantamount to declining the nomination. Indeed, the reason that I got out of bed this morning was to make sure that you had the paperwork, and I would have expected the same respect from Mr. Kennedy if he was serious. The Libertarian Party...
Thank you.
The Libertarian Party is quite literally convened. By definition, those who are not in the room today, I'll leave it to you to define. My second point of order is that Mr. Mapstead's name and my name seem to be missing from the screen. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I believe that your name and Mr. Mapstead's name are on the previous page of the Secretary's minutes.
Madam Chair,
There they are.
Madam Chair,
Well-
microphone 2.
Point of personal privilege. Can you get them on the same page, please?
Madam Chair, microphone 2. Madam Chair, please pass the gavel if you need to have a phone call.
We are still in the middle of nominations, and I'm speaking with a candidate.
Matt. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, microphone 2.
Microphone 3. 2.
Mr. Chairman, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. I move to close nominations.
All right. Is there anyone else wishing to make a nomination? Does not appear to be.
No, there's a point of order. There's a valid point of order.
So is there a second?
He's already accepted the nomination.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak? I don't think you need to, but...
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Is there... All right. If there is no objection, nominations are closed.
Dave, you need some more water.
No?
Mr. Chairman, may we proceed to nomination speeches?
1 second. Microphone 1.
A point of personal privilege, I guess. If your name is on that list and you expect to have a video played, please make sure you get it to the AV team. We have 4 videos at this point, and there are more than 4 names up there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Microphone 3, request for information.
Microphone 3.
Nathan Madden, delegate from Arizona. Is it not the case in our bylaws that if a nominee has accepted a nomination from a rivaling national party, that they are ineligible to be nominated at our convention?
Karen, 1 second, please. Oh, okay. Should I announce? One second, please. So bylaws section 5.4 deals with an affiliate party, not the national party.
Mr. Chairman, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this question can be resolved during nomination speeches. I request that we proceed to nomination speeches.
All righty. Give me 1 second. And I have been informed that Mr. Kennedy did accept the nomination.
It's too late.
I'm just letting you know.
Too late.
So we will move to presidential nomination speeches.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Where is your point of order?
Mike 1, Mary Jingle, California. I just wanted to point out that in the minutes notes, it looks like this discussion is referring to Toad, and it's not. It's referring to RFK Jr. I wanted to make that very clear before that got into the minutes.
Okay.
Object to consideration.
All right. Paperwork was already turned in on Mr. Kennedy. What I'd like to know is if a statement of intention to run was also turned in. That is the question. So whoever turned in his nomination papers, I need to know if you turned in a statement of intention to run. Please help us resolve this right now.
Madam Chairman?
Yes?
Mark Hinkle, California.
Yes.
I object to consideration.
Okay.
Do you know what that means?
To what?
To nominating RFK Jr. for the Libertarian
Okay,
Party.
well, there are 30 plus signatures.
I object to consideration.
It's not a good objection.
I object as well, Madam Chair. Dan Real from Connecticut. Mr. Hinkle is in order.
Point of order.
It's not an original main motion, Mr. Hinkle. I'm sorry. Your objection is not well taken. But I think that reading the room, it'll be just fine.
Madam Chairman, mic 2.
Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Can we please proceed to nomination speeches?
Are we ready to proceed to nomination speeches?
Yeah.
Are you comfortable receiving an update from me regarding the statement of intention to run in between a nomination speech? Thank you. All right. We are going to stand at ease for 2 minutes while we figure out the order for nomination speeches. Nominations have been closed.
No, he shouldn't be on that ballot. This is corrupt, pay-to-play bullshit. He's either off, if he's off that ballot, I'm done. I'm good. But he cannot be on that ballot.
Candidates, presidential candidates, I need you to come up and confer with our secretary regarding the order of your nomination speeches.
Madam Chairman, point of privilege at mic 2.
Point of privilege at mic 2.
Would the chair please remind the delegates that if they're going to leave today, please to check out with credentials?
I will not remind them of that until we have sorted out whether or not that's in order, but I hear you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, point of personal privilege at mic 1. Madam Chair, point of personal privilege at Mike 1.
Microphone 1.
Daniel Hayes, California delegation. For anybody that's been wondering,
Hold on. Guys, you're too loud. I need to be able to hear people. Go ahead.
my associate, for anybody that's wondering, he was born on the 4th of July, 2020. He's a Liberty dog. And he goes by Rit, which is short for Rittenhouse. And for those that need to know, if he is able to be patted, ask, but his left ear has an infection, so be careful and avoid it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
It's okay.
So, Mike.
Gotta ask. Supposed to ask.
Have you ever been to one of the major party? I went to Ring House.
Hector Roos, please come to the front.
We were in the room, I just was too far away. He did get quoted in CNN in a box out of it. We're not going to take down this bullshit. I was like, that quote is better than the quote. He did at one point in the press conference, he was like, blah, 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 blah. Just never mind. Just moved on and moved on. Oh, okay. At least he didn't pull a Walt Disney. Pull a Walt Disney. Crazy time. Yeah.
In there. It will not end until every terrorist group of global reach has been.
How many can people start with? 5.
I have the other room. I was going to be back to the work. I was, yes.
I was going to say, point of information real quick. When you get a cabinet position in Trump's cabinet, are you going to stay on his chair? Probably not.
Controlling, yes. Will it help us bring business along?
No, They nominate Kennedy? Fuck. It was so funny.
Repaging the representative for NODA, please come back to the front. We had a question for you. I believe you were a gentleman from New York. I could be wrong. Oh, here you come. Thank you so much.
Problem is we've only got 1 day of business left. And we have to elect a secretary, treasurer, 5 at-large members, president, and vice secretary. Oh, and technically we still have bylaws and a platform. But we will not have bylaws or platforms.
I almost said that in the hot mic. But you have to. Absolutely.
what keeps me excited is
this election.
Madam Chair, point of privilege. Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Thank you. Point of personal privilege. My name is Chip Tangen. I'm the delegation chair from Minnesota.
I need everybody to be a little bit quieter so I can hear.
My name is Chip Tangen. I'm the delegation chair from Minnesota. A member of my delegation was hit last night by a drunk driver while his car was parked. We have many professions in the audience. If there's a chiropractor here, if that person could come here to assess our delegation member, I'd be grateful.
That would be amazing. Do we have a chiropractor in the room? If so, please find Chip and the Minnesota delegation. Thank you. Okay. Guess what, everyone? I need you to be quiet and listen carefully. Pursuant to Convention Rule 7, NOTA needs 30 signatures to speak. If you want NOTA to speak, you better slap your signature on a nomination paper and get it up here right now, and there have to be 30 of you. Sorry, just caught that. Check with tellers. Okay, we're just about ready for our nomination speeches to begin. All right. That way. That way. NOTA people, go to credentials, tellers, that general direction. We're going to see if you figure it out by the last, whatever. NOTA is third to last, so you have that much time. Okay, guys, we're going to start our nomination speeches. So everyone, please find your seats so that you can be respectful of our candidates who have worked very hard to get to this place. Let's get ready. Everyone, please find your seats, and if you're not going to find your seat, please lower your voice. No, don't raise your voice, lower your voice. Are we ready? We're very short on time today. We have a lot of things to do. Mr. Art Olivier, if you could please come to the stage. We have a timer in the back of the room for our candidates. You have 16, not 15, 16 minutes. We'll begin that timer once Mr. Art Olivier makes his way to the stage. We really need to get a move on things today. Can someone from Art's team please come to the stage? Let us know. Oh, here we go. Thank you.
Or
Okay, I'm going to announce the order so that all of our candidates and all of their supporters are aware again. Art Olivier, followed by Lars Mapstead, followed by Mike Termott, followed by Toad, followed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., followed by Joshua Smith, followed by Charles Ballet, followed by Chase Oliver, followed by Noda, followed by Michael Rechtenwald, followed by Hornberger. We are waiting on Art Olivier to come to the front of the stage.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Yes.
Madam Chair, could we just proceed to the next speaker, please, and put in Mr. Olivier when he arrives?
I think that's up to the speakers. This has literally never happened. If Mr. Mapstead would like to proceed, he can do that, but it is his choice.
Chris Kinnear, delegate from California at Mic 1.
Mr. Kinnear?
I'd like to request that the candidates limit their nomination speeches as much as possible, because
Please.
if everyone takes full time, it will be almost 3 hours.
Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Dean Ahmed from Maryland. If this first speaker is not ready, could we not?
No.
I'm sorry?
This first speaker was not ready.
Yeah, therefore, can we please move on?
Yes, we can. If that next candidate is ready.
And if that candidate's not ready, can we move on to the next candidate? First available.
All right. I'm going to try to move this forward a little more quickly. Vice Chair is going to hang out at the gavel while I try to go crack some skulls. Oh, look, we do actually have a candidate who has graciously decided to step forward and help us advance our business. Please give him a round of applause because that was an awesome move. Thank you so much. Mr. Mapstead, will you please give me a signal when you are ready? And then you'll be, got it.
I grew up really poor. I grew up, in fact, with an outhouse and no electricity in Big Sur, California, on a pot farm. I really didn't have a lot of rules growing up. My parents pretty much left me alone. They were doing their own thing. You know, it was a very free experience with little to no rules. And when I entered elementary school and they started to try to put rules on me and tell me how to behave, I really rebelled against that. After that, I moved in with my grandparents in the Santa Cruz Mountains, then would go and visit my mom and dad occasionally. And one of these trips was to visit my mom on the night before Thanksgiving. And we were driving over to a bus station to drop me off and go see my mom, where a drunk driver hit me and my grandfather and killed my grandfather next to me. And I spent the next 6 months or so in and out of the hospital with multiple surgeries. This led me down a dark path. I dropped out of high school and started doing a lot of drugs to kind of ease the pain that I was going through and kind of wipe away the memories of the situation that I had just gone through. Fortunately, a few years later, I was able to meet some folks that had kind of looked in on my drinking and my drug use and said, you might really have a problem. I said, well, I'm 17 years old, so I couldn't possibly have a problem. I indeed had an addiction to drugs and alcohol. You know, getting sober was really challenging. I thought it would be easy. I thought I would just be able to stop whenever I wanted to, but after multiple fits and starts, I realized that nothing in my power was going to be able to solve my problems with drugs and alcohol. So I had to seek outside help for that. Those different kinds of treatment programs allow you to have a certain principled lifestyle that kind of guide your life. I was able to seek treatment for that, and I've been sober ever since for 37 years now. I worked a lot of different kinds of jobs. I delivered bread, I cleaned out grease traps, and eventually I ended up selling motherboards in Silicon Valley. I was working at Fry's Electronics, and this was literally the time of the internet being born. Mind you, I'm like 23 or 24 years old, and so I learned HTML, I learned how to program web pages. I was working for a fellow named Andrew Condon, and we were working late one night, and he said, hey, I'm going to go on a date. I'm like, okay, cool. And he's like, well, I got the date off the internet. Mind you, this is probably 1994. And I looked at him like, you're such a nerd. He had this thing that he started called Friend Finder. And I had started a bunch of chat rooms on the internet. And it was one of the biggest chat rooms that there was on the internet at the time. We merged our companies together, and together we were an unstoppable team. When we first merged the company together, it was doing about $100 million a year in sales. And within a couple of years, we had grown that to $350 million in sales a year with 600 employees. And in 2007, we sold that company for $500 million. And I thought I was going to retire. I was 40 years old, and I thought, all right, I've finally made it from the outhouse. I remember in 2007 being on Facebook. They were passing around one of these small political quizzes, and I thought, well, this will be a hoot. Am I a Democrat or Republican? I've never felt like I was either one. So I took the quiz, and it said Libertarian. What the hell is a Libertarian? So I literally had to Google what is a libertarian. I went down the platform and I'm like, oh, I believe this stuff. These are my people. I finally found my people.
My name is Barry Short. I'm the chair of the Utah Libertarian Party. The spirit of America is the spirit of initiative and entrepreneurship. And for that reason, I am proud to give my support to Lars Mapstead to be our candidate for President of the United States.
My name is Harrison Kemp. I am the chair for the Libertarian Party of Maine, and I nominate Lars Mapstead to be our presidential candidate because he has a plan that's already resulted in a seemingly impossible victory in Maine. Last year, we wrote and successfully lobbied for legislation that cut our party threshold requirement in half. After that, with the help of Lars Mapstead, we launched a successful voter registration drive and now have major party status and have over 5,500 Mainers that call themselves Libertarian Party voters. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in electing Lars Mapstead as our next presidential candidate and join Maine in winning an electoral vote.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeff Hewitt from California. I'm a former mayor and a county supervisor. And I am out here to tell you that I'd love to see Lars Mapstead inside closed sessions, up in front of people, and changing this country the way only he can. I wholeheartedly endorse Lars Mapstead for President of the United States. Thank you.
My name is Skylar Wyndham. I ran for Nebraska State Legislature. Nebraska is one of the states that we are targeting to stop 270. I'm so proud to stand with Lars as our presidential nominee so that we can put gold on that map and prove that libertarians can win. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Heidi Alejandro Smith, and I am the chair of the Libertarian Party of Louisiana. We have a huge opportunity this year to bring in so many people who are so disaffected by the nominees of the Republican and the Democrat parties, presumed anyway. The first step to making us grow will be to nominate Lars Mapstead for president. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is TJ Ferreira. I come from California and Nevada. And 3 years ago, I got a call from my friend, Lars Mapstead, and he said, TJ, I want to run for president. And I said, don't do it. And he goes, no, I've got this idea. He goes, I think we could put some gold on the map on election night, and just think about everyone on election night going, what the heck is that? I'm used to seeing red and gold or red and blue up there, but what's this gold thing? And then they're going to go to Google and they're going to say, what is a libertarian? He goes, think about all of America Googling what is a libertarian at the same time. And I said, damn it, I'm in. And so I was volunteer number 1 on this campaign. And as you can see behind me, they're still filing in. That's how long it takes. This campaign has grown like crazy over the last 3 years. 2 months ago, I got a call from the Convention Oversight Committee, and they said, hey, we need some help. Can you help us put this convention together? And I said, hey, I'm running a presidential campaign. I don't really have time for that. And they said, please. So I reached out to Lars, and I said, Lars, I love this party, and I really want to make sure that we have a good convention. Can I step down from this campaign? And Lars said, TJ, you've seen all these great men who've been going around with us in the country to all these state conventions, these guys running for president. It would be a shame if they didn't have a nominating convention after they've spent all this time and money and effort. Go make that thing happen. And I thank him for that, because what we have here today is due to the great Convention Oversight Committee and the fact that Lars let me step down from his campaign for 2 months in order to be here. So I wouldn't have felt comfortable if this team had not been there to back me up, because wow, this team is freaking amazing. And they are from all walks of life, from all parts of this party, from all parts of this country, because this man is a uniter. He has a vision. He brings people together. And one of the people in this room who has probably called most of you delegates, and he hasn't called you this election cycle, he's called you on a different election cycle. This man is one of the hardest working volunteers on our entire staff. I want to bring forward now Larry Sharp to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, how are you? I know that a lot of you are worried. I know, I am too. I'm worried that if we don't have a good year this year, that it may affect us for the next 4. I'm worried too. We have RFK Jr. running, as we see, Trump coming to our convention. We have all types of stuff happening. We have some of our donors leaving. We have fighting in our party. We have Jill Stein now being funded from the Green Party. Can you believe that? Even that's happening. My worry is if we don't do something right this year, we have a problem. We may come in 5th this year. Imagine that. We may get less than 1%. We may get 0.5% this year and lose ballot access in how many states? That could happen. And we've been talking about this for a while. Hey, we're going to run this kind of campaign to get out there and have good, strong messaging. And I'm happy about that. I like it. You guys know I message all the time. You've seen me for the past 8 years message, of course. But I'm worried. In 2016, many of you saw me come here and try to make sure that we could have a good message for Gary Johnson. I failed. I tried in 2018 to actually make something happen in New York State. But that one I won. In New York State, for those of you who don't know, I was able to actually get ballot access in New York State for the first time ever. First time ever. And I did that with a very specific type of plan. And that plan was to first go to small areas, not go to the big cities. I live in New York City. I didn't go to New York City. I was drowned in New York City. Nobody heard me in New York City. And I had good messages for New York City, and nobody heard me. I went to places where they had two choices. Cover the cow escaping, or Larry Sharpe shows up. And the cow escapes every week. So they decided instead to cover Larry Sharpe. And when they covered Larry Sharpe, that made it a bigger piece. In some parts of upstate New York, I got 26% of the vote. Is that insane? Yeah. Yes, because it worked. And from that, it became a statewide campaign that got me to get ballot access. And from that, I then crossed the state again, supported local candidates, and got 107 victories across New York State. There were 107 elected libertarians in New York State in 2019 because of what I did in 2018. Then the state came by and destroyed the party. But besides that, it was a good plan. I wanted that plan in 2020. I couldn't get it. Lars talked to me. He said, Larry, I get your plan. He went one step further. He said, we're going to focus on getting electoral votes. We focus on electoral votes. What will happen? The press will notice, and they already have. Now they notice. This now becomes a national campaign. When it becomes a national campaign, now we get 2, 3, 4, 5%. Now we retain ballot access for the next 4 years. Now we're able to push to a point to where people want to come back to our party, unite this party. The solution is not subtraction, it's addition. The solution is not division, it's multiplication. And the person who understands that more than anybody else is Lars Mapstead. He gets that. This is why he's the man we have to support. If we want to have an actual national campaign that will raise the amount of money, around money that we need, we will need some type of goal. The goal is stop 270. That's the goal. People hear that. They like it. They want to put money behind it. The goal is get an electoral vote. That's a goal. You know this. We are like the Mongol Empire. If we don't have a goal, we fight each other. But when we have a goal, let's go get them. This is the goal that people will get behind. This is the goal that non-libertarians will get behind. This is the issue. If we want to unite this party, there's one man who can do it. That's Lars Mapstead. If we want to be able to make impact and raise money, Lars Mapstead. If we want to retain ballot access, Lars Mapstead. The only man who can do all of these things is the man I'm bringing on right now, and the man who you need to vote for in the first round here, the man himself, Lars Mapstead.
Thank you, Libertarians, for being principled this weekend. While other parties talk about what they want from government, we talk about what we don't want for government. And there's quite a bit I don't want from government. I don't want a government that tells me whether I can build a shed or paint a mailbox or plant a tree on my own property. I've been there. I've done that. And I bet you have too, and I bet America has. I don't want a government that forces our kids into schools that fail them. My oldest daughter was falling behind, and the government had no solutions for her. My youngest daughter was excelling beyond what other kids were doing, and the government put her in a box. They were more concerned about getting their money than her education. I don't want a government that criminalizes what people put in their bodies or what personal choices they make. I don't want a government, I don't want a government that locks us in our homes for our own safety, mandates treatments, and leaves our grandparents to die in nursing homes. I don't want a government that steals from our children and our children's children through reckless spending and inflation. I don't want a government that sends our youth to die in wars that last generations. I don't want a government that censors speech and the right to protest. I don't want a government that takes away your religious liberty. I don't want a government that strips us of our right to bear arms. I don't want a government that tells us what to think, what to believe, and how to live our lives. I don't want a government that exists. But if we must have a government, then all I want it to do is protect our rights. I know that the only way to get there is to break the back of the two-party system, the two parties that tell us what we can have in our yard and our property, the two parties that defend the same schools that failed your kids and mine, the two parties that defend no-knock raids and arrest you for a plant that leave thousands of struggling on the streets with drugs and alcohol. The two parties that sends our sons and daughters to be killed, maimed, and mentally broken in foreign wars. The two daughters that promoted devastating lockdowns and used our pandemic as a political football to gain power without caring for the damage they were doing to society. The two parties our founders warned us about. I ask you to join me today in breaking the back of the two parties. I ask for your vote. I ask for your support. Together we can deal a death blow to the two parties and start down the path to setting the world free in our lifetime.
Thank you, Lars Mapstead. If we could have our AV team reset our timer to 16 minutes in the back of the room, that would be amazing. And if Mr. Art Olivier is present, we'd love him to approach the stage. AV team, how are we on our timer? And everyone, please find your seats. All right, everyone, if I could please have your attention, please lower your voices because we are going to welcome our next presidential nominee to the stage, Mr. Art Olivier.
Hey. Hey there, whoever said hey, Elizabeth, thank you. Hello, fellow Libertarian Party delegates. I am Elizabeth Brierly of California, and I have been watching and helping and learning from elected libertarians for 30 years. In the 35 years since Art Olivier joined the Libertarian Party, he has run for state assembly, won election to the Bellflower, California City Council to represent 70,000 people, become the mayor, the city's highest executive office, cut taxes, stopped eminent domain abuses, privatized services, and gone on to help grow the Libertarian Party to record levels as our vice presidential nominee in 2000 alongside the late great gentleman Harry Brown. Art Olivier also advocated for individual freedom at the state level by running for governor of California and participated wholeheartedly in international peace conferences, landing him on the terrorist watch list. Yep. Now, my friend Art Olivier wasn't the earliest to jump into this race, a primary race in which we libertarians are graced with an excellent array of candidates, a true embarrassment of riches, while members of the dominant two parties suffer, stuck with the same old big government retreads, with no real meaningful choice at all. Today, my fellow delegates, you have an extraordinary opportunity. Given the LP's recent and ongoing laser focus on winning local elections, if you nominate Art Olivier for president, it will be our first presidential candidate in history who has already, as a libertarian, accomplished all those things I mentioned, those small government things you and I yearn and fight for so hard. My friends, no matter which of our exceptional candidates you choose today to carry our message of, to carry our message of individual freedom nationwide, libertarian benefits and solutions to ordinary voters outside this room, and no matter whom you entrust with the risk he might win the highest executive office in the land, Art Olivier is a man who should be honored, so for what he's done at that local level, communicated at the VP level nationwide, for the example he has set for individual freedom and smaller government on behalf of the libertarians in this room and those watching us across the country, for setting a tremendous example of a libertarian walking the talk and making real change at the local level, I invite and encourage you to join me in sincerely thanking this libertarian gentleman now running for president, Art Olivier. Now, please enjoy this campaign ad before my other hero, Boomer Shannon, shares his remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, Libertarians. How you guys doing today? All right, I know it's early. Let's try that one more time while we're waiting for our technical difficulties. Good morning, Libertarians. How you guys doing today? Woo! All right, well, I'm glad to be here. I know that you are too. We have a lot of great candidates coming up this morning, and I am here this morning filibustering for an ad that's supposed to be on the TV any moment now. So thank you for being here. I met Art Olivier when I was probably 16 or 17 years old. He was the very first elected libertarian that I had met. And I said, wow, libertarians actually can get elected. And was an inspiration for me for a long time. Right? Pushed me hard to run people like Jeff Hewitt, Wendy Hewitt, and others in Riverside County, and he's been an inspiration to me for a very long time. His work in the city of Bellflower was immense. Or the city has been touched by his work. Obviously, his conservative positions for their financial positions were very, very big, along with a bunch of other great things that he did there. I'm very sorry. We were supposed to have an ad here, so I apologize. We're waiting here. We're playing the ad for you later, I just found out. So, again, Art Olivier is running for president of the United States. When he... because of my longtime position in the party, I get reached out by a lot of people running for office. And when Art reached out to me, he was a little bit late, but we sat down and we had dinner. And he talked about what inspired him to run for office. And, you know, we talked a little about what he wanted to do and what he wanted to accomplish. You know, he wants to represent the Libertarian Party in a way that
that gives a lot of respect. He wants to use his opportunities as an elected official and his connections that he has there, along with a vast volunteer network to move forward this party and move forward on his campaign. So, well, with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Art Olivier.
Thank you, Elizabeth and Boomer. Back when I was the mayor, I was driving my 4 kids, and then Krista, my 5-year-old, just out of the blue, she asked, "Daddy, what if the president wasn't the boss and the people were the boss?" You know, so I explained to her, I go, well, that's the way that this country is supposed to be. The people are supposed to be the boss. But it seems like the government is the boss. They're acting like the boss, and especially at the federal level with all of these alphabet agencies. All these alphabet agencies, you know what, they tell us what to do. You know, we give them our money and then they tell us what to do. We have a Department of Education that educates no one. A Department of Transportation that transports nothing. A Department of Agriculture that grows no food. We've got a Department of Defense who's always on the offense. The DEA and the ATF, they violate our Constitution on a daily basis. The Federal Bureau of Investigations, they go out and get in the way of real investigations of real crime. Well, they go out and do sting operations against citizens that have committed no crime, like me. They tried to get me to smuggle electronics into Iran, believe it or not. So then we have the CIA, which could stand for conducting international assassinations. So to pay for all of this, they take our money through the Internal Revenue Service, which serves only the special interest. The late, great Harry Brown, my running mate back in 2000. Yeah, let's hear it for Harry. One of the greatest libertarians of all time. He had a saying. He said, there's one thing that the government is good at, and that's to break your legs, hand you a crutch, and say, see, if it wasn't for government, you wouldn't be able to walk. That's what government does best. Now, more than ever, I think people across this nation are identifying themselves as libertarians. So we need to let them know that there is a political party out there that's working hard to reduce the size of government and implement libertarian policies. Now, the other candidates for government, these are all very well-spoken libertarians. And if they ever decided to run for local office and put as much time, effort, and money into that local race, I think every single one of them would get elected. Don't you? I mean, you've seen these guys, they're tremendous, hardworking men. And if they did that, they too could implement the libertarian policies that would make their communities a better place to live. Now, if they or any of you ever decide to run for local office, let me know. I can give you some strategies, some winning strategies that don't cost a lot of money, because you know I'm a tightwad. And I didn't spend much money to get elected. But I have winning strategies that can help you or somebody that you're working for get elected. And so to get a hold of me, if you have my card or you got my flyer, then you have my email and my personal phone number, so just give me a call. Quite often when the Libertarian Party gets media coverage, it's not very favorable. But it doesn't have to be like that. If we give them something positive to talk about, they'll do it. Now, back when I was your candidate for vice president, I did nonstop interviews from the moment I got nominated all the way through the election. And they were all positive because I gave them something positive to talk about, except for one. That was NPR. But so the media was really, the reporters were intrigued on how I was able to cut taxes, even eliminate taxes, and still have enough revenue to run the city. So I explained to them that I did that by privatizing things like crossing guards, tree trimming. I even fired the Los Angeles County Building Department and privatized that. So that, along with a competitive bidding process, we had more than enough revenue. In fact, we tripled the number of trees we trimmed and quadrupled the number of streets we paved. They were also interested in how I was able to fight the corruption, that's so prevalent throughout California politics, and successfully do so in many instances. It wasn't easy, I'm gonna tell you about that. They were interested in how I was even able to stop every single instance that the city was trying to use eminent domain against property owners in Bellflower, even when I was still on the minority position in city council. Now, one thing that they wondered was, how the heck did this mayor in a city with over 60 churches, how did he get away with advocating the legalization of meth labs? We had, I wrote a letter. You can go to my website at art2024.org and scroll down and go to the link to the Los Angeles Times. And then read that letter about how having legal meth labs makes the community much more safe than having them, in your garage next door, which blows up, and then you can blow up your house too, which we had happen, more than once in Bellflower. So, but the interesting thing about that is, after I wrote that letter, I got no political backlash from it. I got nothing at all. Because I think that America is coming around to believing that our position to end the war on drugs is the right choice. So when I was running in that campaign, the state parties did a tremendous job. And you old timers are out here, you remember those tours that we took. And they're the ones that set up all of these interviews. Now, oh, okay. All right. So they did a tremendous job, and I'm not sure if I would have got those if I hadn't been elected. Now, the choice is yours. You can either nominate somebody that is going to tell the American people what we would like to do, or you can nominate a candidate that will tell the American people what we actually do, and that is to implement libertarian policies throughout this entire nation. Thank you. We all want to live our lives in peace. But the Democrat and Republican politicians keep pushing propaganda that has kept us in a perpetual war that makes us less safe. It doesn't have to be like this. When you vote for a Libertarian, you are voting to keep the money that you have earned and end the wars that have destroyed millions of lives. I'm Art Olivier, and I approve this message.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Olivier. AV, if we can have the timer reset, please. Thank you. Next up, we have Mike Termott. Oh, and I believe we have a video first.
This election is not going to be about small things. It's not going to be about some court decision, a particular law, or what to do about some government agency. This election is not going to be about a political candidate. It's not going to be about Donald Trump. It's not going to be about Joe Biden. Nor is this election going to be about me. This election is going to be about you. This election is going to be about your own vision for your own future, and whether that future is going to be driven by your own values or driven by someone else's values. There are people today in control of our government who impose a set of values that are different from yours, different from mine, different from those of most Americans. The values of this political class reflect an interest in power and control. These politicians maintain control by manipulating fear. Political parties have pit American against American, undermining our most cherished relationships, quite literally destroying families. The ever-increasing overreach of government has stripped us of our personhood, our individuality, and far too often, our very purpose. Our once thriving people, our culture, our nation, has been forced into an abusive relationship with a government that has gone absolutely mad with power. I'm Mike Termott. I'm running for president to end the abuse, to build a new relationship between us and our government, to replace the old abusive relationship with what I call a gold New Deal. In any abusive relationship, it can be difficult to see the signs. Signs like gaslighting, violence, wasted money, infidelity. Hope is not lost if we forge a relationship with our government that is, once again, based on our own values, to live and let live, to allow our fellow Americans to pursue happiness according to their own standards. It's time to stop fighting with each other and start fighting a political class that takes our money and disrespects our values. It's time for a gold New Deal. As president, I will end U.S. involvement in foreign wars and stop sending our money and our young people overseas to fight in wars that profit the elite. A gold New Deal means that I will regain our financial freedom by axing government regulation and spending, by dismantling a Federal Reserve system that undermines our standard of living. A gold New Deal means that I will reverse the weaponization of our justice system, stop abusive law enforcement practices by demanding accountability, and end a hopelessly counterproductive war on drugs. A gold New Deal means that I will put an end to the Orwellian surveillance state that offends our rights, break up the FBI that insults our values, and end the CIA that has caused worldwide embarrassment to us as Americans. I'm Mike Termott, and all I'm asking is for you to stop putting up with the abuse. To learn more, visit goldnewdeal.org.
Please welcome Mike Termott and his team.
Hello, Hello, my name is Brittany Cozen, and I am the co-founder of the Medical Freedom Caucus. And I am up here in support of the only candidate with professional experience in public service, the only candidate to effectively nullify local COVID mandates as a police officer, the only candidate to have run for office on a platform against vaccine mandates while serving as a police officer, the only candidate to have rallied at the Broward School Board and the Palm Beach School Board against mask mandates, the only candidate to publish a white paper against the economic shutdowns and did so in April of 2020, the candidate who introduced us to the phrase of separation of science and state, and the only candidate with the credibility to disrupt the duopoly's intrusion on our medical freedom. I am here in support of Mike Termott.
Hello, libertarians. Okay. All right. Hey, last night was something very funny happened. People that live in the DC area saw us on TV and they saw us on the internet, and they came down here to party with us because they think we're rock stars. We said loudly, repeatedly, and in his face, Donald Trump's not a libertarian, and we are libertarians. We are political science nerds, and we got picked last in gym class. Today, we're rock stars. Two of our candidates stayed on stage and answered every question. They told us just what it means to be a libertarian, and we're not going to take the bullshit. I stand in support of Mike Termott.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jennifer Leatherberry, and I'm the chair of the Libertarian Party of Virginia, and I enthusiastically support Mike Termott. He is the only candidate with any professional presidential campaign experience, and the only candidate whose strategy is to cleave hard edges against Democratic and Republican politicians. The only candidate who has consistently promoted the long-term goals of the Mises Caucus to perpetuate principled libertarian philosophy and Austrian economics. The candidate rated highest by the Radical Caucus for his uncompromising adherence to libertarian principles. And he is the only candidate who can truly reunite the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
Don't worry, that's all I'm going to take off. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jeff Miller. I am a delegate from the great state of Texas. I am also a member of the LP Texas staff and the Libertarian State Committee and the county chair of Brazos County, Texas. I ran for state representative in 2022 and received 32% of the vote against a 6-term Republican incumbent. And I'm running again in 2024. A lot of people have said that they don't join any caucus to try to, help themselves up here. I did the opposite. I joined every caucus that would have me as a member. So yes, I am a member of the Classical Liberal Caucus, the Mises Caucus, the Radical Caucus, the Sober Caucus, the Wild Caucus, the Born Near Secaucus Caucus. Okay, I may have made that last one up, but it is true I was born in New Jersey. And I am here to support the only candidate with any experience in professional public policy, the only candidate running not just on slogans, but on a Gold New Deal, an actual plan to combat government tyranny. And the candidate that has visited more nations than the other candidates have visited states. The only candidate with the credibility to compete nationwide, not just a handful of states. And the only candidate able to disrupt the status quo of American politics. And the only candidate, if you're honest, and you close your eyes, you can actually imagine as president. I am here to support Mike Termott as the next President of the United States.
I am the only candidate in this room who is married to Nancy Termott. My job is to get the hell off this stage because you got some important business to do. I want to remind you of a couple of things that you already know. Indeed, you already know everything I'm going to say today. You probably even know how I'm going to say it. In that sense, I want you to stop listening to me. You in the back still talking, I want you to stop listening to me. I want you to stop listening to me, and I want you to listen to yourselves. I want you to listen to your heart. I want you to listen to your heart because your heart is in this room. And the reason your heart is in this room is because this is the Libertarian Party and this is our convention. You are going to have some weird opportunities to cast some weird votes today. And I'm going to ask you to vote for a Libertarian. If you don't vote for me, that's okay. But I'll be goddamned if you vote for someone who's not a Libertarian. Of all the things that I'm going to say today, let this be the most obvious. This is not about me. It's not even about Nancy. It's not about these people. They are beautiful. And if I may, just for one more point of privilege, in large measure, it's not even about you. It's not even about us. It's about people outside of this building, people outside of this city, people. It's about people who can't spell libertarianism. It's about people who have never heard of our party. It's about people for whom we need to stand up. It's about people who have their money, their resources, and in all too many cases, their lives taken from them by a government that doesn't give a rat's ass about their values or about yours or about mine. It's about people who find it difficult to make ends meet because we constantly create an environment of inflation that undermines our way of life. It's about people who cannot make ends meet because we have a government that takes and spends our resources. It's about people whose lives are sent abroad to fight for wars that you don't agree with, that I don't agree with, and their sons and daughters are dying for no damn good reason. It's about people who cannot be here. It's about people who deserve to be here and deserve a way of life that fits with their values and their goals. Not because you said so and not because I said so, but because their God said so. This is about Americans and it's about our country, and if we don't take it back, nobody else will. Free Ross! Free Ross! Free Ross! Free Ross! Vote like you mean it.
Being on this stage is like being on a boat. Very shaky. Thank you, Mr. Termott. Next up, we have Mr. Toad. Could we please have Mr. Toad and/or...
This one? Mr. Vice Chair, a light has fallen over on the stage.
Has anyone here ever read Rothbard's Egalitarianism as a Revolt Against Nature? It's one of the best libertarian pieces ever written. Rothbard says that if people went around saying that we could fly by flapping our arms, we should not say that that is a noble and beautiful goal, because it is false. It is a lie. You cannot fly by flapping your arms. And so when we go around telling lies, that's not beautiful. It's damaging. And Rothbard says that's why we should not be egalitarians. Well, I'm here to tell you that a lot of you guys are doing the same exact thing. And I'm not here to concede that what you are doing is noble and beautiful. It is wasteful, and it is stupid. It is. Sucking up to people who hate you for the 30th year in a row probably is the best way to maximize your vote percentage. If you want to do that, you could. And coalitioning with MAGAs to get a seat at the table, that could work. It could. But implicit in both of these strategies is that you are a loser and you will continue to lose. But there are some of us who aren't insane, who don't believe that we should do the same thing and expect different results. Because there is a way that libertarians can win. There are millions of us across the country, and we deserve to live in accordance with our values and our beliefs. And the candidates here tonight are giving you false strategies for how to achieve that. And it is implicit in their arguments and tactics. They are telling it to you. They know it in their hearts. But for those of us who still want the whole apple, for those of us who want a libertarian society, a libertarian order, a voluntary, fully private property order, there is one candidate and one strategy for doing that, okay? And we need a candidate who will attract intelligent, capable libertarians who are serious about ushering in this order. We do not need more libertarians who are interested in getting votes by attracting gay race communists into the Libertarian Party. So, I saw a poll about who could actually stand up to Trump's energy. Rechtenwald got 4%. The guy behind me got 40% because he has raw animal energy and charisma. Other candidates running for president may be willing to do what must be done. They may be willing to deport the socialists, but there is only one candidate who would do it while playing a ukulele. We are going to have a Tower Gang vice president. But do you really want to do that without a Tower Gang president? We need a Tower Gang ticket from top to bottom. Also, it might get him a girlfriend. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Some fine lady on Mike's team asked me to come up here naked. I'm sure a lot of you would enjoy that, but I'm not that libertarian. I'm actually so beloved that I have an entire state, the state of New Hampshire, that keeps begging me to move there because any state that I inhabit just becomes instantly more based. I would sum up my campaign strategy quite simply as meme them until they cry. Shout out to the emo caucus. And what I mean by that is we can use social media, we can weaponize it so that we can shitpost and demoralize the politicians, the corporate press journalists, the authoritarians, and woke progressives. Now, I'm gonna be straight with you. I'm gonna be honest with you about this. Many of the people in this room right now have the tendency to cry and bitch about memes and jokes and mean words, and that is currently how we're perceived by a lot of people. And that is real. Is that really how we want to be perceived, as a bunch of crybaby losers? I would say no. No, we do not. So I suggest that what we should do is take to the internet, use internet video, podcasts that are humorous, unfiltered, not even explicitly political necessarily, and show people that we can be sane, normal people who you can hang out with and laugh with, and we can actually make you laugh. And in doing so, we may be able to shift the cultural Overton window in a direction that is not politically correct and is unwoke. We can de-wokeify the culture. That is what I'm trying to do here. And as Jeremy already pointed out, we do have Clint Russell running for VP, who is my podcast co-host on Tower Gang, and we could have an all Tower Gang ticket, which I know you guys want. That would be the dream ticket. Toad and Clint 2024, and maybe we can save or at least start turning around the image of this party and of libertarians. Thank you.
Thank you, Toad. Next up, we have RFK Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Excuse me. Yes, either one.
Good morning, Libertarians! I'm Hector Roos from Florida. I'm here to give a quick introduction. Waiting for the timer. Thank you. Again, good morning, Libertarians. I'm Hector Roos, a volunteer, a passionate activist. I'm someone who is encouraged that for the first time in my generation, I get to vote for someone who could possibly end the duopoly once and for all. That's Bobby Kennedy. I want to tell you that the Libertarian Party is at a crossroads. There are a lot of state chairs who are very nervous about whether their party will continue to be recognized as a party after this election, whether their candidates will be able to run as Libertarians, or will they be stuck running as as we have 15 to 18 states that rely on the presidential election for their ballot access. New York's already lost their ballot access last cycle. Georgia is on the chopping block too. In any scenario right now, we know that the greatest vote getter for the protest vote this year is Bobby Kennedy. At the end of the day, we are going to champion our ideas of ending the Fed, restoring medical freedom, punishing the lockdowners, ending the bureaucracy that has crippled our economy. And I'm going to leave it now to the next person.
My name's Nathan Rummick. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I believe that we have a few pragmatic people in this room. And I know that there is no magical transporter that gets us to Libertopia. We have a hard road ahead of us, and it's going to be a hard road to get there. On that road, we have to make choices, wise choices about our path. Tearing down the two-party system is the first step on that path. RFK Jr. is the way down that path. his campaign will tear down the two-party system, and in that process will also take us 90% of the way where we want to go. I ask you all to think about where we are going and how we get there. Because if we continue to do the same thing over and over and over again, we will not get there. We have to think about who we can join together with, what coalitions we can build, so that we can gather our support and bring in new libertarians to our party. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Hello, libertarians. My name is Steve French. I'm from South Carolina. I know, give it to me. All right, my beautiful misfits, let's go ahead and have it. Let's go ahead and bring it up. So this is the deal, guys. It's time. You guys in this body right now have a moment unlike any other. Every single one of you in this room right now have a chance to change the course of history, not just for this country, but for the freaking world. All right? I understand. Let's get something straight. Robert Kennedy is not a libertarian, okay? All right? Can we admit that? Let's just go ahead and get the elephant out of the room. All right? Exactly. But let's get something else straight. None of us, we are all misfits. We are all outcasts. There may be a few of you that were born libertarian, but for the rest of us, we found our way here. We found enough pain either in the Republican Party, in the Democrat Party, or whatever it was to finally decide that this is going to be our home. Okay? We are a team. This is our family. The problem that we're having right now, guys, is that we're the party of principle, right? It's all about principles. Right? Yeah. Those principles right now are costing us. This chip on our shoulder that we wear those principles by, it's killing us. Guys, this body is not going to be the same as after this convention. Do you guys understand what's going to happen? We are in the crosshairs now. They all know what's going on. It is only going to be more difficult for everyone in this room moving forward. The powers that be do not want us to win. So what I want to say is this, all right? We need someone in this country to take on the duopoly. We know it's a uniparty system, all right? And I love our candidates. I love what we have done, and I love this party. But guys, 1% is not going to do it, all right? We need to be talking about how we win. I'm sorry, guys. I love you, and I love you so much. This process is what we need. But guys, for us candidates that are out there that are actually trying to sell this to the voters, we need your help. All right? We need your help. You're the ones right here in this body that are making things difficult for ourselves. So what I'm saying to everyone here is think about what the options are. Think about the positives. I understand that Kennedy isn't the best choice that we could have as a libertarian for our principles, but he understands a certain number of things, all right? Censorship, all right? That's a big problem. Is anybody else kicked off Facebook right now? I know I am. I know I am. Has anybody else been kicked off? Has anybody else gotten the death threats from their citizens for running for office? Exactly. This is life or death, guys. This isn't playing around. I want everybody to consider what's really going on and what's at stake. If we do this, we are denying the country an option. All right? We will end up one way or the other. If Robert Kennedy isn't our guy, then we're going to go against him. And I'm fine with that. But you know what? The same thing's going on. I've talked to all you states. I mean, Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia. We are spending so much time, so much effort with this ballot access. We're not even out there talking to the candidates about how we actually get these policies through. We're spinning our wheels. I've been doing this for a decade with you guys. I love this place. But I'm telling you, it's not the same. The world is changing. We have to become savvy. So I am putting my vote behind Robert Kennedy because I think he is the best way to save this party right now. And you might disagree with me on that, but censorship, that is a huge thing with us. Individualism, medical freedom, I know where he stood back in COVID where everybody else was just towing the party lines. This is something that I hope you guys consider. I hope you guys look at the positives. I thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Justin Pelletier. I'm from New York. Thank you. In October, Mr. Kennedy declared his independence, and I took my daughter out of school for the day, and I drove down to get a measure of the man. What I heard was an honest person, one who's willing to listen and to challenge his own ideas. My goal, hearing that speech, was to move him toward our principles, because I think we share that at least. And so I bought him a gift membership, the Gift of Liberty, with the hopes that it would move him toward us. And up until this morning, I don't think he was willing to accept our nomination, even if we had elected him from this floor. And I know why. We're a liability, frankly. He wants to win. But I think he wants to win with a message to heal the divide and to bring people together. You can't convince somebody about the merits of libertarianism if they are unwilling to engage in dialogue. So I invite you to consider how we might engage others in the dialogue and convince them of the merits of our principles. We can't do that if we ostracize people who don't think like us. And so with that in mind, I'll end with a quote and turn it over to a video. Frankly, I don't know if he'll even accept the nomination. We're going to hear from him in a minute. One quote: "Truth is annealed in the furnace of debate." That quote, I think, is something that resonates with each of us. We're about to hear from the author of that quote right now.
I'm sending in this video from California this morning to let you know that I accept this unexpected honor. I've always admired the Libertarian Party. I have a deep alignment with the core values, the antipathy toward war, the commitment to end our addiction to forever wars, and the love of personal freedoms and liberties, the understanding that the only way that we are going to fulfill the destinies that God created us to fulfill is by exercising freedom of choice, and that the United States Constitution is the global template for outlining those freedoms, and that those freedoms are sacrosanct. The Constitution was written for hard times, and that there are no exceptions. I'm going to protect these rights. I'm going to protect your rights. I'm going to protect the United States Constitution, and I'm going to end the foreign wars. And I'm very, very grateful to the Libertarian Party for this great honor. And I look forward to an alliance across the country, a fusion alliance of all of these independent parties who are now challenging the Republican, Democrat, corrupt duopoly.
Thank you, everybody. Let your freedom of choice be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, and to his team. I would also like to make a brief request if we could keep side conversations down to a minimum while we're listening to speakers. And if we could, and can we please reset the clock? And I believe we have Joshua Smith up next. So we will wait for the clock to be reset. It looks to be reset. Mr. Smith, come aboard.
delegates, Madam Chair, LNC. Good afternoon. Good morning. I'm Amity Pickerel. I've been a member of the Libertarian Party since 2013. I became a lifetime member in 2022 when the abortion plank was removed from our party platform. I'm the former secretary of the Chesterfield County LP, the former secretary of the LP of Central Virginia, and former vice chair of CD5 of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I am here to nominate Joshua Smith for President of the United States. Despite our hurdles as working and middle-class people for the blue-collar candidate in raising enough funds for the pay-to-play straw poll, we believe in Josh, his message, and his charisma in getting that message out to the masses so much that we rallied in the 11th hour, grassroots, work boots on the ground effort to ensure you, the delegates, heard from him in the debate. It was a great debate, wasn't it? So what's our primary value? Electability or messaging? There's an ongoing debate within the party about our mission. Is the message of liberty primary, as some may seem, or as a political party, do we exist to get libertarians elected into office? This is a false dichotomy. We must do both, of course. But perhaps the better question is, why do we want to spread the message of liberty or get libertarians elected to office? What is the ultimate goal? These are both means. What is the end? The answer is simple: to create a freer country, which these two tools, elections and messaging, is the stronger tool for creating liberty. Both of them are important, but messaging comes first. Without solid messaging, what are we even calling people to vote for? If we fail to win an election, we can and do work to create liberty in other ways. If we fail in our obligation to preach the gospel of individual rights, non-aggression, and the state as an enemy to these things, there will be no elected libertarians. There will be no libertarians in the next generation. For many of us here, people like Ron Paul spoke to our hearts and imaginations. We need a Ron Paul for the next potential generation of libertarians. This presidential campaign is a vital tool for capturing the imaginations of a country that is experiencing record levels of institutional distrust. And this is happening in a time in our country, especially with the next generation, has rejected the legacy regime media and is listening to radical messaging. We have a huge opportunity to shape the message of liberty and therefore the future of the country. And one way to do that is through, yes, a campaign. The campaign for the highest office in America gets eyes and ears. Who can use this campaign to fire up and galvanize those people in our country who are fed up with our broken two-party system, who are tired of seeing brown kids overseas in their TikTok feeds killed by American weapons and dollars, who want our bloated, oversized federal government to get out of their business, who are struggling to put food on the table, and are finally, thanks to our current and previous administrations, ready to admit that the federal government isn't part of the problem, but the whole problem. Who can take that message to our country and the world? With natural charisma, polished speech, and the ability to command a room, Joshua Smith is that person. Let's not squander this opportunity. I began reaching out to declared candidates last year with questions about issues I'm passionate about, that some may consider hot-button issues, but they're non-negotiable for me. I quickly came to the conclusion that Josh was the God-fearing, family-first, uncompromising candidate I would support. I stand with many others who have endorsed Josh for this nomination, including the Christian Caucus and the Pro-Life Caucus. Speaking of family first, I bet Josh has a really, really big dining room table. Despite all that room at his table, Josh will ensure the message gets out without a doubt that the state has no seat at his or any of our families' tables. Not to infringe on our educational decisions of our kids and grandkids, and not to infringe on our medical decisions. As a man of faith, Josh will be sure the FBI knows they are not welcome to infringe on our religious liberties by harassing us anymore in our churches and cathedrals. Josh is a candidate who will hold the COVID tyrants accountable for deeming us unessential with their lockdown and inflationary spending policies and mandates, which virtually extinguished the middle class. But most importantly, Josh believes that if the government must exist, it should at least protect life, especially the most vulnerable among us. I'm nominating the only candidate who unashamedly proclaims that the non-aggression principle extends from the womb to the tomb. It is the greatest honor of my libertarian tenure thus far to stand on this stage with the next libertarian candidate for President of the United States, Joshua Smith.
Hey guys, Josh asked me to just kind of talk for a second about why I'm supporting him so strongly. So just my background, I was oh, step closer, sorry. Oh, all right, that sounds better. All right, Josh asked me to talk about why I'm supporting him so strongly. So a little bit about my background. I was a college libertarian. Back in 2004, I voted for Michael Badnarik in the first ever election I was able to vote in. And then I was a passionate Ron Paul supporter, and I was just so, I believed in the moment, and it felt like this was our moment to break through, and liberty was gonna take hold of America, and Ron Paul was gonna win and fix everything before I was 25. And that didn't happen. I was so disillusioned with the power structure and watching how they just abused Ron Paul and didn't let him in on the stage. They kept him out of polls. They rigged the whole system against him. And I decided that I was just kind of done with politics for a while. Like, I'm gonna work on making myself as free as possible. So I kind of gave up on the Libertarian Party for a long time. And then 2020 hit, and all of a sudden I realized maybe we need some structure to defend freedom. And it was actually Dave Smith, listening to his podcast, that convinced me that, okay, joining the Libertarian Party again is the right decision, and we can fight for freedom, and we have this opportunity. So then, it's a little strange that, because I'm such a big Dave Smith and Part of the Problem fan, that we're not supporting the same person, because Dave Smith is normally right on everything. But I've talked to Dr. Rechtenwald, and he's a great guy, and I think he really understands the message, and he understands, he gets it. But then I was on a Twitter space with about Bitcoin, and I'm a big Bitcoin supporter because I think it really is the future of sound money, and we need to get off the dollar and really fight for this currency that they're trying to censor. And Josh, he came on a Twitter space for 3 hours. And he wasn't there to teach. He was there to support us, but also learn about Bitcoin. And I've seen him be open-minded and actually take in, he's not there to teach. He's there to learn and support us and then fight for us, fight for the freedom that we need. So I want to give the logical reason why I'm supporting Josh. The thing is, so I'm a freelance copywriter and marketer. I've been doing this for 16 years, which means for 16 years, I've been studying persuasion. I've been studying sales. And most of what I sell is ideas, right? I sell courses and books and things like that, information. And when you're selling ideas, there's a few things you need. The first thing you need is the truth. And we've seen the truth from a lot of the candidates here. Like, the libertarians, we have the truth. We understand what it is to tell the truth. We're the only party that actually fucking tells the truth. It's amazing. Everyone else lies. But you need to tell a current truth. So it's not good enough to just talk about 1913 and the Federal Reserve, although we need to talk about that. It's not good enough to just say the Bushes and Clintons all need to be in jail, although that's important too. And it's very important right now, I think, to say that Fauci needs to be in jail, that Donald Trump needs to be in jail, that Joe Biden definitely needs to be in jail. And Josh is the only one out here boldly calling for the arrest of all these freaking criminals against humanity. But the other thing you need, when you're selling a message, part of it is the messenger. And Josh is the only working class person on this stage that's been running for president. He's the only guy that's ever come home from a day from work with dirt under his nails and sore feet. And that's something people can relate to in America. We need somebody that these people, that the middle America, the young men in America can relate to. And Josh is the best person to share that message with them. They're not going to reject him. See, when you're sharing unpopular ideas, and our ideas are unpopular, the first thing people try to do is tear down the messenger. They don't deal with the ideas, they deal with the messenger first. And we can't give them ammunition to tear down that messenger. And Josh is just relatable. He does not give them. He's a war vet that's anti-war. That's unassailable. He's pro-life, which is, for a large portion of this country, that's a huge issue. It's relatable. There's just a lot about him that's relatable to young men and young women, and I think that's what we need. We need the messenger to actually match the message so they're not dismissed immediately. So I think the best candidate we have is Josh Smith, and that's why I'm wholeheartedly supporting him for president.
Good morning, LNC. My name is Ryan Kurt, and I am the chair of Polk County, Iowa. I'll keep this short and sweet because we have a long day ahead of us. What do we want in a presidential candidate? I would answer that with 2 words: principle and charisma. Out of the candidates before us, there is only one who fits that bill, and that man is Josh Smith. Josh loudly and unapologetically calls out and stands against the lies of the government, the lies that have killed tens of thousands of innocent people overseas because military contractors want to line their pockets with blood money. Lies that have irreparably damaged the lives of millions of people by shutting down their small businesses, their churches, and cutting them off from their families. Lies that have kept a whole generation locked in their rooms during the most important years of their social development, leaving them anxious, lonely, and wanting justice. Josh is the only candidate pushing for the orchestrators of these lies to be put on trial and be brought to justice for their crimes against the American people. Josh is the only candidate with a plan to cripple the 3-letter agencies that can actually be done from the office of the president. He will bulldoze the ATF building and in its place build a dog park to honor all of our furry friends taken too soon by the ATF. Josh is the only candidate with a plan to address Title 4D of the Social Security Act, which pays states to separate families and rob children of the single greatest advantage they have in their young lives, having 2 parents in the household. You can feel the passion and energy when Josh speaks on liberty. A passion that many regular Americans share, but keep it bottled up because they feel they have no one who represents them. We will represent them, and we will break the cycle. I am proud and honored to present to you the next presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party, the man who says enough already instead of never mind, Joshua Smith.
Hello again, Libertarians. Hello. Thank you guys so much for being here. Look, you guys know me. I sat on the LNC for at least 2 terms. I've been involved in this party for 10 years. I'm not an interloper. I'll be involved in this party 10 years down the road, whether I get the nomination or not. This is home for me. This is home for you. This is where we belong. We need a candidate that's going to go out there and tell them, we're going to end the Fed. We need a candidate that's going to go out there and say, we're going to end the needless bloodshed around the world at the hands of American foreign policy. We need a candidate that's going to restore some sanity to our once great nation. Period. That's it. Nothing less. All of our rights, all of the time. Enough already. Thank you so much. I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Before we hear from our next candidate, 2 very quick things. Candidates and their teams, when they come on stage, please be mindful of where you're standing, because the backlights, some have fallen over, and the stage is also tilting backwards a little bit. And now, if we could have Jerry Tubb Roraba, please report to the teller pit, and Freddie Clegg, please report to the teller pit. Up next, we have Dr. Belay.
America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, is also the country of a $34 trillion debt and rising.
In a nation where citizens are limited to choosing between 2 parties that seem to do more to erode their rights than protect them, making America feel increasingly unsafe.
It's time for a change, a time for fiscal responsibility and individual liberty to take the forefront.
Hello, fellow Americans. My name is Dr. Charlie Ballet, and I'm running for president in 2024 as a Libertarian. Today, I'd like to speak to you about breaking the cycle of a 2-party system. It's time we end the duopoly and stop partisan politics. It's time we end a 2-party system that's breaking this country. Together, we can make change. Please join me in this endeavor.
Vote Charles Ballet, a Libertarian candidate for president who stands for fiscal responsibility, individual liberties, and a smaller, more efficient government. It's time to break away from the status quo. Vote for Charles Ballet, and let's bring pragmatic solutions and true freedom back to America.
To me, being a Libertarian means being free. I believe in a smaller government. I believe in liberty. I believe in our founding fathers. I believe in the Bill of Rights. I believe in free trade. I believe in very minimal government. I believe in personal autonomy. These are the aspects that have drawn me towards being a Libertarian.
Want to learn more? Visit ballet2024.com.
Paid for by Ballet for President 2024.
Dr. Charles Belay. Oh. He's right.
Hello, fellow Americans. My name is Dr. Charlie Ballet, and I'm running for president in 2024 under the Libertarian ticket. Today, I'd like to speak to you about one of my priorities, that of economic freedom. Picture this, keeping your hard-earned money where it belongs, in your pocket. I'm tired of IRS overreach. So join me, and together we can fight for your freedoms. Together we can make this happen.
America, $34 trillion debt and climbing. Inflation on the rise. Our government is doing nothing about it. Why, you may ask? Because it doesn't affect them. It only affects the everyday, hard-working American. But one man is putting a stop to this. Charles Ballet. With him standing strong and proud is the wife of Libertarian candidate.
Hi, I'm Lisa Ballet. So many Americans are faced with a daunting challenge. Inflation. It's not just a statistic, and it's not just a number on a chart. It is a pressing reality.
It's time for a change. America is ready for a leader that is for the people. A leader that is a true libertarian.
I support Dr. Millie from Louisiana.
We're gonna vote for Dr. Charles Ballet for president.
I'm gonna vote for Dr. Ballet for president.
America has spoken. It's time for real freedom. It's time for Americans to be truly free.
And to add to our worries, our nation is at a $34 trillion debt. We need action, and we need it now. We're in a crisis.
Want to learn more? Visit ballet2024.com, paid for by Ballet for President.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Ballet, and I am the proud wife of Dr. Charlie Ballet. I proudly support him as candidate for the United States of America on the Libertarian ticket. I would like to give a shout out to our home state, Louisiana. And at this time, please help me welcome to the stage my husband, Charlie Ballet.
Thank you, Lisa. I love you to death. My favorite person in the world and the CEO of my life. I once again would like to take the opportunity to say thank you to each and every one of you. This has been an opportunity for me like none other. We've made great friends along this election trail. We've visited many states. We've met wonderful people throughout this that hold very similar to values as to why I actually decided to get into this race. Words that will describe me would be that of empathy, that of compassion, that of hard work, and definitely that of professionalism. My roots, again, for those who don't know me, come from Louisiana. I'm from a small town along the banks of the mighty Mississippi River. And my family early on instilled in me libertarian values, that of freedom, that of hard work, that of personal autonomy. These values have allowed me to achieve tremendous success in life, and I appreciate everything that they offered. But I entered this race because I am truly concerned about the wrongs that are being thrust upon the American people. Last year, it created much of a visceral response in me to see persons being wronged by our federal government and politicians that are not taking action. Our country is not just fractured, it's breaking right now. We are not just $34 trillion in debt, we're drowning in it. Inflation is not just crushing the middle class, it is simply suffocating them. Healthcare right now is a bureaucratic nightmare. Our schools are failing, and our politicians are not just beholden to big money, they're betraying the American people's trust. And enough! America has simply had enough. The next president should not be an elitist or a career politician that's seeking office simply for personal gain, and our country definitely should not be for sale, period. We must bring back an American government that is beholden to the American people. Now, if there is a hope for our future, and if there is a hope for our youth, we must return back to the values that once made this great country a beacon of hope for the world. Freedom, individual rights, personal autonomy, family values, and the most important of all, responsibility. We must not become the oppressors that we sought to escape. Now, there is no reason why the Libertarian Party in 2024 cannot achieve monumental success. We have a powerful message, one of freedom, fairness, personal autonomy, and that of non-aggression. These values resonate with the American people in this time of need. The American people, they're not just looking for a third choice, they're looking for a leader. Please let me be that leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Belay. Up next, we will have Chase Oliver. Could we please have the timer reset? Thank you. Oh.
We have 20th century politicians who have been running the 21st century mechanisms of government for my entire adult life, and it's time for that to stop.
And the people are getting tired of it. Rise up, because we will not be silenced.
Instead of just talking about liberty, we go across the country, reaching out to activists to show what liberty in action actually looks like. That's the kind of campaign for president we're running, one that shows us the positive, aspirational message of liberty that voters can connect with.
All people are free. They have inherent freedom and liberty.
We support liberty 100% unfiltered all the time.
I've gotten tear gas in the streets while I protest for justice reform.
My generation is the generation that got sent to fight the war on terror. My generation is the generation that had the entire real estate market fall out from underneath us right as we were getting started. It's my generation that is right now trying to raise families all over the country with massive runaway inflation.
This is not a left versus right issue. This is a right versus wrong issue.
The Chase Oliver President campaign will be pulling no punches. We'll be putting a bold message of liberty forward that voters can identify with. We'll be exposing the two-party system for who they are.
Are you actually reading the bills, or are you just taking Chuck Schumer's word for it when you vote on these things? I will fight like hell to make sure that each and every one of you is replaced.
We libertarians, we want to enter this race to be a check against the two-party system and to give you somebody honest to vote for.
Why is that the radical idea, not the rational idea?
Nobody will buy and pay for a libertarian. We don't just blow with the political winds with whatever's popular. We stand on principle. And I say as a libertarian, we do not believe in the initiation of force.
Take the boot off of our neck, support freedom, and support the people. Thank you very much. I'm Chase Oliver, a candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Howdy, y'all. I am Stephanie Berlin, a delegate from the great state of Iowa. I am the current secretary for Blackhawk County, former two-time LP Texas secretary, served on our state executive committee a couple times too. And in Iowa, where our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain, and that is why I'm up here to talk about Chase. The next generation for liberty is in this room. They are watching on TV. This story sounds familiar with all the young activists we have. It is my story. I joined this party at 15. I couldn't even drive, and I was door knocking for Harry Brown and Joe Jorgensen. They are the ones who brought me here. Their message of empathetic liberty for all is what brought me here. Chase's continued message for empathetic liberty for everyone is what keeps me here. And he is the one who will energize the millennial and Gen Z and Alpha vote when they can come and vote. That is my story, that is why I'm here, and that is why I hope that you join me in support for Chase Oliver. Thank you.
Hey y'all, my name is Amber. I'm a delegate from Chase's home state of Georgia. I first learned about the Libertarian Party in college. Someone invited me to our county affiliate meeting, and then the following year I attended our first state convention. That's where I met Chase and all of these fine Georgia delegates behind me. A couple of years later in 2022, Chase asked me to run his Senate campaign with him. So I've witnessed firsthand the unwavering commitment to liberty that Chase has. In Georgia, Chase's activism is nothing short of transformative. I've been on by his side as he helped petition to ranked choice voting, ballot access, spoke out against Stop Cop City, and testified in the State House in favor of Defend the Guard legislation in our state, because that's how passionate Chase is. In the 2022 Senate race, Chase Oliver's bold stances on issues like health care, climate change, and economic justice resonated with voters from all walks of life, landing him in a debate between Warnock and Walker, garnering national media attention. We got 84,000 votes in that election. That's 84,000 people who are sick and tired of the two-party system. Chase Oliver's leadership is not just about winning elections. It's about empowering people to stand up for what they believe in and creating a brighter future for generations to come. As president, Chase Oliver will continue to be a beacon of hope, leading with integrity, compassion, and relentless commitment to individual liberty and freedom. Join me in supporting Chase Oliver for president, because together we can build a better tomorrow.
I'm Steve Dasbach, former national chair and delegate from South Carolina. I discovered I was a Libertarian at 18 as a college student in 1971, the same year this party was founded. I joined the Libertarian Party at the age of 26. And I found over the years that that is so common, that people discover they're libertarians and they join the Libertarian Party in their teens, their 20s, or early 30s. And so as we approach this presidential election, that is the group we have to focus on. Those are the people that are looking for a political home. Those are the people who know that the Democrats and Republicans and RFK Jr. offer nothing to them. Those are the people we reach out to. People come into the party overwhelmingly because they were attracted by a campaign and a candidate who spoke about issues they cared about and who was able to effectively communicate that message. And the candidate this election who can best win the next generation for liberty is Chase Oliver.
Good morning, Libertarians. My name is Casey, and I'm a Libertarian. It all started for me when I left for the Air Force in 1999 during relative peacetime. 2 years later, we were at war. A year later, I was convinced by my own government that we needed to invade Iraq. And so off I went. Meanwhile, an 18-year-old Chase Oliver was getting started protesting that very same war. That's right. What I saw there during my time is what made me anti-war. My first hit of liberty came in 2012 via an anti-war guy named Gary Johnson. Like Chase Oliver, I believe in Defend the Guard. Like Chase Oliver, I believe in caring for our veterans. And like Chase Oliver, I believe that the best way to care for our disabled and fallen veterans is to stop making more of them. Being anti-war is what brought me to liberty. Being anti-war is what brought Chase Oliver to liberty. And anti-war Chase Oliver will bring America to liberty. Thank you.
Libertations, Libertarians. I'm Kristen Alexander. I'm the Vice Chair from Indiana, and I am also Chase Oliver's Vice Presidential preference. I started following Chase in March of 2023 when he came to our state convention. He is the only presidential candidate in my lifetime that I just do not disagree with on any issues. You may know some of our successes in Indiana. We ranked up from 13th to 6th nationally in the last year. We were able to achieve this success by working across the lines of party caucus wars. We don't have division in Indiana. We work with everybody, whether you're PRAG, you're RAD, or you're Mises. We have your back, and you deserve to be represented. Chase Oliver is the only presidential candidate who will represent every single faction within this party. I wouldn't be up here supporting him if he wasn't. And it is my pleasure now to introduce to you the next President of the United States of America, Chase Oliver.
Thank you very much, Libertarian delegates, not just for being out here today, but for being here all weekend to do the business of our party. I appreciate the work you put in, and it's the work I put in as a delegate. I join you among this body, and I want to start off by saying thank you to each and every one of you. But working with libertarians on the ground is not something it's not something I haven't done before. As I've traveled across the country, being the first libertarian candidate for president to ever campaign in all 50 states, I have worked on the ground with activists and those who are fighting for things like ballot access all over the country, and it's my pleasure to be in the trenches with each and every one of you as an activist candidate for President of the United States. As others have said before, they became libertarians between the ages of 18 and 30, and I just want to do a quick survey. How many of you became a libertarian between the ages of 18 and 30? That's the generation we need to reach out to. That's the next generation for liberty. And right now, there are millions of young people all over the country who are sick and tired of being sick and tired of seeing their grandparents' grandparents on the stage. So our ticket, the ticket that we want to run, will be a broad and glaring contrast to the broken two-party system. In fact, my running mate and I, if you combine our ages together, we are still younger than Donald Trump or Joe Biden. And how are we going to reach out to the next generation of liberty? We're going to do it by opposing the warfare state at home and abroad. If you were in the hall last night, you saw that I have zero love for the war criminal Donald Trump or any of his wars that he continued. But I want to make one thing clear. I'm keeping plenty of my powder dry to throw ammo right at Joseph R. Biden, his war criminal ways, and his proxy wars, and his warfare state all over the world. So I want to speak loud and clear to the millions of students right now who are protesting the warfare state in their college campuses all over the country. If I am the nominee, there will be a young person on the stage, and the only person on the stage, that says, "End the genocide, ceasefire now, and end the war machine." Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a golden opportunity in 2024 to grow the foundation of our party up. And when we do that, when we grow ourselves up, what can we do? Tear the state down brick by brick for every abuse. I ask for your support so I can unify in this party behind the principles of liberty and tell millions of American voters, just like John Mons told me in 2010 when I wandered into the Libertarian tent as an anti-war voter. He said, if you oppose the warfare state, welcome home to liberty. And that's the choice we're going to provide to millions and millions of voters all over the country. I ask for your support in this election. I ask for your support the day after this nomination takes place. We will travel all over the country, spreading this message, building our party, supporting our activists, and supporting a broad, powerful message of liberty together. I want to end on this note. We have a war criminal in the White House. And we've had a war criminal in the White House, looking out here, for most of every one of your lives, exporting our values with the barrel of a gun and with a bullet. I say it's time for free trade, voluntary exchange, free markets, free movement, and free people. And when I'm your candidate, when someone says, what's that libertarian about? I'm going to give you the elevator pitch right now. You tell them right now, if you're living your life in peace, you're not committing force, fraud, coercion, theft, or violence, your life is your life, your body is your body, your business is your business, and your property is your property. It's not mine, and it sure as hell is not the government's. So thank you to the Libertarian Party of Delegates. Let's keep this convention rolling. Let's win this nomination and fight tomorrow for liberty. Thank you very much, you guys.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. So we're at a break in our nominations right now. We're rocking and rolling up here on the stage. We have Noda, Rechtenwald, and Hornberger nomination speeches. At this time, though, it would be in order to recess for lunch.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianca, I have information that Mr. Cohen wants us to continue business at this time and have a later single recess from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. That's to save some of the coming and going time. He is on his way here to confirm that, but I am very confident that that is the case. Mr. Cohen is recommending that we continue business at now and have our recess later.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry. Aaron Adams, Oklahoma delegate,
Point
microphone
of parliamentary
3.
inquiry?
Some kind of inquiry.
Okay.
I'm just curious before we discuss this, because I've worked conventions before and helped plan them before, and I know how much timing goes into setting those meals and working with the kitchen. If we did delay, how much of an issue would that be on the facility and the convention and the caterers?
I assume that lunch is pretty much ready to go. So I don't know if it will incur costs, so on and so forth. We've made quite a bit of money at the convention. So I don't even know if that's something that is a huge deal, but it will be somewhat of a burden on hotel staff because I haven't coordinated with them yet.
Madam Chair, I have a motion at
microphone
microphone
Okay,
2.
I need,
Madam Chair.
we've got microphone 1 and we've got microphone 4 who have not been addressed yet. Microphone 4.
Madam Chair, I move we recess for lunch until 1:30.
Second.
Who is that?
Ryan Brown from North Carolina.
Ryan Brown has moved to recess for lunch until 1:30, and there was a second.
I have an amendment to that motion.
An amendment.
Yes, at microphone 2. I don't even know if it's amendment. We're going with it. I move. I move to amend the time of reconvening to 1 o'clock.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to change the time of reconvening to 1 p.m., not 1:30. I don't think that amendment is debatable. Are there objections to that amendment?
Yeah.
All right. Would you like? Is there discussion on that? I think it is debatable, although I would ask you not to. Okay. So, do you want to come back at 1 p.m. instead of 1:30? Please stand if you do. Here's what we're voting on. If you want to come back at 1 p.m. instead of 1:30, I need you to stand up, and if you don't want that, If you want to come back at 1:30 or heaven forbid some other time, stay in your seat. I need to figure out when we're coming back. All right, everyone sit down. Thank you. All of those opposed to the amendment, you don't want to come back half an hour early, please stand up. This is, I assume you, thank you. All right, the amendment fails. Now everybody please be seated. We're going to go to the main motion. There was a motion to adjourn for lunch and come back at 1:30. What would you like to do? Would you like to support that motion, adjourn now and come back at 1:30? Please stand up. I love this speed. Please be seated. All of those opposed, please stand up. Okay, the motion passes. We are adjourned until 1:30. Thank you.
Recess, Madam Chair.
AV team, can you please cut the floor mics?
Just a reminder, we have our Libertarian pizza party tonight. The more money I get, the more pizza I
Testing. For those who are in here, I wanted to just quickly make a point of personal privilege here. If anyone wants to meet Nicole Shanahan, she's just out there shaking hands and talking to people right outside of the hall. Thank you. That's Nicole Shanahan.
was just
No, no, no. Hey.
Guys, it's 1:30. We need to come to order. One-minute warning, please find your seats. I see a lot of people filing in. I know the room is crowded, but please find your seats as quickly as you can. We have 3 speeches to get through. We are going to go to a vote. I am going to see if our gracious host hotel can get coffee in the room in like an hour or so. We'll give them a little time. I would love to get some coffee, and so we're going to see if we can get hotel staff to work on that. Now, I'm not going to force you to do anything with business, but I'm willing to stay here till 7 p.m. Maybe we should do a vibe check at about 7. We have a fundraiser and a gala planned for this evening. We could push it till 8 p.m., and I don't think that that would be too crazy. But beyond that, we need to talk to the hotel about food and, you know, everything else set aside. But let's intend on pushing a little past 5 p.m. We're going to have a couple of speakers while our tellers are counting ballots. After we move through that, we may want to consider nomination speeches if there's additional rounds of balloting. We have a memorial to do. That will be done while tellers are counting. We have awards. That will be done while tellers are counting. We have special Sunday keynote speaker Ron Paul. That will be done.
So it would just go until we're done.
He will speak while our gracious, hardworking tellers are counted. And before I call us back to order, while you are all quickly finding your seats, and getting us ready, I want to thank our tellers. I want to thank our volunteers. I want to thank our sergeant at arms and people who volunteered as security. You guys have worked very hard. I see it. Our AV team and our convention committee who is dog tired. You guys have done an incredible job. This is an amazing convention. And if you have items at Lost and Found, they are available at Concierge. So go to Concierge, but don't you dare do that right now.
They have to get security to do that.
All right, what time is it? It's 1:33 p.m. We are back in order.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Peter Everett, Massachusetts delegate. It has come to my attention that there are some delegation chairs who are not allowing poll watchers to supervise the counting of the ballots. I move that no votes be counted from any delegation whose chair does not permit other delegation members to supervise the counting of the ballots.
Okay. Does that have a second? Are there any delegation chairs who would like to speak to this? All right, please go ahead.
Microphone 2. Mark Axon, New York. I was delegation chair from 2010 to 2015. I could not do anything from 2010 to 2015 without the hard work of my entire team, and I know that my current chair is doing the same. So I have implicit faith in our state chairs and delegation chairs, and I do not believe we need to hand tie them.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 4.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. I move the previous question.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Microphone 4. Did you say something? We want to move along.
I move the previous question, Madam Chair.
Okay. I believe this is technically a convention special rule of order, and it requires 2/3. Because you are talking about how we are going to proceed with convention business. You ready to vote? Okay, here's the vote. Delegation chairs have to let you watch them count the votes. Would you like to restate your motion very quickly and clearly, since we don't have it up on the screen yet?
That's a pretty good summary.
Okay.
The exact motion is, I move that no votes be counted from any delegation whose chair does not permit other delegates to supervise the counting of the votes. But that's good enough.
Thank you. Okay, does everyone understand what we're voting on, and we're ready to go to a standing vote?
Previous question, Madam Chair.
2/3. All in favor, please stand. If you want to make sure that the delegation chairs allow you to watch them count votes, stand up. It requires 2/3. It's a convention special rule of order. Going once, going twice. Please be seated. Be seated. All those opposed, please rise. All right, the motion fails. It does not have 2/3. We're going to proceed to nominations. So help us. The person who is speaking for NOTA from Wisconsin, please come to the stage. I want floor mics cut, please, because we're in nominations and we do not want to be rude or disrespectful to our hardworking candidates.
Madam Chair, how long does NOTA have to speak?
Welcome, everyone. Ooh, I will be brief. My name is Nota, none of the above, Robert Burke. Welcome, everyone. My name is none of the above. Close friends, really intimate people who know me, call me Nota. And they do that because they know and understand the importance of always just saying no. In Colorado Springs, Colorado in 1971, a group of people got together and had a vision. They had a vision of a future, an incredible future of a world set free in our lifetime. Is that our goal? Is that our goal? Act like it is, because a future set free is our future. I have seen it. I woke up one day, I said, that is brilliant. How do we get there? And we get there by understanding the importance of the individual freedom of every sovereign person in the world. In that world of freedom, we don't vote to find out how we care for our neighbors. We tear down the systems that enslave them. We tear down the systems that give them an illusion of choice. In that future, we don't vote to incarcerate the mentally ill. In that world, we are free to use psychedelic science to free our minds. In that world, we don't vote for a national defense. We have torn down the machine that exports death. In that world, we don't legalize drugs. We tear down the machine that has incarcerated half of the African American male men in Milwaukee at one point in their life. And we do it because it's right, not because we voted for it. In that world, we do not vote to free Julian Assange, We do not vote in order to free Russ Albrecht, and we do not vote to bring home Edward Snowden. We tear down the machine that decides to incarcerate the sunlight of truth. I know we're going to nominate a kick-ass candidate today. Yes! And I hope that kick-ass candidate is one who explains to the world what it is to have a vision of a world set free, a world where the individual choice is the only vote that you get, the choice of what you do next. When someone in that future world says, "Would you like to vote?" None of the above, thank you. I'll make the decision myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Noda, for that very short speech. Thank you, AV team, for resetting our time clock so quickly. Our next nomination is Dr. Michael Rechtenwald.
When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. The history of the present regime is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. Here is a partial list of our grievances. They locked us down. They declared us non-essential. They wrecked the economy and ruined lives. They censor and feed us non-stop propaganda. They are robbing us to fund and arm Ukraine, flirting with a total nuclear war with Russia. They rob us to fund and arm Israel in its genocidal campaign in the Gaza Strip. They're inflaming tensions in the Middle East again, and they're just getting started. They have told us of their plans. They saber rattle for a war with China. They're expanding their censorship. They hint at climate change lockdowns. They want us to eat bugs. They expect us to own nothing and be happy. They mean to control every aspect of our lives and to make us miserable slaves. If allowed, they will take away our rights and our humanity. To all these wrongs, prospects, and plans, we say, hell no! We're not going to take it anymore. I'm calling on all those who demand dangerous freedom over safe tyranny to run with me, to seize power from the ruling class, the state, and its accomplices, and to vest power in the people at the local level. I'm Michael Rechtenwald, and I'm running for President of the United States as a Libertarian. Join me to wreck the regime. It's time.
Hey, my name is Mike Redman. I'm from New York State. And Nominating speeches and public speaking are not my thing. You'll see that soon. My journey into libertarianism was shaped by influential figures. James Ostrowski, a freedom-loving lawyer in Buffalo, and a pair of attorneys teaching paralegal classes at the local community college. They left an indelible mark on me. And that was probably early 2000s, just to date it. There was no turning back. About 4 years ago, I became actively involved in the party. However, life took an unexpected turn. I was diagnosed with esophageal cancer and subsequently retired. Now I find myself juggling 2 jobs, battling cancer and advocating for freedom. Yes. At the LPNY convention in Watkins Glen, I had the great opportunity to sit with Dr. Michael Reckenwald. We spoke for over an hour. It became evident that he wholeheartedly embraced Austrian economics, a philosophy I've always held dear. Understanding human behavior and its ripple effects on markets, the economy, and trade has been a real interest to me. When Dr. Reckenwald eloquently explained why our southern border crisis was an economic crisis, not a people crisis, I was astounded. His logic was irrefutable, and his passion told me he was the candidate I could stand behind. Now let me address the elephant in the room, my battle with stage 4 cancer. It's not an opportunity anyone would willingly choose, but it has given me clarity. I harbor no ulterior motives or hidden agendas. Material gain doesn't drive me. Instead, I'm fueled by the chance to contribute to something profoundly meaningful. So with honor and pride, I nominate Dr. Michael Reckenwald to be the next president of these United States of America. To my fellow party members, the path forward is clear. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Libertarians? How are we? All right, I want to say first, a comment kind of aside from this endorsement. I watched the presidential debate up here last night, and I just want to say how awesome I think it is that every single one of the candidates was so good on the issue of war and peace. That is... And of course, particularly, I'm referring to rejecting the proxy wars of choice in Ukraine and Israel. Every single one of our candidates was excellent on that issue, and it's the most important issue of our time. That really reflects something that's changed in this party since I've been a member of it. And that's not something that is the responsibility of one faction or another, or one caucus or another. In fact, some of the factions who really, really don't get along all agree when it comes to that issue. And it represents a change in this party. I'm not saying that there weren't always lots of anti-war people in the party. I'm just kind of making the point. Bill Weld ain't getting nominated for anything these days. And that's because everyone agrees on that. Just about. So I'm very glad that that has been rejected. It really means a lot to me. I think it's a tremendous improvement. I would also say that I woke up this morning to the coolest thing that's ever happened in the history of the Libertarian Party. And I will, if I'm being completely honest, as Donald Trump was speaking last night, if I had control of how everybody acted, my plan was kind of like, be respectful till he says something, like don't boo him before he even gets to the mic, and just wait till he says something really bad, which he will, and then boo that. But I gotta say, it worked out pretty good, because I woke up this morning to reports in the New York Times, the Washington Post, Reuters, the Associated Press, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and the BBC, and they all said different versions of the exact same title. Donald Trump tries to appeal to libertarians and they hate his fucking guts. And I think that's pretty cool. Okay, now I gotta say this quickly. So I had this moment, I got to speak a little bit for a few minutes before Donald Trump, and I was speaking, and there were a bunch of people who were Trump supporters in the room who weren't libertarians. And so I try to do what I always try to do when there's people who aren't libertarians in the room. I try to say the most compelling, hardcore libertarian thing that might kind of win them over. And I don't really care about winning you guys over because you guys are already good on everything. But them I want to win over. And so I tried my best to do that. And I saw on social media somebody who's here at the convention posted that one of these Donald Trump supporters just watched my speech and said, hey, I really liked what that guy had to say, but I got to Google the Federal Reserve. What is that? And it reminded me of something that I think we all got to keep in mind all the time, is that so many people just don't know yet. And it is our job to teach them. That's the job that we have. There is a false dichotomy in this party where people often argue about whether our job is to educate people or to get elected. But those things aren't in conflict. We will only ever win once we've educated people. Obviously, they don't know yet. There's not enough of us. And so from my perspective, if we can't win until we educate more people, the number one job for a presidential candidate is who can teach people what it is that we stand for. And in this race, there is absolutely no question that the best teacher of libertarianism is Michael Rechtenwald. In my humble opinion, the two best messengers of liberty in modern American history were Dr. Ron Paul and Harry Browne. When Harry Browne was a presidential candidate, this party was at the strongest it's ever been, even though following candidates got many more votes than him, because he was so good at messaging libertarianism. And of course, as you all know, Ron Paul, not in this party, but he led the Ron Paul revolution. The reason why these guys were so effective at what they did, for me, comes down to basically two things. They never forgot about that lady who was Googling the Federal Reserve. And they never forgot that their job was to teach people what it is that we stood for. And second, they knew everything about the crises that our country was facing at that time. Ron Paul still knows everything about the crises that our country is facing. And I can't wait to listen to him speak at the Libertarian Party for the first time in 20 years, in just a few moments. Michael Rechtenwald has written multiple books about the crises that are facing the American people today. He knows libertarian theory inside and out and has a more detailed understanding of things like the woke agenda, the climate agenda, Davos, the true threats to liberty in our lifetime. I please implore you guys, to support Michael Rechtenwald for President of the United States of America on the Libertarian Party ticket. Thank you all so much. I've had a great time this weekend. I hope you guys have too. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my fellow libertarians. I'm Michael Rechtenwald. I have a confession to make. I'm high. On liberty! I want to thank Michael and Dave, and I want to thank all of you for being here. And I'm running not to reform the state, I'm running to dismantle it. I call for an end to the Federal Reserve, the military-industrial complex, the CIA, the NSA spying, and the crushing regulatory regime. And I call for the full restoration of all our rights. And as Dave mentioned, I understand the new threats to liberty. The censorship industrial complex, the climate change tyranny, Agenda 2030, central bank digital currency, and all the elite plans to destroy freedom. And I have the strategy to combat these threats. Decentralization and nullification, a movement we will build together when you nominate me. Why should you nominate me? I've paid a dear price for being a libertarian. I've been canceled by the authoritarian left and the neocon right. And in the process, I became very well known in the broader media sphere. And I have, I've appeared on dozens of shows. I mean, major media, I will not list them all. But notice that after Trump spoke last night, who was the candidate who was quoted in the media? Me. That's because I've been fighting a battle for liberty, and I have name recognition thanks to that battle. And I want to put my name recognition and my battle worthiness to work for the Libertarian Party and for the cause of liberty. I hate the state because I love people. I hate the state because I love humanity. That is why I hate the state and want to bring it down. Thank you. Now, what I'm asking for you to do is to nominate me so that I can be a beacon for liberty, a firebrand for liberty. We need bold messaging and a bold messenger. I have the boldest message. I have the longest track record in truth-telling. And as I said, the greatest name recognition beyond the Libertarian Party, which I want to put to use to spread liberty and grow this party from the ground up. I call on those who demand dangerous liberty over safe tyranny to nominate and run with me. Together, we will wreck the regime! Thank you.
Thank you guys, and thank you for saving us a couple of minutes. We have one more presidential nominating speech. I'd like to invite Dr. Jacob Hornberger.
When I announced my candidacy in February of last year, I have ever since emphasized an important point. It is our job in this party to lead America to freedom. That's our job. If we don't do that, who will? Biden, Trump, Kennedy, don't make me laugh. These are the people and their political ilk and their parties who have destroyed our freedom, who enslave us, tax us, regulate us, manipulate us, govern us, command us, order us, conscript us, torture us, and even kill us, and make us serfs on their welfare warfare state plantation, where we exist to serve them. When I attended my first state convention last fall, I emphasized a political point. I told the delegates at that convention that we already know the results of the presidential election in November, 1 year away, 1%. And the reason I said that is because the polls had us at 1%. And my contention was that if voter sentiment toward the Libertarian Party presidential candidate has not improved over 3 years, it's not going to improve over the next year. And here we are 6 months later. And a lot of people now are saying Jacob was right, because it's worse. We're now at 0 to 1%. One poll recently had us literally at 0%, LP presidential candidate. Now, since last fall, I've attended around 30 conventions, and at every one of these conventions, I have made a qualifier here on this 1% business. I participated in a lot of debates in this campaign season, as many of you know. But I didn't participate in yesterday's debate, as you also know, because I believed that this is a wrong way to elect and nominate a presidential candidate, and I said I will not participate in it. But those of you who know me know that I have long held the debates are the worst possible way to select a presidential candidate. Okay? And okay, Donald Trump's the topic of conversation at this convention, so let me bring him up. He didn't participate in one debate, yet all those debates on TV where they're carping at each other and a lot of entertainment value, he said he wasn't going to participate in one, and his party said, we are going to make him our standard bearer because he can best reflect our statist views, including immigration controls, without being in a debate. Because I contend that every political party ought to be nominating a candidate who is best able to express the views of that party and garner votes, much more than the 0 to 1%. Now, I have a confession to make to everyone in this room. It's a confession that I made to all those 30 state conventions. I'm with the 99%. I'm with the 99% who reject the message that this party's been putting out for 20 years. It's not a message of freedom. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that 99% of the electorate give us 0 to 1%. Because I'm with them. If you take, well, I'm going to explain it to you. If you take, for example, the crown jewels of American socialism, Social Security and Medicare, have you seen any talks on those? These unfunded liabilities of $80 trillion, but nobody talks about it because they become accepted parts. Socialism of our presidential campaigns. At the permanent parts, at the South Carolina Libertarian Party debate, I said we need to repeal socialism, and my opponents went after me with great vociferousness, loudness. Jacob, you have no care and compassion. We got to continue socialism for the next 25 years. People will be dying in the streets. Pure nonsense. Care and compassion does not come from the Internal Revenue Service or the initiation of force. Care and compassion comes from the voluntary, willing heart of the individual. Children and grandchildren honoring mother and father on a purely voluntary basis. And it is incumbent on those of us in this party to lead America to the restoration of faith in freedom and voluntary charity. Americans lived without socialism and Social Security for 125 years. And when people were free to accumulate unlimited amounts of wealth, no income tax, no central bank, there was the greatest outburst of voluntary charity that mankind has ever seen. Medicare and Medicaid. Have you seen any talks about Medicare and Medicaid during this convention? No, because they've become permanent parts of our presidential campaigns. These socialist programs destroyed the finest healthcare system in history. When I was a kid, before they came into existence, healthcare costs were low. They were stable. Nobody had medical insurance. They didn't need it. It was like going to the grocery store. And doctors provided free health care to the poor. So did hospitals. That's genuine charity. And then Medicare and Medicaid come into existence. Healthcare costs started soaring, and that's the cause of the healthcare crisis. So there's only one solution. It's a solution you haven't heard during this entire convention. You've got to pull this weed out by its root, or to mix metaphors, you've got to excise this cancer out completely. Okay. But at the Louisiana State Convention, at the debate there, when I brought this up, my opponent said that's a crappy solution because they believe that Medicare and Medicaid need to continue as part of the presidential message of this party. That's your 0 to 1%. Who's going to vote for that message? For a party that calls itself anti-socialist and the party of principle. Who's going to vote for it? Every single proponent of these socialist programs is going to vote for Biden and Trump. They're never going to waste their vote on an LP presidential candidate that advocates socialism. School vouchers. Taking over the public schools. We got to run Libertarians for School Board, Jacob. We got to take over the public schools. School vouchers have become a main position of our presidential campaigns. They are nothing but a socialist vehicle that takes money from one group of people through the initiation of force in violation of our core principle, the non-aggression principle, in violation of the pledge that we hear very much about anymore, and give it to another group of people, and in the process, put private schools under government control. And when you're trying to take over a government school system, this is a massive socialist program at the state level and the local level. And that's what libertarianism has come to, where we're going to use a presidential campaign to try to take over socialism so we can show Democrats and Republicans that we can run this program better than others. Who's going to vote for this message? Who's going to vote for it? I'll tell you, 0 to 1%, because there's no constituency for this message. And then there's immigration controls that are based on the socialist principle of central planning. Okay? And that's Ludwig von Mises, who is a prominent name at this convention, called this planned chaos. And that's what we've had for 80 years on the border. Along with death, suffering, kidnappings, rapes, detention centers, penitentiaries, deportations, Berlin Wall, concertina wire designed to cut people up, a massive police state with highway checkpoints and warrantless searches. And yet, what do we hear from libertarians? Oh, Jacob, it's terrible what's happening on the border, but we're going to reform the system, Jacob. Yeah, we can reform it. Yes, we can streamline it. We can simplify it. We can make it work. I've heard this for 30 years. Actually, I've heard it all my life, that there's some reform out there. There is no reform. There is no reform that can fix socialism. There is only one solution to the immigration morass, and that is open borders. There is none other. Now, every single proponent, remember, 0 to 1, every single proponent of these programs, school vouchers, taking over the public schools, immigration controls, is going to vote for Donald Trump. They're never going to waste their vote on an LP presidential candidate. Now, at every convention I've spoken at, I've said there's a condition here. There's a condition. We don't have to settle for 0 to 1%. There's a way out. There's a breakout that we can achieve of 10 to 15% of the national vote. But there's a price to be paid for that. And that is the restoration of our founding principles of this party. And this is what I'm talking about. And I've said this to every state convention. Making the competent case for open borders. The separation of education in the state, health care in the state, charity in the state, economy in the state, and money in the state. Dismantle the national security state entirely. You hear about dismantling the CIA and the NSA, but never the Pentagon. And the Pentagon is the root cause of the forever wars. So it's not enough to say, I'm anti-war, I'm anti-war, I'm anti-war, and I'm pro-Pentagon, because the Pentagon's the root cause of the forever wars. You got to get rid of it. And then you legalize all drugs, not just marijuana. And you make the case. You make the case for the immediate dismantling of all socialist programs. But you do more than that. You change your target audience. And I'm not unmindful of what I'm asking everybody in this room to do. I'm asking you to think out the box, outside the box, and move in a completely different direction than what you're accustomed to doing in this party. But you're at 0 to 1%. You're going to be there in November. You got nothing to lose. I'm saying change your target audience in this campaign. Forget Republicans. Republicans will never vote for libertarians. Even the Ron Paul Republicans are not going to vote for libertarians. Okay? Libertarians will vote for Republicans, but not vice versa. Change your target audience. Target audience number 1, migrant families, Hispanics. 34 million Hispanics. We can garner 20% of that vote by going down to the border and making the competent case, the religious case, the moral case for open borders. That's what I want to do as your nominee. I don't want to go to, places to get local libertarians elected and meet and greets and all that. I want to go mix it up with real people. I want to go to the border with my on-the-road video series, and I want to talk to real people and give them a voice. People who have lost their land with that immigration wall, that Berlin Wall. People who have lost family members drowning in the Rio Grande or in the back of an 18-wheeler. I want to give people a voice, and I want to make the case for open borders to them. 34 million Hispanics that are horrified by what's going on the border. They have been for 80 years, but they don't know there's an alternative because no Libertarian Party presidential candidate has dared to make the case for open borders. How do you expect people to adopt an idea if you don't make the case for that idea? And I am convinced they will leap at it. There's an old saying, nobody cares what you know until they know you care. You can give the most erudite exposition on the Austrian theory of the business cycle or the socialist calculation debate. Nobody cares until they know you care. We got to go to the border and we got to let people know we care about what the state has done to you. And they will come with us. 20% is 6 million votes right there. I'm asking you, think out the box, outside the box, and do something completely different this time around. Second group, target black voters. These are our voters. And the press is reporting that black support for Biden is disintegrating. We go to them with the drug war. We have 52 years of opposing the most racist government programs and segregation. I ran this kind of campaign, a guerrilla campaign, 20 years ago in the state of Virginia. I ran against John Warner, one of the most popular senators in the history of our state, chairman of the Armed Services Committee. I knew I wouldn't get one Republican vote. This is right after 9/11. And I was saying what Ron Paul would say 8 years later or so. And I knew I wouldn't get one Republican vote, and I didn't care. I don't target Republicans for votes. The Democrats weren't running anybody, but I knew they wouldn't vote for me, even in protest, because I'm calling for repeal of their favorite socialist programs, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, public schooling, and the like. But I campaigned heavily in the black community and the Hispanic community. I said to the Hispanics, tell your friends there's a Senate candidate that's calling for open borders. And one of the biggest honors of my life was I met with a black minister in Alexandria, right here in Virginia, Alfred Street Baptist Church. And we had a long conversation. He later got elected to the African American Hall of Fame. And I said, Pastor Peterson, this is where I stand. Open borders. What we're doing to people violates God's sacred commandment. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. We talked about the drug war, conscription, Muhammad Ali, Martin Luther King. And at the end of this conversation, he said, Mr. Hornberger, I'm going to endorse your candidacy. And he said, I want you to take this written letter of endorsement to every black minister in the state, and I did. And my detractors in the party at that time, and some of you may be surprised that I do have some detractors in the Libertarian Party, they were mocking and ridiculing me. They were saying, Jacob's going to get 0.01% because he's calling for the repeal of Social Security and Medicare and public schooling, and nobody will ever vote for that. And I got 7% of the statewide vote. And what I'm telling you is we can do it again double. I can double that by changing the target audience and changing the message to one of principal libertarianism. 50% of people don't vote. Those are our voters. They know there's not a dime's worth of difference between Democrats and Republicans. But they will never take the time to register and vote for a Libertarian Party presidential candidate who is calling for reform, monetary reform, immigration reform, Social Security reform, Medicare reform, education reform. They don't want reformers. They want to hear that principled message of libertarianism, and they will come and vote for us. Most of all, we got to fight as libertarians. We are not Republican lights. We are not welfare state reformers. We are not serfdom reformers. We are libertarians. We are advocates of liberty. And we need to go into this battle with our principles. These are our swords and our shields that we take into battle, and it would be a tremendous honor to lead you into this battle as your presidential nominee. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Hornberger. I believe I heard from microphone 4 first.
Yes, Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Thank you.
I've got a short announcement and then a point of information right after that. Short announcement is that my dear friend Jared Hall of Indiana has withdrawn from the at-large race. Thank you to everybody that did sign the nominating petition, though. Also, point of information, during the tallying of the votes, will we be doing the nominations and speeches for vice chairperson?
We are not there yet.
Madam
but
Chairman,
thank you for
microphone
asking.
2.
Microphone 2.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Madam Chair, I move that during the tabulation of votes, we proceed to nominations for vice chair of the LNC, followed by nominating speeches.
Can we please get our secretary back on the screen for a moment so people can see the motion? Okay, Mr. Bianco, DiBianco, could you please repeat your motion?
Certainly. My name is Arthur DiBianca from Texas. I move that during the tabulation of votes, we proceed to nominations for vice chair of the LNC, followed by nominating speeches.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah, I see that. I'll make sure it's corrected.
Madam Chair, microphone 3. Madam Chair, microphone 3, request for information.
I need you guys to be quiet because I'm asking the parliamentarian something. The sooner that I can ask him, the faster we can move. All right, this is a majority vote. I was checking to see if it was 2/3 or a majority. Who was at the microphone trying to address me?
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3, thank you.
Nathan Madden, Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Madden.
Just a request for information. What is the current cap on time for business today?
We don't necessarily have a cap on time for business. I'm recommending that we try to go till 7 p.m. and I'm getting coffee in the room. It is up to you guys how late we go. We have a gala that we could start at 7:30 or 8 p.m. and there's been quite a bit of work that's gone into that, but we can cross that bridge when we come to it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
I move the previous question.
Thank you. Are we ready to proceed to a vote? All right. All in favor, this is the motion we're voting on. During tabulation of votes, the first round of presidential votes, we proceed with nominations for vice chair of the LNC, not VP, LNC, followed by nomination speeches. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. We're doing it. Now, let me explain how this is going to go. We are not going to start this until every vote has been turned into the tellers, or else it's going to be a disaster.
Tell me when to say it.
So I need you to vote just like you would the rest of the time. You're going to coordinate with your state chairs. Tellers are going to come by. They're going to check in with your state chairs. Once the tellers have everything, I'm going to let you know that it's time to go.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Microphone 1. Hannah Goodman, Colorado. I need a point of order. I want to suspend the rules to add a delegate to my delegation.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear Ms. Goodman. Go ahead.
I know, I'm sorry, my voice is, it's what it is anyway. I need to suspend the rules to add a delegate to my delegation.
She's moving to suspend the rules to add a delegate to her delegation. It's been moved and seconded. It requires 2/3. It's non-debatable. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. One more time. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? It does not pass. My apologies, that is not going to pass. Here we go. Moving on.
Standing count. Never mind. They told me to say it.
Okay, we're done. That's okay. She withdrew her request for a standing vote. Okay, are we ready to go to a vote?
Request for information on number 2, Madam Chair.
Speak up, please.
Request for information on number 2.
Request for information.
What is Mark Axon, New York? What is the time limit for the vice chair speeches?
It's in the bylaws. Would someone like to check what the bylaws say on the vice chair nomination speeches?
5 minutes, Madam Chair.
It's 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Is someone going to do something about that? All right. We need to start counting votes. All right. Okay. Microphone 3. Microphone 3's not on. Tellers, are you getting ready? Let's go ahead and get our tellers ready.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
I would like all of our 2024 candidates, like myself, that are going for elected office to please stand and be recognized by the delegation for the sacrifice that they are making and their dedication to advancing liberty in their local community. Stand if you're running.
It's not a point of order, but go ahead and stand. I see the state chairs coming with ballots. Beautiful. State chairs are on their way.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Microphone 4.
Joe Brungart, Michigan. Orders of the day, please.
Yes, thank you. Fantastic. We're on orders of the day. I believe state chairs are passing out ballots. We are balloting. We are not doing any more points of order and things of that nature. We're balloting right now.
Rhode Island and Vermont haven't come up yet. Can I yell at them? Rhode Island and Vermont. Rhode Island and Vermont, please come get your ballot packages, please.
As a reminder to everybody, please be sure you have your delegate pin if you would like to vote. You should not be voting if you do not have a delegate pin.
Vermont and Rhode Island, please come get your ballot packets. We're waiting on you.
Excuse me, in order to keep all of the candidates' names on the screen, which I think is most important, that you see their names, I'm just going to repeat the instructions for your card. It helps the teller if you will write at the top of your card, presidential, round 1, and the initials of your state, and then the one you're voting for. This is a vote for only one race. I think it presumes it. Yeah, I think it presumes it. probably be more appropriate for the vice chair to do. Yeah, we really, I mean, really close now. Yeah. So it's the lowest vote getter plus anyone under 5%. Because some people think it's that the lowest vote getter is the one that's just above 5%. And it can be read that way. It's very confusing. Yeah. Yeah. And I've become, I like my first interpretation better. I think the very literal one is, like, say somebody got one vote, they're automatically, then everyone else who got 5%. Yeah. Okay. And it doesn't invalidate it, it just makes it very easy to tell there's a case it gets separated. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, because if I put it on the screen, it's too small. Because actually, there was a motion that immediately after the tabulation, then the vice chair would start, because it was going to be a distraction for voting. That's right, since she made that agreement on this change. You're gonna need to talk to Angela. And because the reasoning was it would be distracting, it would be very confusing to be like, why didn't we just do it? That's why the person. Yeah, and Angela is in the restaurant. Not right now because they used to. The next one, if we need to, we can be less. Yeah. Well, actually, if you show me on this one, no, you can't because it'll you over here to 60. I like the names. Oh, I know how to do the columns. They were talking about like a split screen. Don't worry about it. I just can't vote. No, I could have done columns. I understand. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I don't want to mess with it when I see it. Because the thing at the top is totally optional. It's not anything that would invalidate or validate. Then it's like when Wyoming did it.
Vermont. Is Vermont in the room? Is there anybody from Vermont? You have not picked up your ballots. Could you please check with the tellers and grab your ballots if you are here? Otherwise, zeros will be entered in your fields.
everyone. We are getting close to having all of the ballots turned in. So please let's shift gears. We're going to do vice chair nominations soon. Okay, I've been informed that the last ballots have been turned into the tellers. Everyone, please come to your chairs. Everyone, please find your seats. Please lower your voices. Get back into business mode. Vice chair candidates, people who are nominating vice chairs, I want people to start finding their ways to the microphone. Announcements are not points of order. I am working on getting coffee here. Random questions are not privileged motions. It is my great privilege to inform you. If you are at a microphone, it should be related to party business. We are very short on time today. Some of you are having incredibly fascinating conversations, and they can wait. Do you want to elect a vice chair? Beautiful. Nominations for vice chair are in order right now. Someone please speak up at a microphone.
Hello.
Hi.
I'd like to nominate Hannah Goodman for vice chair of the LNC.
Can you please state your name and what state you're from?
Michael Vance from Colorado. I'd like to nominate Hannah Goodman for vice chair of the Libertarian National Committee.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
I'm Wes Benedict, a delegate from Texas. I'm very happy to nominate Mark Rutherford of Indiana for vice chair. Mark Rutherford has been chairman of the Libertarian Party of Indiana and an expert activist of one of the most successful states in the nation. And I'm happy to nominate him, again, Mark Rutherford for vice chair. Thank you.
And Mr. Rutherford accepts the nomination.
I accept the nomination, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I see another person at microphone 2.
Hi, Laura Halafka, delegate from Florida. I'd like to nominate my husband, Joshua Halafka, for the vice chair role of the LNC.
Thank you very much. Josh Lavaka, I'm looking for you. Do you accept the nomination? There you are. Thank you. Beautiful. I see a couple more people at microphones. Any other nominations for vice chair? Going once, going twice. Hearing none. I'm about to...
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Thank you.
Arthur DiBianca, I move that nominations be closed.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded to close nominations. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice. All right, hearing no objections, nominations for vice chair are closed. The person who nominated Hannah Goodman, please come to the front and give us your name.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Nathan Madden, Arizona.
Thank you.
I would like to move that the nomination speeches for vice chair be limited to 2 minutes.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that nominations for vice chair, their speeches, be shortened to 2 minutes. Are there any objections to shortening it for 2 minutes? Okay, I heard a couple of objections.
Madam Chairman, point of order.
Okay,
Microphone 4.
We're in the middle of a vote.
This will require a suspension of the rules,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
I'm getting there. Thank you so much. Now, I think we're going to do a voice vote on this, and I'd like to hear 2/3 of you if you want to pass it. If you don't, we'll figure it out. Okay. This is a suspension of the rules to limit the vice chair nomination speech to 2 minutes. Those of you who want to shorten the speech to 2 minutes at this point, please say aye. Aye. Those of you who are opposed, please say nay. Nay! All right, I'm going to do a standing vote. All in favor, just let's do it. All in favor of shortening it to 2 minutes, I want you to stand up. Give me just a moment, right? If you want a 2-minute speech, stand up. And we're going to take a look and we're going to figure out if it's 2/3 of you. Oh, thank you. The house lights down is so much easier to see. Okay, please take a seat. I announced it a few times. All of those opposed, you don't want it to be shortened to 2 minutes. Stand up. Okay, the motion passes. It is going to be 2 minutes. Thank you, guys.
Madam Chair. Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
My name is Michael Vance. I'm from Colorado, and I'm the one that nominated Hannah Goodman.
Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, we're going to proceed to nomination speeches. I'd like our candidates for vice chair to come to the front, along with anyone else who's going to give a nominating speech or speak for them. We need Ms. Hannah Goodman up front. We need Josh Hlavka up front. If anyone is going to speak with you, can bring them up. I believe we're going to do a roll of the die to decide the order. Here comes Josh. Here comes Hannah. We're going to stand at ease for 1 minute while I figure this out, and when they get ready, everybody's going to be quiet. Okay, everyone, let's come back to order. Our tellers are counting votes. While they're counting votes, everyone's going to lower their voices and sit down because we're about to have nomination speeches from one of our vice chair, our future vice chair is about to talk. All three of candidates. Got it? Paying attention? Please stop talking. All right, guys, I'd like to welcome Ms. Hannah Goodman to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aaron Lamb. I am the Libertarian Mayor of Keensburg, Colorado. I am very proud to have won and set an example for our state and across the country, and I am so happy to introduce Hannah Goodman.
I'm Hannah Goodman. I'm current chairwoman of the Libertarian Party of Colorado. I served previously as vice chair under Mr. Wayne Harlos. You may know me as the infamous Colorado GOP deal. I know that was widely unpopular and miscommunicated by many intentionally or unintentionally. But if you go ahead and you look up exactly what I've done for Colorado as far as putting our candidates forward in the political landscape of Colorado, we have all of the eyes and ears of the press on every candidate running on this ballot. We are running 47 candidates, myself included. I'll be on 2 ballots. I'm running for U.S. Congress. I'm running to replace Ken Buck in the special election, and I'm running against Lauren Boebert, whom I ran out of her district. All this goes to showcase my out-of-the-box thinking when it comes to politics. I was born and bred on politics. I come from a political dynasty, not of Republicans, but Democrats. So eat that. That's where I learned how to play, and that's why I play so well. What I can do for the Libertarian Party on the national level is I can bring my critical thinking, my out-of-the-box thinking, all of my expertise at creating and running teams in order to make an effective political machine that will end the state. No one is more qualified on this stage to run this party at the national level. Not one person. I know exactly how to get people. Thank you.
Your time is up.
AV, please cut floor mics. Please cut floor mics. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Mark Rutherford.
Greetings, Libertarians. My name is Clayton Soltz from the great state of Indiana. Thank you. I'm a proud member of the Mises Caucus, have been for 4 years, was a state organizer for the Mises Caucus in Indiana for several years. Proud to vote for Angela McArdle and Michael Rechtenwald. I'm excited about the vision for the party. But Mark Rutherford is a friend. He is fair. When I came in and had no authority before we ever took over, he was fair and helped me from the very beginning. He has institutional connections and connections to donors that we don't have. He will not obstruct the vision of Angela, which I believe in eminently. If I didn't believe that personally after years of interactions, I would not be up here. He is a good administrator. He is good with staff. He is good with donors. He will provide balance if we want to unify this party behind the vision of the Mises Caucus. Mark Rutherford for vice chair is the answer. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. As you may know, I've done this job. I was the vice chair. I've also worked with Mark in the past. He has served on multiple LNCs in the past, including multi-caucus LNCs, and he has always worked in good faith. His experience can help take Indiana's current success nationwide. And it's for those reasons I encourage you to support Mark Rutherford for vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you to my nominators. Thank you all. You've heard a lot from me. I want to thank you all. This is a wonderful political party, and I appreciate you for voting for me this afternoon.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to reset our time clock. And up next, we have Mr. Josh Hlavka.
What's up, Libertarian Party? Good morning, or good afternoon at this point. How we doing today? That's it? You just spent the last 3 days doing all this shit and drove or flew thousands of miles and paid thousands of dollars, and that's all the fucking energy you got left? Libertarian Party, how the fuck are we doing today? Thank you. Now, let's be honest with ourselves right now. We're a political party. We're supposed to be running candidates. I'm one as well. I'm running for Florida House right now, District 105. I'm also the chair for the Libertarian Party of Florida. Before that, I was the vice chair under Stephen Nikela. We had a really great affiliate. We don't have all the drama that a lot of your affiliates do. We don't have all the problems a lot of affiliates do. I'm just as competent as Hannah Goodman. I'm just as fair as Mark Rutherford. A lot of you have worked with me outside of my own state and know how quality of a person I am. And guys, we don't have time for this. We need to get the vice president done. Let's go! Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Hlavka.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Mark Axon, New York. I move that we immediately hold a memorial service, which can be 10 minutes at this time before Dr. Paul speaks at 3:30.
Okay, so what I was gonna do was have that happen while we were balloting. But now it's a motion. I don't believe I heard a second. If you were going to
Motion withdrawn. If we can
Thank
do
you.
this at the next balloting.
Beautiful. All right, tellers, let's get ready for votes. Okay, state chairs and tellers, we're going to get ready for votes. So we have a couple of things that are going to be happening soon. We have a memorial video. It's 3:14. We also have Dr. Ron Paul speaking at 3:30. Now, our memorial video is 10 minutes long. I'd like to play it very soon. And because it's a little bit chaotic, I'd like to find another time to play it at the end if we've got time during balloting. I'm going to sort of leave that up to my discretion, squeezing it in a second time if there's time. But I know that not everybody's going to be able to pay attention, and there's a little bit of concern about making sure that it's respectful. I'm going to do everything I can to make everyone feel as respected and appreciated as possible. Thank you. So I'm going to ask that state chairs, you look like you're doing your jobs fantastic. Please continue to do so. I'm going to have Lisa Gansky take a little bit of time right now so that we can be on time for Dr. Ron Paul. Thank you. All right, guys, while they're getting the memorial video ready, I believe we have the results of our round 1 presidential vote, so we're going to do that first, and then we're just going to slide right in. Our secretary needs her screen, please. Screen. AV team, we know you're working hard. If you can get our secretary, thank you so much. You're on chair. Let's jump to presidential. You're on chair. You're on chair. 1 second. 1 second. Technical difficulties. President, we're all very tired. It's a very long day, and it will get longer. Please be looking at your states. I know the font is small, but that's so that we can get everything on the screen. So please be looking at your states. That's important. We are still scrolling. State chairs, please check if you can.
Mike 1.
Microphone 1.
Point of information. Did we suspend the state-by-state read-in for the first round?
Not yet, but I'm hoping someone will make that motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Can you state it just so everyone understands what it is?
I move that we suspend the state-by-state read-in for the first round of presidential nominations under the bylaws. I don't have the bylaws in front of me right now, but typically that takes an extra half hour or so.
Yep, thank you. That means that we're not going to stand up state by state and announce every vote tally. Do you make? It's very tired. It's very tired. Fantastic. Any objection? Oh, I think that sounded like 2/3. Is that 2/3? Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, our secretary is still scrolling slowly. We are almost at the end. I see VT.
Request for information.
Yes.
So are we including the invalid votes in the totals here? Because that would not be appropriate.
Our secretary will answer that, she says, in 1 second. All right, that's the end of the screen. Madam Secretary, did you have any commentary? Come on down.
On ballots that indicate a clear preference, even if it's an ineligible candidate, it still does count in the denominator. Technically, we should not include the name there. It should just say ineligible. It's sort of been the tradition of our party that we put the weirdo names up there, but if the body would prefer that we don't, I will instruct the tellers to put ineligible, but it still does count as a ballot cast.
Okay, I think we should go to the vote totals round 1. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Okay, because video is not translating to people watching the screen, I'm going to read the percentages. Charles Ballet, 2.29%. Jacob Hornberger, 6.42%. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., 2.07%. Lars Mapstead, 13.28%. Art Olivier, 0.44%. Chase Oliver, 19.70%. Michael Rechtenwald, 28.18%.
Point of inquiry.
I'm in the middle.
We took a photo
No,
at the beginning, and it was 27.87 for him at first.
Okay.
Why did it change?
Let me finish this. Thank you. Michael Rechtenwald, 28.18%. Joshua Smith, 7.94%. Mike Termott, 15.34%. Toad, Josh Anderson, 1.74%. I'm not going to read the write-ins. All right. Okay. Oh, Noda, let's scroll down. Let's see. Do we have Noda? Totally fair question. Noda, 1.2%. Got you guys. Okay, it's 3:23. We have Ron Paul coming up in 7 minutes.
Madam Secretary,
That's-
Mike 3.
We're going to check to see what order we're going to do things at. Did someone have a really, really pressing, urgent point of something urgent? Yes, microphone.
Sam Goldstein, Indiana. I moved on the next ballot to strike anybody with less than 10% other than NOTA.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to strike any presidential candidate on the next round of balloting with less than 10%. I believe this would require two-thirds. It requires 2/3. All right. All in favor of striking any presidential candidates who receive less than 10% on the next ballot, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. That does not have 2/3. It's pretty close to 50-50, I'm sorry. All right. I believe we are balloting for vice chair right now. Can someone confirm by a thumbs up we're balloting for vice chair?
We're still in the chair vote.
President vote.
Sorry, President. Mike 4, Dan Lewis of Illinois. Point of information, I believe we're still in president vote.
Okay, so we're going to do balloting. Gotcha. Okay, we're on round 2 for presidential balloting. Beautiful. Thank you for that. All right, I think what we need to do is probably, we've only got 5 minutes, so we're gonna let them get their ballots out, then Ron Paul is gonna speak, then we're gonna go immediately into the memorial video. Is that okay with everyone? Now, while this is happening, I'd like you all to consider how you want to continue voting for the rest of the day. I hope everyone is willing to stay till 7 p.m. There are some things perhaps we could consider doing with a standing vote after the first round of voting. No? I'm not going to make the motion. I want you to think it over because I want to make sure we get everything done and that people are comfortable with the way we do it. So talk amongst yourselves. Think about how you want to do it. I'm just going to help you make it happen.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
microphone 4. Ken Molman, delegate from Kentucky. I'm wondering if it would be in order to also get the ballots for vice chair out as well right now so we can get 2 different elections going while we're doing all of the speechifying and the videos?
It looks like state chairs have already started walking out, so probably not. But if you might raise that issue on the next round of ballots, or before they go out, that would be probably a good idea, and I'd like to hear it again.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Can we get the current POTUS candidates on the screen, please?
I'm sorry?
Can we get the current presidential candidates on the screen?
For what purpose? Because we're about to have a speaker up here?
Because we're balloting for round 2.
You'd like to see them? Is that what it is?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Got it. Presidential candidates who are in the round 2, would you like to come up on stage and wave? Remind people to vote for you by waving at them. We got one. Let's do a little wave. We're going to wait till everybody's settled in their seats before we bring Dr. Paul out, and he is ready for us.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2, and I want AV mics cut very soon. I don't want Dr. Paul interrupted. Yes, microphone 2.
Madam Chair, we are balloting right now. I don't believe we can have a speaker until the ballots are turned in.
Well, I'm aware of that.
Thank you.
Hello, Alabama. All right.
Ben Weir, please report to the AV table. Ben Weir, please report to the AV table.
Yes, POTUS round 2, AZ.
Please quickly work with your state chairs. I see Tennessee working very hard. We have an amazing, inspirational speaker just waiting here in the wings, and he is going to keep us entertained and captivated while we collect, while our tellers tally our ballots. At this time, if you are a young libertarian, if you are a small child, and you would like to come sit up at the front of the room on the floor, that would be in order. If you have young children, if you are Gen Alpha, come on down. Gen Alpha. Paging little kids. How are we doing, guys? Are we close to turning in our ballots? I see one state lined up. I love it. I love to see it. We're getting so close. I love to see these hardworking state chairs turning in their ballots. We're getting really close. We don't want to keep Dr. Paul waiting. We are greatly honored to have him here today. This is an amazing convention. State chairs? Who's still balloting? Thank you. Thank you. Large states are still balloting. Smaller states seem to be finished. Thank you. We challenge you to grow. I love seeing all these kids, these younger generations up here. Oh, babies too. Where's my baby? I gotta get my baby in here. Paging Arthur Paget. Paging baby Arthur to the front of the room. All right, I'm looking at our state chairs. They look like they're working very hard, and we're getting closer and closer.
Kids?
All right. Florida, still going? Okay, he's still going. I'm not going to interrupt him. Texas, still balloting? Pennsylvania, are you still balloting? How are we doing, states? If everyone could lower their voice, then I can get a read of the room on who's still balloting. Guys, quiet down, please. We need to finish this today. Okay, I need everybody to be quiet. Please be quiet. Now, who's still balloting? Thank you, Texas. Who else is still balloting? New York. Who else is still balloting? Is that Pennsylvania? Thank you, Pennsylvania. California's almost done.
Check, check.
Thank you. Point of personal privilege, microphone one, Madam Chair. Thank you. He's sitting up there.
Please, Star Child, please work with Mike Seebeck on sorting all that out.
Thank you. I just want to make sure nobody that is known to be a delegate is disenfranchised because they lost their button. In my case, it came off during the incident last night. And my state chair knows that I'm a delegate, but is not
Star
letting me
Child.
vote.
Don't, thank you. Okay, guys. We're not going to have Dr. Paul wait much longer. Do you think that we are at a place where we could hear from Dr. Paul? I think we're at a place where we could hear from Dr. Paul. Let's everyone please lower our voices. Thank you so much to the people who brought future generations. Dr. Ron Paul is a former congressman. He's also our former Libertarian presidential nominee. He inspired many of us to become Libertarian and to join this party and continue his good work. We are extremely grateful that he has made it all the way out here to speak to us. I am extremely honored and humbled to present the great Dr. Ron Paul to you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm among friends for sure. And a lot, too. Wow. And you know, I've given a couple speeches in the past, and one of the things that I talk to libertarian groups about is being active and having meetings and promote the cause. But I said, if you do get together, one rule that I'm going to pass on to you is you should have a lot of fun doing it. And it sounds like you are. But this is just great. And Angela, I want to thank you very much for the introduction as well as running this campaign and this convention. That's a job and a half. So. But it is wonderful to be here because there's a lot of enthusiasm here. I have one curious question I do want to ask. Most of you know that I was a nominee for the Libertarian Party 1988. But you might not know that I signed up as a lifetime member and I paid in gold. So I am delighted to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. I think really if I had a theme for what I want to talk about is the fact that the empire has ended. That's good news for us. Yeah. You know, one thing people have a controversy about is conspiracies. And I'm all for conspiracies, but I have one little thing to add. I only want to hear the true conspiracies, which most of them are true. But it is so important, you know, to know what we believe in, and that's my emphasis. I often wonder, you know, when I went to the college campuses and talked to a lot of individuals during the presidential campaigns, that they would hear from me, you know, you'll probably hear a little bit of that from me tonight, and that is the fact that there's a problem out there, a big problem out there. And it wasn't created by you, it was created by, guess what? Politicians in Washington that need to be removed. But I divide the activities into two places. One is the philosophy that we have, and then the whole idea of what's going on with politics. And there's too often a division there. And the one thing is, if the competition, we should be doing a lot better than we're doing as libertarians when you think that the competition isn't all that smart. I mean, you have a couple what they call big parties, but do they have a philosophy? It's one thing we can say about libertarians. At least we have something to believe in, liberty. You know, we have the philosophy that we seek and talk about, but we also have political activities. And that to me is a contest between what the people are thinking and saying and how do you change the government. And, you know, there are some sinister groups out there that, you know, they want to change the government too, and they want chaos in the streets, and they're promoting all the nonsense, almost everything opposite of what we believe as libertarians, because the chaos is here. And that is what I'm saying. The empire really has ended, and it has been systematically replaced by the chaos for the sole purpose of improvising a system of government 100% opposite of libertarianism. And that we have to stop. You know, I wrote a little pamphlet recently, and I dealt with the idea of this whole idea that the empire has ended, and it's concluding that ending. And those individuals who wanted, and philosophically believe, you know, the Marxists believe you have to destroy something in order to replace it with something good like socialism. So they purposely want that. They want the chaos in the streets. Because I've had a dilemma over the years. Why are they people, the government and the people going along with so many stupid things? And it finally dawned on me, that's exactly what they want. And of course, that's what we have to change. But this is not new. It's happened throughout history. But instead of looking at that and crying about it and complaining about it, we try to explain it. But we want to make sure that we understand the value in it too and what we can do with it. That puts a greater burden of responsibility on us because they've destroyed, you know, the remnant of what we had, that the founders had, with some emphasis on liberty. And now there's a vacuum out there. And they're planning on moving in. And when you look at wokeism, unfortunately, they've been pretty darn successful, a lot more so than they should be. And we should confront the wokeism and get rid of it, is what I think we ought to do. But I happen to believe that this all got in full motion, you know, just within several decades. And that it puts us back to 1963. I was a medical resident in 1962, and the Cuban crisis came up, and I got that little notice from the government. You know, it said, come along, we own you. You know, my claim is that the two things that will make you a slave is if you accept the military draft and the income tax. Because if you look at the income tax, they tax our income, and then they say, what do you mean it's not the government's? They have a monopoly on it because you can't spend any of it, you know, until the government gives you permission. And that is, of course, why high on the list ought to be, and I am sure it is in a crowd like this, that if we expect to ever see some significant changes toward liberty, we will be getting rid of the IRS for sure. Of course, understanding the military draft is easy to see, especially if you remember or read the history of the 1960s. What a tragedy, but that's been going on ever since. We play these games, but we're still sending troops to death by going overseas and participating and incorporating other people you know, into the activities that we do. So this to me is a major, major thing. And you know, it's easy. We can visualize and we know exactly what we would do with the IRS and the income tax. But then there is another tax that has to be understood because the likelihood of us in the near future of getting rid of the IRS is not very good. But the fact that groups like this and others are growing in their understanding and their desire to do something about the tax that is the most vicious and the most destructive, and that is the inflation tax designed by the Federal Reserve. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't even have to convince you of that, did I? You know, and I have a little book that says, and the Fed, you know, how to get rid of the Fed. But I remember when it dawned on me what I should title the book, and it occurred when I was at a liberal university, thinking that, and I had a decent crowd out, which was to my surprise because we did pretty well getting a mixed crowd out, and there was on college campuses, I think it was the University of Michigan, and we were talking my usual talk, and I alluded to, without much emphasis, and all of a sudden, there was starting to be chants. See, this liberal university, they started chanting, "And the Fed." I said, where did they come from? So that was a delight to know that happened. But the inflation tax is evil, really evil. It's a little harder to see than income tax. But the inflation tax is to finance all the deficits right now, and that is totally out of control. I mean, it is spending every single day. It's increasing. We can't even hardly pay, get enough money to pay the interest on the debt. It's so bad. But that's part of the end of the empire. The end of the empire is coming, and that is good. But we're not going to let those Marxists pick up the pieces. That will be our job to pick it up and give them a dose of liberty. You know, there are some people who talk about coups. There's been coups around, and the United States are the champions. We've committed more coups in the last 30 or 40 years than probably anybody in history. And because if you look back, even as recent as Ukraine, that involved an American coup in NATO to stimulate all that mess. But there's a lot of people that think that 1963, matter of fact, I think that it's very clear that there was a coup in 1963, and we're suffering from it ever since. But I was a resident at the Henry Ford Hospital when I was drafted in November, draft notice in November, and finally had to go in by January. But that was an experience that made a difference in my life, because the day before Kennedy was assassinated, I was on Kelly Air Force Base, and Kennedy had stopped there, and I was a flight medical officer on the base there. But that had a big impact, because it was like less than 24 hours as he left the base at Kelly Air Force Base that he was killed in Dallas. But that wasn't the only thing, or the biggest thing. I mean, it was just out of control. And then, as the history has evolved, and I've come to the conclusion, as many of you probably have, that over all these years, the whole lie told about Oswald, the single-shot business, turns out, it's my opinion, it was a filthy lie. But of course, that was followed by another Kennedy being assassinated, Martin Luther King being assassinated, and on it has gone. And the thing that really put it into my mind that this is a coup and it's been taken over was, immediately after the John Kennedy assassination, it was all the plans made for, an investigation. And they had the Kennedy Commission, I guess it was another name on that, but the commission was set up, and it turns out that I've come around to believe that the key kingmaker of the coup was Allen Dulles. But guess what? When they had the commission, he was on the commission to investigate it, to cover up the lies. I've been convinced over the years of all the commissions, whether it's 9/11 commission or whatever. When you hear about commission, you say, good, at least they're investigating it. Now, that doesn't happen. It's either to cover up stupidity or cover up their tracks, because they're not seeking truth. And that's our problem in this country, is the lack of truth. The lack of truth and knowing what's going on. And it is so bad that right now we're seeing the conclusion of this. The destruction of the Republic, the destruction of the Department of Justice, the destruction of our whole concept of our government, our republic. It doesn't exist under these conditions. But I do not want myself to even drift out and say, oh, how horrible, which it is. It's horrible, horrible, because it's so horrible. But I'm looking for something to grasp, and the grasp is they've destroyed it, yes, for the wrong reason. Their motives are evil, and they're going to use it unless this group of people and thousands more do something about it and replace it with liberty. There's a lot of political activity, the various parties. There's independents, and we work within a party, the Libertarian Party. So, but there are others that feel very frustrated, and I think they're sincere, but they're very confused. And one thing, it's a pet peeve with me, but I also think what they're doing isn't too smart, and that is they want the party of no labels. No labels. That means you don't even know what it is. No labels. You have to label something. So now the label is no labels. And I say no sense either. But they claim that this satisfies the demand for, perfect democracy. Everybody gets to vote and everybody gets to participate. So they think it's the way to democracy. They advertise it as being bipartisan and bringing people together. And this to me just isn't truth. But I don't believe they see this with honesty too, bringing people together. So if you have a reasonably or a good constitutional conservative, and you have a good progressive Democrat on the other side, and both of them have a piece of the understanding of the real message, and you say, well, how are we need to bring them together. But they bring them together, these two, by the two parties giving up the true good beliefs and coming together with all this compromise and sellout. So I think one of the worst things I can see is, and there was something this week, oh yeah, we just passed this thing with a bipartisan vote. That's bad news. So I think we should have labels, and I think we should have understanding, and I think it's just great that we have a philosophy that is so wonderful, the philosophy of liberty. It's not something we invented. It's been around for a good while. A lot of confusion comes and goes. People have different opinions, but some of the basics of this philosophy existed for a long, long time. Sumeria, the country of Sumeria, was the country supposed to have the first written laws in the land. And even before that, people knew a couple basics. They had rules and punishment for people who would lie, cheat, and steal, and kill. That's a good one. That sounds like non-aggression principle. So this has been going on for a long time. That's 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, which means that there is, I believe, my personal belief is that there is a natural law and there's a higher law, and it's been available to all of us. We can understand it, and it has been, but there's a contest going on. It has gone on for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and that is there's always a people who are in denial for selfish, evil reasons because they say, oh, you can't know that, you can't know that. So the evil there is very, very apparent. So I think it's easy for us to say, what are we going to do to fill the void? And because I would say that each and every one here has a responsibility. And I've had people come up after I've given talks, and there'll be some college students come up and they were motivated, and they would say, Dr. Paul, I heard that. That's a great message. I agree with you. What should I do? You know what my answer is? You probably have heard it. Do whatever you want to do. Because I believe that despite the level of the amount of education that people have, there's always some talent out there. Some people have musical talent, and I'm jealous because I wished I could sing, but I can't. So I sing the Song of Liberty. That's about the best I can do. But everybody has talent, and it should be used in different ways. But if you come to the conclusion and if you come to a convention like this, you ought to leave with enthusiasm of understanding where the real problem is, and that instead of looking at everything that's going on in a dire manner. See, I was in Washington, 26 years, and they said, how did you stand it with all those clowns out there? I said, well, I had low expectations. And the expectations, were just reality. I was motivated to get into politics over the Federal Reserve and the money issue because that supplies the incentive to get involved in welfareism and warfareism and the whole works. So that to me was very important. So the whole issue of the monetary issue was a big thing. So I got involved in that. But I finally found out, as I studied more, is that it's all tied together. One time we were having a presidential debate, and the host, the interviewer said, oh, this week we're going to talk about economics. Next week we're going to talk about foreign policy. I said, they're the same. How do you think you fight wars without the Federal Reserve printing money? But I do sincerely believe it is a battle between good and evil, and some people put that into a religious, spiritual view, but some people can do that in just good old logic that it's very, very natural for some people to wake up and come across, just like the Sumerians did 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, that they knew the difference. You shouldn't lie, cheat, steal, or kill. That sounds libertarian. So people, we should be able to, rely on natural law. But, matter of fact, that is detested wholeheartedly by those authoritarians. If the authoritarians are competing with the people who believe in liberty, the authoritarians, they do not. Do you know that authoritarians don't like you? Because you are a threat to them. And that's the way it is in Washington, D.C. That's one of the reasons you see so few. And we do have the mess. I don't think, from my experience in Washington, I don't think that gradualism is going to all of a sudden give us a magic cure to what we have. That is, elect 10 more good guys, 10 more here and there, and we should. The more voices we have, the better. But that's not going to be the way the budget's going to get balanced. The budget is so out of control, and there's so much misunderstanding and lies that go around that can't happen. So are all the, will the wars stop after my experience there? No, they're going to continue. They'll just lie more about it, be more deceitful about it. And if they say, if you oppose any wars, you're unpatriotic and you're un-American and you hate the troops. And that ought to change, because the attitude ought to be that when you're fighting for liberty, that you're credited with some good things that are happening. That is what we should be doing. You know, when I was doing the national campaigns, I had a statement that would alarm some people at times, because they'd want to know, why should we elect you? And I said, you should elect me because of the things I don't want to do. I don't want to run your life. I wouldn't know how anyway. It's all your business. And I said, I don't want to run the economy because it's impossible. You can't do it because there's different opinions. People might want to spend their money for something else. And I don't run the world because it's the dumbest idea in the world, and that's how you fight wars constantly. So we need to get more people saying what they won't do and don't think we should do. But of course, the flip side of that is we want to protect your liberty. Oh, but the people say, some sincere people will come and say, we like what you say, but they're not going to take good care of themselves. They won't have any retirement or what sort. So that worries them. But, frequently on the college campuses, what I'd say, yeah, that is true, but what I want to do is, you're not going to have taxes, you're not going to regulate, your life is your own, and that sounds very, very good. But I always tell them, and I got a lot of applause for it, and I said, and if you get your freedom back, and if you make a mistake, you can't go crying to the government, and you can't get your neighbor to go to the government to get what you want. You have to be responsible for your activities. Well, the wonderful thing about the principles of liberty is that they are so beneficial. It still bewilders me why we're not doing better. We have to do better, because it's so overwhelming that what they're doing, you would think, and if you can't get enough, if you're here in Texas and you can't be convinced of how bad things are, you could go visit a couple other states on what really is happening. Things are bad, but they can always change. You can change, and people say, well, it's not changeable. And my message here is, it's not going to change under today's condition. The bankruptcy is going to get worse, and the chaos is going to be there. But we have to know, what the problems are, and be willing to admit it. They say that the most dreaded enemy of those in big government is just somebody telling the truth. We saw a little bit of that during COVID, the COVID fake epidemic. There would be people That was just an introduction to what they want. They're already talking about the next virus, so be aware. So, but there were meetings held, PTA and school board meetings and all, and by that time, people were becoming irate. And the groups would go, but it took one person sometimes to stand up and said, this is a lot of you-know-what, and we don't need to do this, and convert the whole audience because they were feeling the same thing. That's why one voice is very, very loud. But I also make the point that you do need a large number. You need a prevailing attitude about the people. Unfortunately, especially since the coup occurred, the attitude is that the welfareism and everything is what we need, and the things are going to be better. But that will not work. The coup has convinced the people that they're right. But right now, it's obvious more and more people, I think that's sort of what's going on with the election, more people are realizing that the lies have been told. And it is recognized that the one thing they can't stand in Washington is somebody that will just tell the plain truth. But there are a lot of things that can be done, and like I say, every individual has a responsibility. And I think people realizing that there's a contest between philosophy and also the people who tell lies. It's epidemic, there is no doubt about it. But I'm still convinced, though, that if people are exposed to the truth and know what's happening, the numbers of people, the percentage of people are more on our side than on the side of tyranny. Let me tell you, but we need to get the message out. You know, one of the things that we're having a tougher time with now is the destruction of the Department of Justice. That's a department of evil injustice. And can you imagine the FBI going to the Trump's hopes of where he lived and going in there, and FBI was going in there ready to fight it out with Secret Service. I would say there's not much left to a republic, you know, if that's the case. And people don't even like before you use that word, but they like to use democracy. But the democracy, the one thing I think we should work harder at, and I'm sure an audience like this already knows it, but democracy is nothing more than the dictatorship of the majority. Well, you know, that is the whole thing. The dictatorship of the majority is so bad, and why do we lose the argument against people who think they should have a fair shake? They're in a minority, all that happens. If you let that go, all they do is become victims, you know, and controls they have to have. Now we have to worry about DEI and ESG and all those rules and regulations. I thought there was one this week that should convince a lot of us, you know, that we should be very cautious about that. When we saw it happen, I think it was in California, a medical school studied this medical students that were appointed for diversity reasons. And half of them didn't know what they were doing. And they're our medical students now. I would say get the government out of medicine, education, and the whole works. Well, that is wonderful, and I really get encouraged. People say, boy, it's hard work coming out there and talking to people like this. I said, I need to do it. I want to know you exist. and you do, and there are others. So continue to be more creative and get the groups together. I remember the first campaign was, I guess, in 07, 08. The computer just was started, and they came up with this thing, and I didn't know what it was. I still don't know a whole lot about it, but it was called a meetup group. So it was spontaneous. People met together in communities, and it was a perfect campaign, organization. You'd go to the meetup people, and if they happened to like you, they would just become part of the campaign. So there's so much now. The technology is wonderful. I like the technology, but I have a strong warning. Technology is good when it's used by honest people, and it can be very, very dangerous when it's run by the government. Some people who are actually involved in some of the technology, they go to the government thinking they'll get credibility, and we have to talk to the SEC and to see the whole work, and talk to the people that are writing the regulations, and that's the way they will, have an influence. Well, the influence has to be, you people shouldn't exist. What we need to do is get rid of you and let the market decide who's going to make it. Wonderful. I am going to close by thanking you very much for my invitation. Thank you very much because I get encouraged. That's why I come here. I come here because I'm very selfish, because I benefit by meeting you and talking with you and knowing that you want to end the Fed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. Another final round of applause for Dr. Paul. All right, I'm going to recognize our secretary for a moment.
All right, Madam Chair, Karen Ann Harlos from Colorado. I move to suspend the rules, and immediately after showing the results of round 2 of presidential voting, there will be a round 3, to go immediately into nominations for secretary and treasurer, and nomination speeches limited to 2 minutes each. The delegation chairs will then pick up packages for president round 3, vice chair round 1, secretary round 1, and treasurer round 1 to be counted simultaneously. During this time, the memorial presentation will be conducted.
Thank you. Okay. We need to get that motion language on the screen. So stand by for just 1 second.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 1, Madam Chair.
Microphone 1.
Star Child, delegate from California.
Star Child.
I was in the second round of presidential voting, denied the opportunity to vote by my state chair, Adrian Malagon, because I did not have my button, even though he knew I was a delegate. And the button fell off in the incident that happened last night. I went to credentials. He refused to wait for me. I did get a button. Credentials, Mike Seebeck got the button for me. I came back, and Adrian told me it was too late. He would not count my vote.
We're going to handle this on the side. All delegates are responsible for maintaining their credentials, please. please.
I'm
going to handle this on the side, but we've got to proceed to
Madam
a vote
Chair,
on this
Point of
motion.
information, please.
I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chair for a moment, obviously, so I can tend to something. I will be right back. This is non-debatable.
I have a point of information, please.
Is it?
Just clarification.
Yes.
Is this still going to be private ballots, just to confirm that?
These are private ballots.
Okay,
They
thank
will
you.
be passed
Thank
out.
you.
Madam Chair, Mike, for a point of information, is all of these elections going to all be on one ballot, so we're just going to name everybody out, or are these going to all be separate?
Separate ballots.
Okay.
Separate ballots. Okay, I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chair. I'll return in a moment. This is non-debatable. It requires
Right, before I
two-thirds.
do mine, yes. Alrighty. All those in favor, please. It's on the screen. Yep. All those in favor of passing this motion, please rise. All right. It's looking good. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise. That clearly passes. Clearly two-thirds.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, Barry Short, delegate from Utah. I move to provide that presidential candidates who withdraw or are eliminated will be permitted to address the convention for no more than 90 seconds, provided they are here in person.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion?
Motion to amend.
There's no debate. It's to suspend the rules,
This is
isn't it?
non-debatable? Yes.
Motion to amend microphone 3.
1 second.
Yeah.
This was a motion to suspend the rules.
To suspend the rules and to honor the tradition that we have held at these conventions for many, many years, to allow those eliminated from the presidential competition to speak to the delegates before we take the next vote.
Dan Lewis of Illinois, I second it.
Motion to amend.
This cannot be amended. Because this is a motion to suspend the rules. It cannot be amended. And it's not debatable. Is this two-thirds? It's two-thirds. All those in favor, please rise. Please be seated. And if you are in the rows, can you please kneel? All those opposed, please rise. Yeah, that is not two-thirds.
About to ask for Mr. Vice Chair, microphone 1, Dustin Nana from Ohio.
We will show the results. Let's hear from Mr. Nana, and then we'll see the results.
Never mind, I was going to ask for the results.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Take a look. Our secretary is scrolling slowly so you, especially your state chairs, can look at the total vote counts for your states. When we are finished, we will go to vote totals, and I will read the vote totals aloud for those who are following along on a live feed. We're getting to the end. All right, we're at the end. Madam Secretary, when you're ready, we're going to show the vote totals for round 2. All right, here we are. Okay, I'm going to read them aloud. Jacob Hornberger, 4.06%. Lars Mapstead, 13.50%. Chase Oliver, 24.04%. Michael Rechtenwald, 32.16%. Joshua Smith, 6.81%. Mike Termott, 17.78%. Now, I believe we are going to go to balloting right away. Am I? All right, we are. Okay, we are going for nominations for secretary and treasurer. Now, in order to make this nice and neat, I suggest people who are running for secretary come first, and then we do treasurer, but we'll do it as it's brought.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3. Please state your name.
Jeff Coleman, Missouri delegate, first time, long time, with a request for information.
Thank you.
Did this body grab a former president by the pussy last night?
Sit down. It's
Because-
completely out of order. No, sit down. We've got time. We need to get to business. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mike 2.
All right.
Mike
I
two-
believe we're
Mike
going
two.
to nominations. Is that correct? That's orders of the day?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Mike 2.
Microphone 2.
Mike 2, Madam Chair. Ted Brown, delegate from Texas, candidate for U.S. Senator against Ted Cruz. I am happy to nominate Mimi Robson of California for Secretary of the Libertarian National Committee. I knew Mimi in California. She's my good friend. She was secretary and chair of the California Libertarian Party. She's an excellent libertarian, structural engineer, well organized, very capable.
Thank
she
you,
would make
Mr.
an
Brown.
excellent secretary. Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, I wish to nominate my dear friend and our highly competent and esteemed secretary, Ms. Karen Ann Harlos.
Thank you, Mr. Seebeck.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Hi there. Greetings from the Northeast Corner. Jim Baines, Treasurer for Libertarian Party of Maine. I'd like to put into nomination for Secretary, a Lifetime Award winner in Maine, Sean Lavasser, Rockland, Maine.
Thank you very much. Can you state your name again?
Jim Baines.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Carla Howell, Virginia. Point of information, Secretary, Madam Secretary, could you please note which election this is for that's up on the screen? That it's for secretary, right?
Thank you. These are for secretary.
Microphone 3.
Okay, do we have more nominations for secretary?
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
This is Nathan Madden, Arizona. I move to close nominations.
Wait. Hold on. For secretary.
For secretary.
Thank you. Any objection to closing nominations for secretary? Going once, going twice. All right, nominations for secretary are closed. We are going now to nominations for treasurer.
Madam Chair, microphone 3, Dustin Nana, Ohio.
Mr. Nana?
I move to nominate Bill Redpath for treasurer.
Dustin Nana moved to nominate Bill Redpath for treasurer.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Joe DiBiasio, Colorado. I move to nominate Allison Spink for treasurer.
I'm sorry, can you come back and repeat that just because you were kind of soft-spoken? What's your name?
Joe DiBiasio,
Joe DiBiasio.
Colorado.
And what was Allison's last name?
Spink, S-P-I-N-K.
S-P-I-N-K. Thank you.
Yes, Daniel Bledsoe from Texas.
Daniel.
I'd like to nominate Patrick Mitchell for treasurer.
Daniel Bledsoe has nominated Patrick Mitchell for treasurer. Mitchell. We got it. Any other nominations for treasurer?
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
I move to close nominations for treasurer.
It's been moved and seconded to close nominations for treasurer. Any objection? Going once, going twice. All right, nominations for treasurer are closed. Did everyone accept their nominations? All right. Now we need to do the order of speeches. Bear with us. We're going to zoom through this. Candidates, please come to the front. We're going to roll a die to see the order of your speeches. I believe speeches are 2 minutes. Now, once the ballots go out, we are going to do our in memoriam video. We have been trying to get to that, and it is happening. I believe we are waiting on Sean to come to the front. We're working on the order of nomination speeches.
He's on his way.
Mr. Redpath, we're ready for you up front.
Whitney.
Hello, everyone. I'm just helping out someone who's not sure how to formulate a motion, but one of the candidates for treasurer, Mr. Mitchell, was unaware of the nomination petition requirement. And I believe he would like to ask to suspend the rules to give him time during the nomination speeches to gather the 15 signatures. Is that your motion?
Yes, it is. Please, thank you.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. This is a 2/3 vote, and it's not debatable. All right, if you are in favor of the motion, please rise. All right, please be seated. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise. I believe that's 2/3, clearly.
All right, we're getting ready to do nomination speeches for secretary.
Madam Chair, microphone 2. I would like to call for a counted vote.
We've already moved a special rule of order. The room seems to be yelling. We're on our way. Don't believe there's a second. We're
20 seconds will give us a counted vote, Madam Chair.
a counted vote. On what? Yeah, that's also true. A counted vote on what?
A counted vote on the motion to suspend the rules that was just declared to pass.
There hasn't.
The motion that would allow Patrick Mitchell to get extra time to collect nomination signatures that was declared to have passed.
It was clearly 2/3. You want to do a counted vote?
I respectfully request a counted vote.
No. We're going to proceed to a vote. Reading the room, they want to move on, and I'm calling it dilatory. We're going to go to nomination speeches. Thank you, everyone. Please lower your voices. We're going to do secretaries' nomination speeches first. They each have 2 minutes. I believe Ms. Harlos is first.
Well, hello, everyone, again. And a lot of you know me, but there are some things you may not know. So I'm going to do something a little bit unusual. I am having the most important person in the world to me, my most supportive husband, Wayne Harlos, do my nomination speech.
Hello, everybody. You know, when I first met Karen Ann before we were married, I learned that she lived her life under the premise that the way to find happiness is to find what you love and let it kill you. Well, that's what she's done with her job with the secretary. She loves to be the secretary. Another thing that caused me to fall in love with her is the fact that her sense of devotion and her work ethic is beyond reproach. She does more work than any 10 people I've ever known, and that includes me, if there were 10 of me. So, another thing is that she's very, very conscious of ethics in every decision that she makes and every action that she makes. Ethics is one of the most important things to her and always has been. And her work ethic is exemplified by the fact that in all the years that she's been on the LNC, she's only missed one meeting, and that includes committee meetings. And that was because it was Good Friday. Missed one meeting in how many years now? 9 years? Yeah, well, maybe some committee meetings, okay. A lot of you aren't aware of the specialized skill sets and things that are necessary to do the secretarial job. Well, I can promise you, Karen Ann has shown that she has that skill set. That's without debate. And she's as good as they get on that. Also, she is phenomenally good. Am I out of time? I was just getting started. But I would thank you for your attention and your consideration to vote for Karen Ann as secretary.
Up next, we have Mr. Levasseur. No, you're Robson. Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies, Ms. Robson.
Hello, delegates. This is my 13th National Convention, and I'm having a great time. Good to be here with all you libertarians. I'm Sam Goldstein from the Great Libertarian Party state of Indiana, and I'm here to second the nomination of my good friend and longtime colleague in Liberty, Mimi Robson. I appreciate your vote for her today. Thank you.
Yes. Fellow delegates, I'm Ted Brown from Texas, but I used to be from California, and I was state chair there. Mimi Robson was secretary while I was chair. She did an excellent job. She's an ethical, honest, decent, and competent person, and that's certainly what we need on all the positions at this party. I heartily endorse Mimi Robson for secretary.
Hello, delegates. So I am running for secretary. I've been secretary for the State of California Libertarian Party. I've been the secretary for the National Platform Committee. I'm a structural engineer by trade. And because of that, I'm very detail-oriented. I look at things very logically. I'm able to prioritize. That's what I do for a living. I also have been a secretary, though. I'm very efficient at typing. I'm very efficient at our bylaws. I'm very efficient at Roberts. I believe that I would make a good secretary for this party. I know it's a lot of work, and I think that Ms. Harlos has done a fabulous job. But I thought that possibly it was time for me to try this. So I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Robson. Up next is Mr. Levasseur.
Thank you. I'm Sean Levasseur from Maine. I am one of those rare ducks, an elected libertarian. I filled a vacancy on the Knox County Budget Committee back in 2013 and been reelected to it twice. I have served numerous positions in the Maine State Committee, including chair multiple times, including one time when our chair and vice chair disappeared on us. Not fun. We had to practically resurrect the party from scratch. Today, we have ballot access, a full delegation in attendance today, all nominated at our convention, all Maine delegates from Maine, so much so that I'm merely an alternate. I am running today, I've been running for the past 2 months, because as much as the incumbent is very skilled at her job, she calls her secretary her superpower. Her kryptonite is LNC member. And she's lost trust of a lot of us. You don't prove that bylaws are bad by proving it in the manner of being the bad actor that exploits it to disenfranchise delegates. And I care about this party. It's been a tough 2 years. And I believe we can rebuild. My first convention was here in 1998. And the theme then was the road to victory. I believe we should start repaving it here and now. Please elect me to secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lavasser. Up next, we will move on to our treasurer candidates. And yes. And up first would be Patrick Mitchell. Do the tellers have your signatures? Awesome. Here is Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you for your kindness with my mistake earlier. So I'm running for treasurer. I got previous experience as a treasurer. I was for my college fraternity. I was also bookkeeper for LP Texas for a little while. And also with most of the accounting being offloaded to a professional accounting firm, most of this position is going to be just oversight over that, and that's what I do in my everyday job. I'm in Texas Port, and I got to look through the legal details to find where the problem is and get that fixed and make sure everything's good. So I believe with my experience and my skills, I've got the necessary to do this to do a good job in this position. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Up next, we have Mr. Bill Redpath.
Good afternoon, Jim Lark, Virginia delegate. Bill Redpath, 3 times national treasurer, 2 times national chair, state chair, Virginia and Illinois. He's run for every level of political office except United States. In his run for United States Senate in 2008, he put $18,000 of his own money into the ballot access so that Virginians can have a libertarian on the ballot. You will not find a man who is more well qualified to serve as treasurer and who will do a wonderful job helping the LNC move forward.
Fellow libertarians, Bill Redpath has been a friend of mine since 1979 when I was in this party and he was not. We were both at Indiana University as college students. I know him to be a man of integrity through his entire life, dispassionate, meticulous, competent to the extreme. Ladies and gentlemen, your former chair, your former treasurer, the ballot access person who even has this party existing today, Bill Redpath.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Joe. 2 of my best friends back here. They're great men and great friends. And all of you are friends as well. I'd really appreciate your vote. I'm technically qualified to do this. My heart is with this party. I just celebrated my 40th anniversary as a Libertarian Party member. I have an active CPA license in Illinois, and let me tell you, it was hell getting the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation to accept my Virginia CPA license and a transfer to Illinois. That alone was a victory over slothful government, and let's all celebrate that if we can. Thank you very much. I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you to our candidates. We have one more candidate, Ms. Allison Spink.
Hey, thank you. I think most of you don't know me. I'm fairly new to party politics. I have been an accountant for 19 years, the past 15 at billion-dollar public companies, working under stringent SOX controls because the government doesn't penalize the actual criminals, just everyone else. I do have an inactive CPA license because fuck the government and they don't get to tell me how smart I am. I am not your typical accountant. I went into accounting because it was easy for me and it was my path out of poverty. I'm now hoping to use it to be my path out of tyranny. That's my accounting background. As a board member, I am a person that values freedom, love, and truth. I am an objective person that is willing to listen to everyone's input. As Dr. Paul said, the fall is coming. I believe our party's role is to antagonize it and to prepare for it. And I believe that the people in this room are the leaders that will step up when the fall comes. Vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. State delegation chairs, did you also pick up the ballots for vice chair, secretary, and treasurer? Fantastic. If you are a state delegation chair and you did not pick up the ballots for internal party elections in addition to president, please go and grab that. We are going to take a little bit of time to get balloting underway. And when the ballots have been passed to our tellers, we are going to do our memorial video. I do think it's probably a good idea to wait till most of the actual balloting is done so that we are quiet and respectful for our loved ones who have passed away. They are, I'm so sorry. I think that was for what was already on the screen.
No, I'll get a buck separate.
Okay. Our secretary is going to put it up so that it is very clear for all of you.
Delegation chairs, you can hand in your ballot and your tally sheets in any order. There is no set order.
Looks like balloting is well underway. State chairs, those of you who are finished balloting, will you wave at me? Beautiful, beautiful. There's only a few of you. Wonderful, beautiful faces. Continue balloting. Thank you all. State chairs. State chairs, how are we doing on balloting? If you are a state chair and you are still balloting, will you give me a wave? Thank you so much. Good luck.
Where are we at on balloting? Couple states? Still out. Gotcha.
Guys, I think we're about ready for our memorial video. If we could all find our seats. State chairs, have you turned in all of your ballots? Okay, we're still got a few to turn in. Oh, you better not try. I can't hear her. I don't think I want microphones on. If you are not voting, I'd like you to find your seats so that we can get our memorial video underway. Thank you all. So they're not all
Turned in vice chair and president. They didn't go up and get them all in at once. Because I'm looking at state by state, and none of those are blank. Now, there's always a chance that when I show the state by state totals, someone comes up and says, no, my vice chair totals are not correct. It's happened before. Yeah. That margin was enough. I mean, getting his 50% was a big margin. And then now, if that happens, went to another round, we don't know Josh's.
I want us to go to our video. Lisa, we're going to need to do this even though they're noisy still. I'm going to tell them to be quiet. Guys, if we could lower our voices, I think we're going to get ready for our memorial video. We're going to hear for just 2 minutes from Lisa Gansky, who chaired the committee that put this thing together. Thank you guys so much.
I know it's hard to find time. Hi guys, I'm Lisa Gansky. I'm the Secretary of Florida, and I'm the chair of the. Thank you guys. I'm the chair of the Memorial Subcommittee, and today I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to our committee members. Lisa Schlinkert and Nick Gosling are diligent researchers, and Fina Benoen, our video expert, and she's also a candidate. I don't know how she found the time. She put together a wonderful presentation. And also Suzanne Gilmore, she was our official Civi CRM wizard. She helped me find a lot of people. Their dedication and expertise helped us to honor the memories of our fellow libertarian activists, ensuring that their legacies continue to inspire. We've lost a lot of great people the past couple of years. And I'd like to offer a special thanks to Karen Ann Harlos, who entrusted me with leading this amazing team. And she also helped me recruit our Rockstar members. And she's truly an inspiration and one of the hardest working people in the Libertarian Party. And of course, I'd like to thank all of you who reached out to us and helped us make sure that we didn't forget anybody. You really helped us memorialize those people that we've recently lost, and we couldn't have done it without you. As we reflect on the lives and legacies of libertarians from many walks of life, it's important we remember that despite our diverse backgrounds, the paths we take, or the caucuses we support, we're united in our commitment to liberty. I encourage everyone to visit lpedia.org to explore and contribute to the extended biographies of these individuals. Our parent committee, the Historical Preservation Committee, is dedicated to preserving and celebrating our rich libertarian history, and LPedia is a vital part of that effort. Finally, I'd like to mention several individuals we couldn't include in our video, but who are equally deserving of our recognition today. Nelson Barnhouse from Georgia, Jason Echeverria from Florida, Emerson Ellett of New Jersey, Tiffany Madison of Texas, and Daryl Bonner of Pennsylvania, who just passed a couple days ago. And now I'd like to bring Mark Axon out for a moment.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm Mark Axon from New York. I want to thank the committee. I want to thank Lisa. I want to thank the Libertarian Committee for this opportunity to be up here. It's particularly difficult to speak on this podium after Dr. Paul because he's such a great spokesman for liberty. But if you'll indulge me for a minute, I'll tell you a story about another one who I knew very well. And many of you knew Becky Akers from her writing on LouRockwell.com or on in the Freeman or in many other places. She also wrote a couple of historical novels. Back in 2002, when we were researching the Benedict Arnold book, of course, we went everywhere that Benedict Arnold went. So one of the places we went to, there was a reenactment at Saratoga. There was Saratoga 225 battle. So we watched the battle for a little while, and then we decided to go to the British camp. And of course, you know, you can't leave the camp completely unattended, so they left a corporal there. He's sitting in the major's chair, he's smoking the major's pipe, he's having a good time, and he gets into a very heated discussion with Becky. And the first thing Becky says to him is, "You hang Nathan Hale." And he says, "Well, you hang Major Andre." And Becky says, "Oh, that fop." This fellow, without leaving character, looked at me and said, "Sir, control your wench." To which the only thing I could say is, "Sir, but if I could." Becky and I had 41 years, 1 month, and 18 days together. She didn't stop for a minute. Thank you all. That's very meaningful to me. She used to sleep in this T-shirt, Liberty and Death. I mean, it just was so typical of her. And now I understand we have a wonderful video that Lisa and the committee have put together. Thank you.
Government is never going to be properly incentivized to help people. People who were in favor of free market economy and a very limited state.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the committee who put that video together. I appreciate us taking the time to honor those individuals. I'm going to check to see if we're ready to share any vote tallies, totals rather. Are we still turning in ballots? Thank you so much. Okay, the tellers still have quite a bit of tallying to do. They are working as quickly as they possibly can. I know our state chairs are as well. I believe we are going to move to an awards committee presentation in just a moment. If I could have the awards committee come to the front when they're ready, we're going to do a presentation and awards. You can continue to stand at ease. Microphone 2. Awards committee is coming up. We're not going to do motions while we're still balloting, actually. I'm sorry. Hi, everyone. Please find your seats, unless you're a state chair running to turn in ballots. If you're still balloting, continue what you're doing, but everyone else, please lower your voices and come back to your seats. Thank you all so much. We're about to get started with awards. I'd like to introduce the awards committee and Dr. Jim Lark. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Lark, delegate from Virginia, and I have the honor of serving as the chair of the 2024 LP Awards Committee. My colleagues, Dean Davison, Matthew Lucas, Mark Tunievich, and Andrew Watkins, I'd like to thank them for all of the work they put in. There was a great deal of effort that they went into, and I greatly appreciate all of the time and trouble that they invested. I'd also like to thank Matt Hudson and Hannah Kennedy of the LP staff, who were very, very helpful in our efforts. And particularly, I'd like to thank all of you who provided nominations for these awards. So thanks to all of you who tendered nominations. Because of time, we're going to need to whip through this reasonably quickly. We have presented these screens, which I'll advance, assuming that this works properly, and heavens to Betsy it does. There are 5 Libertarian Party awards, as well as the Hall of Liberty. What I shall do, the screens will provide information, the name of the award, information about the award. We'll then advance to the next screen concerning that award. It will provide a list of the previous recipients. And then finally, the third screen associated with will provide the name of the 2024 recipient. We'll go through those 5 awards, and then we'll go to the Hall of Liberty. We will not ask the recipients to come on stage straight away. We will ask them to gather stage right, because we don't want them having to take the time to come from the back of the hall here. We will ask them to gather stage right as we go through the 5 awards in the Hall of Liberty, and then we will bring them out all en masse to receive their awards. And I suggest, if you would, please hold your applause until the end. So if you'll excuse me, I'll whip through this. As you can see, the Samuel Adams Activism Award for effective activism for building party membership, organizing, and the like. Our previous award winners, you can see a very nice list of distinguished libertarians. I'll pause here for a moment so that you can pay tribute, if you will, to them. And then the Adams Activism Award recipient for 2024 is Mr. Mark Montoni. And again, we will ask all of the recipients to gather over there and then come out in one large, wonderful group. The Thomas Paine Communication Award is recognition of outstanding communication of our ideas, our principles, and values. The previous Communication Award recipients, you can see. And then the Paine Award recipient for 2024, Spike Cohen. I wish you were a little more enthusiastic about Mr. Cohen's award. The next award is the Benjamin Franklin Candidate Award. This is one that was more recently established to recognize effective campaigns at the local level and to recognize those who did a wonderful job of communicating libertarian ideas, principles, and values. Our previous recipients are as follows. And the 2024 Franklin Candidate Award recipient is Aaron Lamb of Greensboro, Colorado. The Patrick Henry Candidate Award provides recognition of campaigns at the state or federal level, again, while communicating well the ideas that, of libertarianism, our principles and values. Previous recipients are as follows. And the Henry Candidate Award recipient for 2024, Chase Oliver. The Thomas Jefferson Leadership Award is for recognition of outstanding leadership, of great character and dedication to the principles and goals of the Libertarian Party. Previous recipients are as follows. And the 2024 Jefferson Leadership Award recipient, Dr. Joe Jorgensen. Before we advance to the Hall of Liberty Awards, let me note that the committee had a very difficult time deciding among many splendid nominees. In fact, one of the great joys of being the chair of this committee, being on the committee, is that we were informed about so many great libertarians who are doing great stuff. And so I suspect that many of those who were nominees this time around who were not named, we will be seeing them in the very near future. The Hall of Liberty was established in 2012 by the Libertarian National Committee. As you'll note, it honors lifetime or significant achievement that's been made in terms of a lasting effect of the party as well as the libertarian movement. This differs from the original Jefferson Award, which was for lifetime achievement. In 2012, there was a change to bring about the Hall of Liberty, which broadens the type of contributions to the libertarian movement. It's not just the Libertarian Party. So far, 19 libertarians have been inducted into the Hall of Liberty, and they are as follows. We had 3 inductees this year. They are in no particular order, well, actually in a particular order of alphabetical order by surname: Steve Dosbach, Lawrence Reed, and Jim Turner. Steve Dosbach, you can read of some of his accomplishments. Again, I'll pause for a moment so that you can view these accomplishments. Again, with all of these, by the way, with all of these inductees, we could only put a very small amount of information. They deserve vastly more. We simply didn't have the room for it. Their accomplishments are truly impressive. Lawrence Reed. And Jim Turney. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please present a round of applause for all of the award recipients and Hall of Liberty inductees? And please. Mark Montoni. Mr. Lamb. Aaron Lamb. Spike Cohen. Chase Oliver. Joe Jorgensen.
Jim, would you like to present these?
Steve Dosbach. And Jim Turney. Larry Reed is not here. At the convention, we will make sure that he receives his award. Again, thanks to all of you for your contributions to Liberty. Thanks to you who provided us with so many wonderful nominees. Again, thank you.
Microphone 4.
Okay, microphone 4.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that during the next tallying period, we begin nominations for at-large, allowing 90-second speeches by each one.
Thank you.
Scotty Bowman, Michigan.
Scotty Bowman, Michigan wants 90-second speeches and at large. Let's get our screen back up. Just a moment, Mr. Bowman. Bear with us 1 second. We're also, I was about to inquire about the status of votes. Are our tellers still counting ballots? Everything is in. I believe they are counting. Is that correct? Oh, they're finished. All right. All right. So, AV team, could we please have our screens back for our secretary, if she's ready? She is ready. Okay, and then we're going to pick back up with Mr. Bowman's motion.
Yeah, but I can't see.
Okay, we're on our presidential ballot.
Can we fucking move? Hey, you're blocking us.
All right, we're at the end of the states. Let's go to our vote totals. We have Lars Mapstead at 15%, 15.10%. Chase Oliver at 25.36%. Michael Rechtenwald at 35.17%. Joshua Smith at 4.96%. Mike Termott at 18.19%. Thank you very much. We are going to our vice chair vote totals now. AV, could you please pop off the screen for just one moment? Thank you so much. We're making sure we're on the right screen before we do a reveal, and we are ready. Screen can return to the secretary. Thank you. All right, secretary, when you're ready, please scroll.
Oh, this is close.
We're on the vice chair vote totals. State chairs, checking your state totals. All right, we're almost at the end.
Off the Band-Aid.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. We're ready for the final vote when you're ready. The vote totals. Congratulations to Mr. Rutherford. He is going to be the new vice chair. All right. When everyone's ready, we're going to go to secretary. Let's go to secretary. All right, I know we're excited over vice chair, but let's watch secretary. Our secretary is going to begin scrolling.
It's close too. I think I know this is gonna go. Yeah, it's close.
State chairs, please be watching.
Get up, Tim.
When you're ready, Madam Secretary, we'll go to the vote totals. Rhode Island. Rhode Island, very good catch. Very good catch. Tellers are going to check.
It's possible.
Tellers will check. Good catch. Stand at dis-ease.
It could happen. Rutherford. Always an option. First down. It might be. Big Mark Rutherford said to actually win one instead of losing by one vote or whatever it was to no doubt. Oh. Yeah, what, you're voting for someone who doesn't want to run anymore. Is that actually happening? I don't see her up there. Right in Nancy, right in Kate, right in Patrick. I don't see me. Oh, another one? Yeah. That's true.
Tellers, have you rectified? Was that a scrivener's error? Thank you. Okay, if you're ready, let's go to the vote totals.
That's accurate.
Congratulations to Ms. Karen Ann Harlos. She will be our secretary for another term. Thank you, everyone. For those who are watching, Ms. Karen Ann Harlos received 50.73% of the vote. Shane Levasseur received 13.18% of the vote. Mimi Robeson received 35.08% of the vote. All right, now I believe we had a motion at microphone 4 regarding at large.
Treasurer!
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're jumping to treasurer. My apologies.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, we're going to treasurer.
Okay.
Yes, our secretary will scroll. State chairs, please be watching.
Allison Spink.
No, this is done.
Texas. Rip off the Band-Aid.
Washington. That's red.
All right, if we're ready, we'll go to the vote totals.
It's clearly red pack.
Congratulations, Mr. Redpath. You will be our new treasurer. All right, now we are back to our motion. Microphone 4 regarding the at-large ballots.
I'm going to restate the motion slightly different. I move that we go to at-large elections with 1 minute speeches.
I believe we're
nominations.
going to move to suspend the rules. Is that what you said?
Yes, if suspension of the rules is necessary, then yes, I will
Yes.
insert that.
To go to at-large elections with 1 minute nominating speeches. To go to the... Well, we're going to vote on it, and then you guys are going to make the call, right? Hang tight. We'll try to do it very quickly.
Oh, and during the counting of the remaining elections.
During the counting of...
The remaining elections. So I'm not stepping on vice president or how many ballots we need for president.
We are still on president. During the counting of the...
Right, during tallying breaks.
Okay. We'll figure out this wording. I see what you're trying to...
Thank you.
Move to suspend the rules to go to the at-large nominations with 1 minute speeches during the tallying of presidential race round 4 and any other tallying.
And after VP.
Would that also include... Okay, this is getting a little messy.
Okay, we'll
okay.
go to nominations, just
Right.
not the voting before VP.
Gotcha. We're just doing nominations. Understood. Okay. I believe the idea is that we want to hear people, we want people to turn in their nomination papers. First, I believe y'all have to have 15 votes on a nomination paper, and then you're going to do a 1 minute speech while we're tallying the presidential race round 4 and maybe any other tallying. This is a suspension of the rules, so it's non-debatable. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye!
All opposed? Nay! The motion does not have 2/3, it fails.
Request a standing vote, Madam Chair.
No. So sorry, it doesn't have 2/3. At best, it could have half. Okay, so,
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
microphone 2.
Madam Chair, I move to suspend the rules to permit the newly elected vice chair to give a 2-minute acceptance speech.
Does that have a second? Okay, it needs a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. All in favor?
Aye!
All opposed? Okay, moving right along. We need another ballot for our presidential elections.
Microphone 2.
Microphone 2?
Over here.
Hi there.
Can the choir sing before we get too hungry?
Let me get this tallying situation or this balloting situation ready, and we're going to jump
Yeah.
to you as quickly
Then
as I can.
You just say choir and we'll all run up, okay?
Gotcha. Okay, tellers, where are we at on presidential ballots? Are we ready? All right, we're starting our next round of balloting for our presidential candidates. It is 6:30 p.m. Do we want to stay till we're done? Be thinking about it.
Why are you trying to stall us with?
I'm your hostage, but I'm also holding you hostage. It's a very toxic relationship. We'll get through
Who are
it.
you working for? Who are you working with? With whom are you working, sir? Who are you working with? Who are you here with? Why are you stalling our convention? Why are you doing that? What is the point?
Please back off, sir.
Why are you doing that?
Please back off, sir.
Why?
Please back
Why?
off, sir.
Why? 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 Why are you doing that? Why are you typing out at this microphone? Why are you standing at this microphone?
You've reached a point of harassment, sir. Please back off.
Why are you standing at this microphone? Why won't you give anybody else a chance at the
Madam Chair,
You've
point of
reached a point of
information on
harassment,
microphone
sir.
3.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Can you please give us an idea, or somebody give us an idea, of how many at-large candidates there may be from the paperwork turned in?
That would be a wonderful idea. That's great information to know. One moment, please, and I will give you an idea. I will go hunt down the papers and our secretary will hunt it down and find out.
Yes. I think they are acquiring ballots. Yeah.
Can we get the candidate list back up on the screen, please?
One moment, I will make sure you get that candidate list right back up on the screen.
Mr. Vice Chair, microphone 3.
What is this?
I'm trying to make a motion. This is Dustin Nana from Ohio. Is a motion in order at this time?
It is not.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to have 23 at-large candidates right now. Our secretary is putting our presidential candidates back up on the screen. I want to make a reminder to anybody who didn't get their paperwork in now, you need to get your paperwork in. Get your nominating paperwork in.
I'm coming.
Possibly 25 people running for at-large. That would mean 25 minutes worth of nomination speeches.
waiting on Martin.
We want all of you alive and working for liberty, whatever their outcome.
Madam Chair, mic 4. Point of a thank you, I guess.
Microphone 4.
I just wanted to say thank you to the people that put together the memoriam video.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That was Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Oh, we're voting.
Microphone 2.
Madam.
Microphone 3.
Microphone 2.
Not microphone 3, microphone 2. Hi.
Point of personal privilege. I
Yes.
wanted to congratulate all the women who brought their children to the Libertarian National Convention. We waited and waited for you ladies to come, and we are so happy to welcome you and your children here. Thank you to all the delegates who put their leadership behind our larger family and supported us through this.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who brought their kids.
Madam Chair, microphone 1. Chris Kinnear, delegate from Orange County, California.
Mr. Chris Ganir.
I'd like to make a motion
Wait.
in the interest of time.
Mr. Ganir, we can't do a motion while we're balloting. We need to wait a little bit longer. I hate to do it to you, but you need to hover around that microphone till it gets a little less crazy, because no one is going to hear you. Can you please? Okay, I want to recognize you.
Announcement at microphone 2. Madam Chair.
Microphone 2.
For those of you who are hungry and have already voted, Georgia has more peaches right over here by microphone 2. Come get a snack.
Thank you so much, Georgia, for offering peaches and Southern hospitality. I am working on getting something for our tellers. The rest of you, if you want to get delivery, I would not blame you. We need to keep as many people in the room as possible, so please don't run off. But yeah, that's the situation right now.
Yeah.
Announcement at microphone 3.
I'm going to ask that everybody wait on announcements for 2 minutes so I can finish an urgent thing I'm trying to do for our tellers. Thank you.
Where are the peaches up there? Georgia.
Well, whether it's next or not.
They're over that direction.
Microphone 3, announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ladies of Liberty Alliance is hosting a ladies' night tonight in the LPRC Hospitality Suite, the Colorama Suite, at 8:30 to 10:30. We'd like to invite you to come enjoy champagne, refreshments, and music with the Ladies of Liberty Alliance.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Could I please see Jerry, Tubb, Rohrbach, Kendall, Ludden, and Larry Sharp on the side of the stage?
Speeches, 11-minute speech, plus the VP candidates. We're just blowing off the ballot. I don't know. Let's see what happens with these results. How many tickets did we sell? See what happens for those people going to vote?
How are we doing on balloting? Has every state received their ballots? It looks like everyone's in the middle of counting.
Which is a lot of people. That's the nice thing about coming to national convention. Less people than you think. What about like a big kind of like not a bus, but like a van where you just sleep and they just drive you around all night?
Probably don't stand next to us, Mike.
All right, I believe that most of the states have turned in their ballots. I know the great state of Texas is still balloting. If everyone could please make their way to their seats.
Madam Chair, announcement mic 2.
Where was?
Mic 2.
Mic 2, and then Mr. Chris Ganir, we're going to come back to his motion, but go ahead.
Austin Hugan from Texas. I wanted to extend an invitation to the states east of the Mississippi. I've already contacted the ones west of the Mississippi. Sorry, I haven't got to you so
Okay.
soon.
Just, we can't hear you. Sorry, everyone, if you could be quiet.
Hello, y'all. I am Austin Hugen from Texas. I started a Discord server for IT professionals in serving libertarian parties so that we could share our knowledge and be support for each other. If you have not been contacted by me yet, please come and visit me in Texas, and I will help you get an invite to this Discord server so that we can share our knowledge, our learnings, and support each other with technical questions and help get this party going good.
Thank you. Mr. Ganir, where are you?
So he left the microphone and I don't see him anywhere.
Okay. Did you have some?
I know what he was going to do.
Okay. Are you
I-
trying to do that
no,
for him?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I was hoping we would find him, I guess.
Thank you. All right, I don't believe we have any pending motions or anything.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
I'm sorry, could you speak up just a little bit?
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1. If everyone could quiet down just a little bit. Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, Mark Montoni from Colorado. Can we have the audience shout out to the whole world what taxation is?
I'm sorry, it was a little unclear, so I want everybody to be very quiet. What is taxation? Fantastic. Okay, if there's no other pending motion or business.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3, and then we're coming back to 1.
Thank you.
Mr. Madden.
Hi, Madam Chair, Jacob Luria, Colorado. I move to amend the agenda and insert the vice presidential nomination immediately following the election of president. This way we can have a complete ticket by the end of the convention that clearly demonstrates the will of the delegates. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Luria, please stay where you're at because I'm going to need you to restate that for our secretary in just one moment.
Sure.
Mr. Luria from Colorado.
Okay, so, yeah. Starting nomination now while that counting is going. Okay.
Mr. Luria, could you please
Yes.
restate your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I move to amend the agenda and insert the vice presidential nomination following the election of the president. This way we can have a complete ticket by the end of convention that clearly demonstrates the will of the delegates. This would imply that we would open the floor for nominations for vice president right now.
Okay, so 1 second. There was a motion earlier to do our at-large elections. And that failed, right? Okay, so then vice presidential nominations are the next item on the agenda.
That's not orders of the day.
And at-large is last.
You would have to amend the agenda to change
Point
orders
of order,
the day.
Madam Chair. The vote for at-large is to be next passed by voice vote.
Okay. Does everyone understand what's on our agenda? Okay.
LNC elections.
There is confusion on our agenda because things have been moved around and people are tired and we're on one of our ballots. I don't know which one we're on. So bear with us. We need to get the actual agenda on the screen, and our secretary is also looking up another parliamentary inquiry. So we have a lot going on. Here we are. Nomination and elections for POTUS and vice POTUS.
That is not correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
The election of party officers and at-large members is on our agenda before nominations and elections for president and vice
Okay.
president. There was a motion earlier to amend the agenda to move president only.
Okay.
So under the orders of the day,
One second, Mr. DiBianca, because they're thinking the agenda was amended, so I'm looking at the motions that have been passed. Okay, so the rules were suspended earlier to do just officers simultaneously with POTUS. Just officers. Then that would bring us back to vice presidential nominations.
no, Madam Chair, we have to do all of the party officers and at-large members. That
Well,
is what
that's-
is on our agenda.
That's totally fine, but I do not believe that was on the agenda.
That was absolutely on the adopted agenda.
Who made the motion?
It was over at microphone 4.
Point of order. Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, I believe that the member who is speaking with you has not been recognized at all. He merely interrupted what you were saying to give his arguments. I believe that you should rule him in at least this conversation.
Madam Chair, this is-
I call for orders of the day.
Yeah, we're on orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
The at-large motion did not pass. We did take a vote on it. We did not have
That
two-thirds.
motion was to start doing nominations during counting.
Ms. Raj, we're not recognized. We need to move through. Mr. Luria's motion is technically not in order because it is orders of the day.
Madam Chair, there's an additional problem as well that the delegates should consider, which is that the...
Mr. Stark, can you speak up?
Sure, is this better?
And is this a point of order or a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Perhaps as a point of parliamentary inquiry. I can word it this way. If we were to go to VP right away, wouldn't that interfere with Rule 7, Paragraph 4, which says that the presidential nominee, whoever he is, gets to make a recommendation to the delegates as far as who he or she would like to run with?
Okay.
So keep that in mind, folks.
Thank you. All right, and I believe we have some vote results in.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
There were 2 votes for the at-large motion. One was for 90 seconds, one was for 1 minute. The 90-second motion failed, the 1-minute motion passed.
Okay. Our secretary doesn't have it, but we're going to double check. I do not personally care which order we do this in. We're going to do it in the order that we voted on. And if we don't like that order, then we can re-vote it.
Moved up those 3 offices specifically.
The motion yesterday was just to move president and only president. Okay. What she posted on there, she's gonna vote for it.
All right.
No, neither one. I had a different motion.
Do the vote again? Why is this, we make the motion to open up nominations? Did the 60-second version pass? I'm trying to get really
All right, let's hear our vote totals. 1 second. And Mr. Bowman's motion did not intend to skip V. POTUS, by the way. That was a discussion we had.
She's saying you didn't want to skip the your motion only.
That is a different.
I thought she was talking about.
Sorry.
Indiana.
AV, will you turn off our secretary's screen for just a moment? Thank you so much. All right, screen can come back on for our secretary, please.
Oh.
Beautiful. Okay, here's our most recent round of balloting. State chairs, we've got your presidential vote tallies on the screen, everyone. Pull your attention to the screen. We're checking vote tallies.
You have a point of order. He has a point of order. You have a point of order. I have a point of order. I don't know. You two work. What's your point of order? Or let's look at this first. All right. She doesn't. She's giving you her place.
All right, we're scrolling. Please pay attention.
I will give you a cookie if you steal.
We're almost to the end. All right, we're at the end. Madam Secretary, when you're ready, we'll see the vote totals. All right. Here we are. Lars Mapstead, 15.60%. Chase Oliver, 25.93%. Michael Rechtenwald, 37.60%. Mike Termott, 19.64%. Thank you, gentlemen. Our secretary is going to consult with the tellers to see how they're doing. It looks like we're going to a 5th round.
Yes, that's a point of information. What's next?
Well, that's the thing is we're trying to speed things up and get at-large nominations while we do tallying for round 5 for president.
Didn't they announce at large? They said there was 23.
No, there hasn't been any nominations yet.
Okay.
That's the reason why we're trying to move things forward so we have a full LNC and a full ticket.
Paging Spike Cohen to the front of the room. Oh, there he is. So here, our tellers need 10 uninterrupted minutes to get these packages ready. Guys, I need your attention for a minute. All right, our tellers need 10 uninterrupted minutes. Please do not bother them. I do not think we should do nominations for anything while this is going on. I think they should be completely focused on that. Would you like to hear first from Spike Cohen for 10 minutes while they get us ready?
Point of order. I just want to clarify what we go to next. After that, we're going to at large, correct?
We are clarifying that right now. So
Okay,
I will address your point of order when Mr. Cohen is done.
Okay, thank
We'll
you.
stand at ease right now.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Mark Montoni from Colorado. The same 6 to 8 individuals have had the vast majority of the microphone time over the last couple of days. Can you make sure that we recognize people in a rotating basis?
Sure, certainly.
And when they are at the mic and they ask something or make a motion, ask them to sit down and let other people have a turn at the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Montoni.
Microphone 2.
I have a point of
Microphone
information.
4.
Point of information.
Point of information. Request for information, right?
Microphone 3.
Was it microphone 3 or 4? I thought I heard microphone 4. It's okay. It's
2.
microphone 3 in the back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that if we start the vice presidential selection before we have our presidential nominee, then some of the candidates
Wait,
who
we've already addressed that. Thank
do
you
not
so
make
much.
it to president cannot be running for vice president.
We've-
So it
yes.
makes sense to not do vice president until we
Okay.
have our presidential nominee.
Yes,
Thank you.
we've already addressed that. Thank you so much. Spike Cohen, will you please come
Microphone
save
2.
me from any more points?
Microphone 2.
No one else is recognized for 10 minutes. We're going to get things together and we're going to go forward with business.
How's everyone doing? I hate to briefly interrupt that. That seemed like a tremendous amount of fun, so I apologize for that in advance. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you guys for being a part of this. As fun as it is, it's still something that deserves thanks. 4 years ago, this party granted to me the second greatest honor of my life. The first greatest honor, of course, was when my wife-to-be Tasha said "I do" in front of me, a priest or a pastor, a rabbi, and several hundred witnesses, thereby proving that it was indeed not just a phase. But the second greatest honor of my life was bestowed upon me by you guys when you nominated me to be your vice presidential candidate. I haven't stopped fighting to spread liberty since, and I hope I'm serving you well. I hope I'm doing you proud. 2 years ago in Reno, I stood in front of you, well, not here in Reno, but like this, and I encouraged everyone that no matter who won and no matter who lost, that we stop trying to create a duopoly within this party, that we drop the fighting at least in between the elections, and that we work together to fight for liberty. And as we all know, that is exactly what happened. Thank you. No, that's the funniest thing you'll hear today. No, listen, guys, this is a crucial moment for the Libertarian Party. Yes, we are picking our leadership and we're picking our candidates for 2024, but it's more than that. We are answering some existential questions here. What is the purpose of the Libertarian Party? What is the future of the Libertarian Party? Do we even have a future? Now, I believe that we do have a future. In fact, I'll go even further than that. I believe we have to have a future because we're the only ones who understand this. We're the only ones who get it. There isn't a single other candidate or political party in this country who understands the real problem that America is facing. And even with the best of intentions that they may have, if you don't understand the problem, you're only going to make it worse. We are necessary. Now, as some of you may have heard, Donald Trump spoke to our delegates last night. I don't know if you caught that. And he made a lot of promises that were promises of things that we liked. He also said a lot of things you didn't like, but you already let him know that. One of the biggest promises he made, in my mind, was to free Ross Ulbricht. And I am very glad that happened. Even if he didn't actually do it, he just helped to make that mainstream, which also makes it more politically expedient, and it means it's much more likely to happen. But gosh, if only there was some way for us to know what Donald Trump would actually do if he were to actually get elected president. My goodness. When he promises to drain the swamp If only there was some way we'd know if he'd actually do that, or if instead he'd make it bigger and more powerful and more costly than ever before. You know, hypothetically. If only when he promises to fight the deep state, we had some way of knowing if he actually meant that, or what if he actually meant was that he was going to stand side by side with Anthony Fauci while they told us 15 days to slow the spread, and then a couple weeks later tell us 30 days to slow the spread, and then for the next several months complain about Fauci while simultaneously signing every bill that Fauci needed to have more power and more control than ever before, while he forced the states into lockdowns and censored all of us. You know, hypothetically. If only when he promises to protect our right to keep and bear arms, we had some way of knowing if he was actually going to do that, or if instead what he was going to do is say, take the guns first, due process later, support red flag laws and bump stock bans and suppressor bans and everything else, because the liberal media scared him into doing it. If only when he says he's going to get Washington's financial mess under control, what he actually meant was that he was going to sign the largest spending bills in history, even to this day, passing on massive amounts of inflation to us now and passing on to future generations untold amounts of debt with interest to have to pay off. If only when he says America first, we had some way of knowing if he actually meant that, or if he actually meant the government first, and the military-industrial complex second, and big pharma third, and the Israeli government fourth, and the Saudi Arabian government fifth, and the American people sometime long after that. You know, hypothetically. Listen, in 2016, Donald Trump ran on three main promises that libertarians liked. He was going to drain the swamp, he was going to eliminate the national debt, and he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton. Now, we're in the swamp right now, and it's murkier than ever before, and it grew by leaps and bounds under Donald Trump. Not only did he not eliminate the national debt, he ran up $8 trillion of debt. He almost beat Barack Obama's debt record. He did it in one term, he almost did it. And as you know, instead of locking her up, he locked us down. That is what this party is up against. And as you also may know, the day before, Bobby Kennedy came here and spoke to us. His speech went a little bit better. But, you know, I'm glad that Bobby Kennedy's running. I'm glad that he's running, and I'm glad that Americans have as many choices as they can have to vote for. And frankly, Bobby said quite a few things that we agree with. He's also said that gun rights groups are terrorist organizations. And he has said that people who deny climate change should be prosecuted. And he has said that the government should subsidize home mortgage prices. And he said that government-funded colleges should use race-based quotas, and a lot of other things we disagree with. But honestly, all of that pales in comparison to what he said to the California Libertarian Party convention earlier this year, where he called privatization a sin and a crime, and said that the sure sign of a society's collapse is decentralization of government power and the privatization of government-run property. I want to be very clear about something. And again, I'm glad Bobby's running, and I love a lot of what he has to say. Bobby Kennedy is not a fellow traveler who just happens to get it wrong on a few things. Bobby Kennedy is someone who is openly hostile to the precepts of libertarianism, and he happens to get it right on a few things. That is what we are up against. And as you know, Joe Biden is also running for president. He may not know that he's running for president, but Joe Biden knows that he's running for president. Now, I have put together this comprehensive list of bad things that Joe Biden has done. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Here we go. Excuse me. Sorry, this will only take a moment. Virtually every single thing Joe Biden has done in his entire life. There we go. That's compelling. It's a compelling argument. This is what the Libertarian Party is up against. Now, there are other people running as well. You have Cornel West and Jill Stein and the Unicorn Lady and quite a few others. And it's good that these people are running. And again, many of them are saying things that we like. But I want to be very clear about something. Every single one of them, Trump, Kennedy, Biden, all of them have the same thing in common. They think that the problem with our government is that the wrong people are in charge doing the wrong things. And once the right people are in charge doing the right things, there's no limit to how big and expensive and intrusive in your life they want it to be. We are the only ones who understand what the founders knew over 200 years ago. The problem with the government is the government. The government is a monopoly of authority, a self-imposed monopoly of authority that is financed with extortion and enforced with violence and threats of violence. It's a protection racket with a flag and a theme song. And the founders, well, most of the founders understood that an organization like that has no real reason to do anything but waste your money, make your life harder, grandstand on your suffering, and use it as an excuse to take even more money and power from you. And that is why they recognized, again, most of them recognized, that government was an evil. They saw it as a necessary evil, but they thought it was an evil nonetheless. And that's why they sought to strictly limit it to a small handful of duties and leave everything else to the states and, more importantly, to you, individual human beings, the people. Now, those restrictions are fantastic as long as they're actually abided to. And the problem is they're not being abided to because our elected officials are not being expected to respect us as individual human beings and treat us as such. They do not see us as people who can live our lives better than any politicians or bureaucrats here in D.C. or in our state capitals can. And so instead of letting us live our lives, they keep getting government more and more out of our way. We are the only ones who understand that the solution is to get government out of the way. Now, there was a very interesting effort, and it's not the first time it's happened, that there was a very interesting effort, and hopefully might be the last one, but it may happen again, an effort to nominate an anti-libertarian candidate as the libertarian nominee, with the idea that if we did it, we might get more votes and more attention. Just think, folks. If we run a candidate for president who is openly hostile to libertarianism, we might qualify for the debates. And millions of Americans, and not to mention many other millions around the world, will get exposed to libertarianism for the first time from someone who's openly hostile to libertarianism. Oh, but hear me out. Not only that, we might even get 5%, giving us major party status and ensuring that in every single election cycle, we will be pressured to run another anti-liberty candidate to maintain our status, thereby becoming an active detriment to the liberty movement. And all we have to do to get this incredible deal is demonstrate to the American voter and to ourselves that we are worse than what we seek to replace. Let's be very clear about something. Republicans and Democrats usually hold out to actually win before they sell out. If we are willing to sell out our principles and run someone who is hostile to our ideas for the possibility of 5%, imagine what we do to win. No. A libertarian party like that is a waste of every dollar, every penny, and every second that has ever been spent on it. So we're never going to do that again, right? Good. That's right. We are not a last resort for the newest candidate to fail to get the Republican or Democratic nomination ever again. We are not that. We are not here for catchy slogans. We are not here for dubious campaign promises, and we're sure as hell not here to be some squishy centrist party that's scared of its own shadow. We are here for one thing, a revolution. We are here to get the government the hell out of the people's way. We are here to end the IRS and the FBI and the ATF and the DEA and the CDC, and I'm pretty sure I already said the FBI, but hell, we're going to do it twice. And a slew of other alphabet agencies and departments. And yes, of course, we are here to end the Federal Reserve. I know how to get the air horn. We are here, that's right, we are here to put America first by putting the American people first. We are here to end the endless wars and the endless occupations and the endless spending and the endless debt and the endless inflation and the endless regulatory creep. And we are here to ensure that there will never be another lockdown or mandate or any other regulatory agency power grab ever again. We are here to tell the American people one thing. We respect you. We know that you can lead your life far better than any swamp creature can, and we're going to take the power out of their hands and put it back in yours where it always belongs so that you can live your life. We are here. The Libertarian Party is here to fight for a freer America. Now, who's with us? Thank you.
Thank you, Spike Cohen. We're about to address a point of order. We're almost done checking all of our schedule amendments. In the meantime, Dan Johnson, could you come up front because we need you just for a second? Everybody hang tight and please be respectful. Mics will stay off. Dan Johnson, where are you from? Is it South Carolina? Okay. North Carolina. Dan Johnson from North Carolina. We're just, if I could have everyone's utmost, most sincere attention and absolute deathly silence. Very, very quiet, because I have something really important to announce. Thank you guys so much.
At the 2018 New Orleans convention, I met my current partner, Sarah Brady. The first 2 years, we had several arguments because I was more of a right libertarian and she was more of a left libertarian, but we've kind of come around on that. We've had 2 beautiful children together, Alexander Isaac and Leonidas Valentine. You always think a lot about what the right moment, who the right people are, who do you want around you when you make important life decisions. And the family that we've had, and really the only family I've ever had outside of my immediate family, is libertarians, is you guys. And I don't know what that says about me, but we'll leave that to that. So I would like to call my beautiful partner, Sarah Brady, up to the stage, please. Yeah. The light of my life and actually smarter than me. If you could join me on stage, please. We have been together. We have been through hard times and good times together. And today, in front of all of our friends, I don't know if I can kneel and bring the microphone down. Sarah Brady, would you officially, publicly marry me?
Yes. All right. That was entirely in order. All right. Madam Secretary, would you mind addressing us regarding where we're at in business and why? Because we had 3 motions at least about amending the agenda. So let's catch up to where we're at right now.
Okay, I had to go back through a tangle of minutes, and this room is very echoey. It's not the best draft minutes. And anyone concerned about misspellings, by the way, those will not be in the final. This is just to help you guys follow along. However, the agenda was originally amended to do all of the LNC first, and then presidential and vice presidential. But we had the special order for Saturday morning in order to have the presidential debate. Then there was a motion to suspend the rules to interrupt, and Friday, if you remember in the afternoon, we had the nomination speeches for chair. Then there was another motion to have the chair debate. And then after the chair debate, there was another motion to interrupt the LNC elections with only the presidential nomination so that there would be somebody to be up there to oppose Trump afterwards. And then we moved into presidential, and then I moved part of the rest of the LNC to be mixed in while we were doing presidential. But after untangling that whole mess, we are not on vice presidential, we are on the remainder of the LNC.
All right, I'm going to make a short announcement, and then we're going to maybe see what you guys want to do. So we are still balloting. Where did it go? Where did it go? A note from our hotel. A note from our hotel. Well, it's up to you how you choose to respond. I just wanted to point out that the longer you wait, the worse the quality of food will be. We can't remake or replate 200 plates of food. Hopefully you guys will finish earlier than expected. Now, I think the business that we're doing is very important, but I also think that it's my duty as your chair to inform you that we have 200 plates of food for the gala, and they're not going to be able to replate 200 plates of food. They wanted me to pass that along, so I'm doing that for you. But it's entirely up to you. We have business to attend to. We have several different paths forward, and I'm open to hearing how you'd like to address things. All right. I believe we're going to be on at-large elections. But we're still balloting. I believe, where are we at on balloting? All right, let's find out. All right. Oh, can we please, AV team, can we have floor mics back, please? Thank you so much.
I seek recognition at microphone 2. Madam Chair, I am requesting that this body indulge the Libertarian Party choir for 5 minutes and only 5 minutes.
All right. So what
While
I'm trying to
balloting.
do right now is wait until it's an appropriate time so that you will be received positively. I
Okay.
promise I have you in mind.
Sounds good.
Microphone
Madam,
back there. 3.
microphone 3. Reese Smith, delegate from Pennsylvania.
I cannot hear microphone 3. Hang tight 1 second.
I'm sorry, what, Madam Chair? Hello?
Can you speak up? Thank you.
Reese Smith, delegate from Pennsylvania. I move to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to insert the vice presidential nomination immediately following the election of president so we can have a complete ticket by the end of the convention that clearly demonstrates the will of the delegates.
All right.
Madam Chair, point of order. This is
Okay.
dilatory. We already voted this down less than an hour ago.
One
No,
second.
Madam Chair?
No. We're going to take 1 second. No one is recognized right now. AV team, when you are ready and able, could you please get our secretary's screen back up?
Point of order, Madam Chair? Point of order, Madam Chair?
Okay. That particular motion has not been made before, so it is not out of order. The challenge with amending the agenda over and over again is that it becomes a little bit difficult to keep track of. So it has been moved and seconded to suspend the rules, so it's non-debatable, to go to the V. POTUS nominations before the at-large nominations.
I move to call the question.
Point of order, Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Hold on 1 second. Let's make sure we've got this right before we go to the point of order at mic 4. Do we have the wording of this motion correct? Mr. Reese Smith, is this correct?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Point of order, microphone 4.
Kate Prather, Texas. I see ballots still out, and I believe we're not supposed to move on to business while ballots are still out.
Fair enough. All right, so we're not going to vote on a motion while ballots are out. We're going to wait until all of the ballots are turned into the tellers.
Point of information, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. Could the chair make sure everyone is aware, if we at some point run out of time and we have not completed at-large elections, how are the vacancies filled and by whom?
Vacancies, according to the bylaws for at-large, not for officers, are filled according to the LNC. Vice presidential candidate is ambiguous in the bylaws. You could infer that that's also filled by the LNC. At-large is very explicit. Vice president is less explicit.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Point of information.
Point of privilege.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Is there any availability for this hall tomorrow morning?
We have this physical space tomorrow morning. We do not have AV, but we have the physical space.
Point of privilege, microphone 3. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Just for the secretary, my name is spelled R-E-E-C-E.
C.
Yes,
C as in
thank
cat.
you.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay, we're still balloting, but once we're done balloting, we're going to revisit Mr. Reese's motion.
Madam Chair.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1. Aaron Starr, California. So I want to understand Article 14.
Is this a point of order?
It's perhaps a point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry?
Is it not in order this time? So I would like to get your understanding of Article 14, Section 3, the second sentence, which reads 2/3 of the entire membership of the National Committee may, at a meeting, fill a vice presidential vacancy, and if necessary, a simultaneous presidential vacancy. I want to know if your understanding of it is, what your understanding is of that.
Let me read it. Sorry.
So, are they still trying to do that move to suspend the rules, or did that get shot down and we just don't have notes on it yet?
I wanted to suspend the rules to extend time until at-large elections.
I was going to suggest, I wasn't going to do that. I was going to suggest that we get started with at-large nominations and speeches during balloting.
Well, then she can make that adjustment. But if we say we're going to be here until they're complete,
You feel free, because I like the motion. Necessary, because we don't adjourn till we adjourn, but I think it'd get a feel for the room.
is there a motion? Do you need a motion to adjourn?
You do need a motion to adjourn, yes, and that's always in order, and it's only a majority, so we don't want an adjournment.
Mr. Starr,
So even if you make that motion, somebody can still vote to adjourn.
my understanding is that particular bylaw is talking about death or resignation or disqualification, not finishing a meeting on time.
Okay. I guess my interpretation was different, that there's two separate sentences there. My interpretation is that there's two separate sentences there, and they each have separate meanings.
My understanding of it is that it's the second sentence is referring to the sentence immediately prior to it.
Okay, well, thank you for telling me your understanding.
The good news is we're here right now.
Madam Chair, point of information, microphone 1.
Microphone 1, point of information.
I have been instructed to inform the body that there is pizza at the Colorado
You were not
delegation.
instructed to form the body of that? Where was it?
He
Colorado?
He told me to
Okay.
tell everybody they got pizza at Colorado.
Okay, there you go, Colorado. Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 3. She can't hear me.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Would it be possible to get a list of the at-larges that have submitted paperwork on the screen?
Well, they haven't been nominated yet, so I think we should probably do nominations first, but I am amenable to making that happen as quickly as possible.
Can we then move on with that? Because we've been doing it during balloting.
Is balloting finished? Are we still counting ballots, or do the tellers have all of the ballots? I think the tellers have all of the ballots, and I think we're going to come back to Mr. Reese-Smith's motion. Okay, the tellers have all of the ballots. Guys, please return to your seats and pay attention because we have a motion on the floor.
May I?
Mr. Reese-Smith?
Point of
If that's you asking, may I? Yes. But if it's not, no, you may not. All right. Reese-Smith moved to suspend the rules to go to the V. POTUS nominations and election before the at-large nominations and elections. Guys, are you aware of what we're about to vote on? It's not debatable. I need everybody to read the motion on the screen and to lower your voices. Lower your voices. Less talking. All right. I need to know what we're going to do next in elections. If you want to move to suspend the rules to go to V. POTUS nominations after POTUS is concluded, before the at-large nominations and elections, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, that's not 2/3. We're going to do one standing vote, and then we're going to figure it out, and then we're going to move forward. All those who are in favor of suspending the rules to go to the V. POTUS nominations before at-large, V. POTUS next. Stand, stay standing while a few of us check you. Please be seated. All those opposed, if you are opposed, stand up. The motion passes.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Appeal ruling of the chair.
Point of order. Madam Chair.
Second.
Call for division.
Division. 20 seconds.
Division. We have 20.
Do we have 20 seconds?
It was clear to 4 of us on the stage.
Pointed.
Division.
Point
You
of
want division?
information.
Okay.
Point of information. Microphone 4.
We'll do division. We'll do division. No, they have 20 people. That's fine. All right.
Yeah.
Those who are in favor, please stand up. The motion is move to suspend the rules to go to the V. POTUS nominations and election before the at-large nominations and elections. So if you are in favor of concluding the presidential nomination once that's done, and then selecting your vice presidential nomination, you're standing right now. If you do not want to do that, if you want to do at-large and vice president last, then you would be sitting. So standing. Do we want to count off? All right, we're going to count off. Do you want me to jump off the floor and count you right now? Tellers are coming. Okay, so hang tight. Tellers, how do you want to do this? Are you going to count state by state? Okay, the tellers are going to count their zones. I do not want to see anyone walking in the aisles right now. If you are walking in the aisles, you need to go immediately to the back of the room because you're not going to be counted. Get to your state delegation immediately. And everyone, pin. Delegate pin. Thank you. Complete silence for our tellers. Let's please get through this quickly. You may start. Guys, I need your attention. I need your attention. The noes need to stand. Opposed to suspending the rules to go to V-POTUS nominations before at-large nominations. You are opposed. Please stand. Everyone else, hold still, stay in your seats. Noes are being counted right now. Quiet.
Thanks to California. Madam Chair, point of order. Aaron Adams, Oklahoma
We're going to
delegate.
wait until the vote totals are turned in. Motion failed. 467 to 335.
Madam Chair, point of order, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
I was trying to get up before we voted, but just for clarity, can we have a current credentials report? We haven't had one since this morning.
Let's get a credentials report. If our credentials chair, Mr. Josh Lavka, could help us out with an updated credentials report, that would be a great idea.
Yeah, they have to.
Steve, are you still making a motion?
Mr. Hlavka, are you working on that? Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I seek recognition at microphone. Oh, wait, no, wait. You're doing credentials. Sorry.
Are you still need?
But at the appropriate point. Thank you.
Here we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So currently we have 930 delegates checked in. That means quorum is 372. A majority is 466, and 2/3 is 620.
Oh, boy.
Real quick, Rich. 930 was the total delegates checked in. Quorum is 372. A majority is 466, and 2/3 is 620.
Oh my God.
Madam Chair, point of information, mic 4.
One moment while our credentials.
7/8 would be 814.
Point of information at microphone 4.
John Phillips, delegate from Illinois. Is it not correct that for all of these, it's the vote total of the people on the floor? And so these continued delegate counts are unnecessary?
All right, I believe we have some election results. All right. Yes. AV team, can you please pull our secretary's screen off just for a moment while she prepares? All right, we are ready for our secretary's screen to return. All right, state chairs, please watch for your state's totals. State chairs, please be watching for your state. All right, we're at the end of our states. When you are ready, Madam Secretary, we'll see the vote totals. All right. We have Chase Oliver at 32.87%, Michael Rechtenwald at 38.39%, and Mike Termont at 25.86%.
Madam Chair,
Microphone 4.
3.
Who started to speak and then was spoken over to by microphone 4?
I believe it was me, Madam Chair. Microphone 3, Dustin Nano, Ohio.
Microphone 3, Dustin Nana, Ohio.
I move to open nominations for at-large during the next tallying phase for the presidential election.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to open nominations for at-large during the next tallying of presidential votes, something like that?
Correct.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair, for Mike 2.
Mike 2.
I believe that is the orders of the day and therefore does not require a motion.
We haven't been doing it so far. That's why I moved it.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Nana did something very smart. All right.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Yes, microphone 1.
Your prior ruling that motion, that we had that standing vote, failed. My question is this. Was that a motion to amend something previously adopted? Because there's two ways to adopt that motion. One, 2/3 of those who voted, or a majority of all registered voters, or all delegates. So we have 467 that voted yes, and you need 466 of all registered delegates if this applies. I think if you can ask your parliamentarian whether it's an either-or thing, 2/3 or a majority of all.
On the V. POTUS motion?
Yes.
I'll ask.
Sorry.
Guys, here's where we're at right now. I am checking on a point of parliamentary inquiry for Mr. Aaron Starr, and your state chairs are picking up your sixth round of balloting. So balloting is going to start. I'm going to be addressing a point of parliamentary inquiry from Mr. Starr.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Mr. Aaron Starr,
Yes.
can you please restate your point of parliamentary inquiry?
My point of parliamentary inquiry is...
Okay, everyone else, I know some of you are balloting, and I want you to continue to do that. But for people who are just talking, please lower your voices so we can hear Mr. Starr, because I'm going to have to address his point of inquiry.
So on the motion to have the order where it was VP POTUS first.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We should not consider business of any kind while balloting
you
is
do
occurring.
not have the floor.
Point of order at microphone 2. Point of order,
Mr.
Madam
Starr.
Chair.
I'm trying. So, on the motion that failed, regarding the VP candidates being first.
Point of order at microphone 2.
You are not recognized. We are not going to vote on anything. Your point of order is no different than his point of order, except it's a little bit rude. We're going to hear him, and we're not voting on anything right now.
Okay. My point is this. We just had a vote to have the VP candidates handled first. You said it failed. If this is a motion to amend something previously adopted, being the agenda, I believe there's two ways that you can change it. You can adopt it, either with a 2/3 vote of those present and voting, or a majority of all delegates. It appears that 467 votes in favor exceeds 466, a majority of delegates. Therefore, I think, but I'm not certain, that this motion actually was adopted rather than failed.
Okay.
Point of order.
So where
microphone.
I think we're at is that you are correct.
Point of order, microphone 2.
And that, stop and let me finish. I'm the chair, you're not. And you need to let me speak so that people understand what I'm saying. Now, here's where we're at. You are correct that it could have gone on a majority vote. We did not have a credentials committee report at that time. I called it as the motion failing, and Mr. Nana moved and seconded something else, and we had moved on from business. I think you're going to have to appeal my ruling or move to reconsider it.
So, Madam Chair, just so I'm clear, was the previous credentials report, did that show 466, or did it show less or more?
The previous credentials report, I'll
the
find
previous
out.
credentials report, I think, had a number lower than 466. Am I wrong?
Point of information, the credentials report showed the numbers going down. So the previous number was a larger
I just want
number.
to hear what the number is.
Point of order. Point of order, microphone 2.
No one is addressed right now until I get the previous credentials report from the chair, or the secretary.
We didn't get it to debate it because it was a motion to suspend the rules. If it had actually been a majority requirement, we would have been able to debate it. Make that point. It was a wrong motion. We did not get to debate it because the motion was made to suspend the No, you can do it all at once. Yeah, that's what we did to suspend the rules.
469.
Point of order at microphone 2.
The previous credentials report had 2/3 at 625, Mr. Starr.
But it's irrelevant.
Oh, you need the majority number.
Majority,
1 second.
But it was not
469.
2/3 of the people voting.
So 469 is greater than 466, so the motion
The
failed based on the
previous-
previous credentials report.
The previous one was 469.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call for the orders of the day, Madam Chair.
We're on orders of the day. We're on balloting. We're not going to do at-large nominations until ballots are turned into tellers because it's chaos. People can't hear. Well, that's what we're going to do. As soon as they're turned into tellers, we're going to begin.
Man to man, man to man. I respect you. First
Okay,
of all, don't get in my face.
we need to get our presidential candidates on the screen. Right now, there are 2 candidates left. I hear there is some confusion. We have
Madam Chair, point of
Chase
privilege.
Oliver and Michael Rechtenwald, and we are going to get their names on the screen.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
And no to always. Now, who has a point of personal privilege? Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, This is Mike Tremont from Virginia. First of all, I want to thank the delegation that's seated here today. For giving me an opportunity to participate in this process. I think you guys have been terrific. And I know that no matter what comes out of my pie hole today, a lot of people are going to be upset. So I'd like to explain really quick, just for 10 seconds. I have conferred with my team. Michael Heiss's team has been very respectful to me. We've had a good relationship for a long time. We went in two different directions based on strategy, not based on personality. And I need to respect that. The Mises Caucus had a particular strategy. We could not come to an agreement on that. We still feel the same way that we did 3 years ago. We feel the same way that we did 2 years ago. We feel the same that we did 1 year ago. And we feel the same as we did 2 weeks ago. I can't change that. I can't change the Mises Caucus strategy. If I could, I would. For this reason, I will accept Chase Oliver's offer to run as his vice presidential candidate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Guys, we're in the middle of balloting. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege. Madam Chair.
Which microphone is requesting a point of personal privilege?
Mic one. Mic one.
Mic one?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Mr. Heiss.
I feel I need to respond to Termont. The Mises Caucus has also offered Mike Termont the vice presidential position.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Heiss. All right, so here's the situation. We need to finish balloting and not try to engage in gamesmanship when people are in the middle of voting.
Point of privilege at
We
mic
need
4.
to just do balloting.
Point of privilege at mic 4. It's short.
Microphone 4.
Could we have the names of the candidates on the screen, please?
Yes, we need to put them up. There you go. Now, I'm going to consult with our parliamentarian, so I'm not going to be recognizing anyone until I answer a question.
Well, unless neither one of them gets a majority, in which case it would be that candidate gets no. That can happen. That can happen. That can happen.
Mathematically, it can happen.
It has, all right.
And when is the vote?
Now. You should be going on now.
Oh, okay.
It's your delegation.
Okay.
You may miss out.
Well, that's not what I'm here to do on this. That's not what I'm here to do.
Sometimes, if you want to get their attention, just go microphone four.
Microphone 4, please.
Microphone 4. Microphone 4.
Yes. Would it be in order to do at-large votes at this time?
I do not believe so.
Mr. Chair, microphone 4, I believe the gentleman actually meant the at-large nominations that we had already talked about and moved.
We are still waiting on ballots. So no, it would not be in order. at
Point
this
of
time.
inquiry, no, disregard. You answered it.
Microphone 2. Three? Was it 2 or 3? It's hard to hear.
I believe our states are still balloting. States, if you are still balloting, can you please wave at me? Thank you. We do have a few states that are still balloting. Once our states are done balloting, we're going to move to at-large nominations. Choir members, please, if you are finished balloting, go over to Florida. We are trying to find a time to fit in your beautiful performance, please work with Marcia.
Request for information, microphone 1.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I was talking about something else. No.
Well, I saw someone say that when it comes to presidential years, it should be 4, otherwise 3. Yeah, do we have a motion? No. Okay. Sorry, what was that? Well, it's funny, I know Paul Braco. He's one of the guys in the bylaws committee. He's like, I've been working for this for 18 months. And he said, I was like Friday morning, so it was like the next day. It's not going to be
Well, we're supposed to be doing nominations now.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I believe all ballots are turned in. Can we get started on these nominations?
Are the ballots turned in? I don't believe so. I'm being told that they are not all in.
I got other guys from Florida and Arkansas nominated.
Sometimes we need a little bit of that.
Hold this down.
I have a point of order at mic 1, please.
All right. Point of order?
Hi. I'm hearing there may have been some
I can't not hear you. I'm so sorry. Everyone's so loud and you're so quiet.
I'm sorry. I lost my voice last night screaming.
Yep. That's okay.
I'm hearing some delegates may have cast their votes before Mike's announcement, and they
Yes.
should be allowed to re-vote
No.
because
When you turn your
arguably-
ballot in,
Well, let me give you my reasoning, please, please.
I have already consulted with the parliamentarian on this particular thing.
Okay.
He agrees.
I'll let
The
it go.
parliamentary opinions at large, many of them in the room agree. You turn your ballot in, that is it. We do not do do-over votes. It's one and done, or we'd be here all night. Thank you, everyone. Now, we're going to go.
I would like to appeal the ruling from the chair.
I'm not going to entertain that appeal. We're not going to do, or else, why don't we do everything over? That'll be the 2026 convention theme, the do-over. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to see how many states are still balloting, because I think we need to go to nominations of at-large. It looks like all the ballots are to the tellers. So I want to see people lined up who are ready for at-large nominations. At-large nominations. We're going to take just 30 seconds. Please find your seats and lower your voices unless you are turning in ballots.
We've been around longer, so whichever you think would benefit you.
All right, who's got a nomination? I see microphone 4. Microphone 4 is not working. Let's give our AV team just a moment, and then you're going to be recognized.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
No, we're going to, microphone 4 already was trying to be recognized.
Very good.
Microphone 4, can you just shout? Microphone 4 is the one that gets the most overlooked, and so we're going to let this man speak up. He's going to come up to microphone 1, and by the time he does, microphone 4 will be fixed. Thank you very much, Mr. Cecilski.
Madam Chair, I'm a little bit confused where we left off there. So I've got a parliamentary inquiry.
Let's speak a little bit louder and everyone else be a little quieter.
I have a parliamentary inquiry because I'm a little bit confused where we're at. Did you roll on Mr. Starr's point of order?
I did.
And what was the ruling?
The ruling was that, hold on, let's pull that back up on the screen. I did rule on it, I just want to get the motion back up on the screen. Or otherwise it's just not going to make any sense and I'm going to have to do it anyway. No, Mr. Starr. Remember Mr. Starr made... He did a point of parliamentary inquiry. Okay, so but we need the motion on the screen. I'm just asking you to put that motion on the screen. The motion, the 2/3 vote. All right, hang tight. All right, there was a motion that failed. Reese Smith moved to suspend the rules to go to the VPOTUS nominations and election before the at-large nomination and elections. It failed. Mr. Starr asked what the vote threshold was. It was 2/3 or a majority. We did a credentialing check right after that, and the majority was 466. I ruled that even though it made the threshold, we had already moved on to the next agenda item. So my motion would have to be appealed, or someone would have to move for reconsideration. That's what I said.
I appeal. I appeal the ruling from the chair.
Seconded.
Point of order, Madam Chair. It is not timely. It cannot be appealed.
Madam Chair, I beg to differ with you. I think you ruled that I was incorrect. I think you're correct that I was incorrect, because we had 466 votes that were cast in favor of changing the order, and I would have needed to either have 460. I'm sorry, it was 467. I would have either needed to have, and we had 469 was the prior.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Okay, Mr. Cecilski. Did I answer your question? Yes.
Yeah, so
I know.
on the prior?
Mr. Cecilski,
Yeah.
did you have any additional questions or motions?
I'm moving to appeal the decision of the chair.
You're appealing my ruling on the...
That the vote failed because we had a majority of the entire body.
It's not timely. This is not a timely appeal. It is out of order.
Point of order, Madam
All
Chair.
right.
Microphone 3.
He appealed the ruling of the chair.
Madam,
No,
point of
you're-
order.
You're all going to wait 1 second, because we're going to just put this to rest, and that'll be faster. Do you have a second to appeal the ruling of the chair?
Someone.
Okay. It will take a majority to overturn my ruling.
This is debatable.
And then we're going to go back, and it's still going to take 2/3
Madam Chair, point of order,
or a
please.
majority. Who's got a point of order?
Madam Chair, this
Microphone
Yeah.
3, Rex Lawhorn, Oklahoma. It is not timely. He
I agree.
cannot appeal an hour later.
Okay, thank you. All right. There we go.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to debate. Are we having an appealing of the ruling of the chair? Because
I don't think so. I also think it's untimely.
Okay, that's fine.
Madam
All
Chair,
right.
we didn't have any intervening business.
I don't know who's talking. You're going to say, well, here's how this is going to work. There's a few things at play right now, right? We're at nominations for at-large. There was just a motion to appeal my ruling. It failed. This is how we're doing it. We're going to go to at-large votes. At some point this evening, we're going to do vice presidential nominations. And if you're going to speak at a microphone, it's not going to be an announcement. I don't want any announcements. Stop yourself. You're going to do an actual point of order. You're going to do a point of parliamentary inquiry if you want to know how to make a motion or do something like that. Those are the kinds of things we're doing. You've got a motion. Maybe we don't want to hear it, but it's something that you have a right to do and you're entitled to do. We're going to do it like that. But we're not going to do any more announcements or dilatory interruptions. So now we're going to go to nominations. If you have anything else, you're going to state your name and you're going to state your state and what microphone you're at. Now, where am I starting?
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Taylor Richmond, Chair of the great state of West Virginia. I rise to nominate my Vice Chair, Travis Boss, for at-large on the LNC.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Yes, Madam Chair. Dave Benner, Tennessee delegate, volunteer forever. Madam Chair, I nominate Robert Vinson from Florida for at-large.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Mike 2, Jason
two.
Cleats from Minnesota. It would be my pleasure to nominate Josh Holovic.
Josh Hlavka.
Yeah,
for
yes, I
at-large.
apologize.
We've got Robert Vinson. We've got Josh Hlavka. We've got Sam Whipplinger, Minnesota. Jason Cleats. Jason Cleats nominated Josh. From which state? Minnesota. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go back to microphone 4.
Joe Sokol,
Florida delegation, I would like to nominate Eric Parker from North Carolina.
Can you say his name one more time more clearly?
Sokol, S-O-K-O-L.
Eric, you're the nominee?
Eric Parker, North Carolina.
Eric Parker with a P. Okay, got it. All right, let's jump back to microphone 3.
Madam Chair, Nathan Madden, Arizona. I am here to nominate Catherine Yanuskavich from Arizona.
All right, Nathan Madden from Arizona nominated Kathy Yanuskavich from Arizona. Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, Michael Bartley, Virginia delegation. I am here to nominate a man who helped me with my campaign, your present Vice Chair, Andrew Watkins.
Thank you so much. Michael Bartley nominated Andrew Watkins for at-large. Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, Cody Anderson from the least free state in the nation, New York. Thank you. I'd like to nominate our chair, twice removed, first vice chair, and former state committee of our state committee here in New York, current resident of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and my friend, Tony D'Orazio.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson nominated Tony D'Orazio. Microphone 4.
Say, Madam Chair, this is Tyler Bargenquast with Louisiana, and I would love to have the privilege to go ahead and nominate for Beth Vest from Louisiana for an at-large position because I believe she is the true transparency champion of the Libertarian Party. Thank you so much.
Everyone. I will remind you to save nomination speeches for nomination speeches. Okay, Tyler Bargenquist nominated Beth Vest. We're going to go back to microphone 3.
Madam Chair, Sam Goldstein for Indiana. I have the great honor to place into nomination for an at-large position on the LNC my good friend from the Peachtree State, or Peach State, whatever it is, Doug Craig.
I'm so sorry. What is his name? And everyone else, please quiet.
Doug Craig. C-R-A-I-G.
Thank you, Doug Craig. Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, Theodore Kozin, Pennsylvania. I'd like to nominate Jim Turney from the great state of Pennsylvania, Florida.
Theodore Kosin nominated Jim Turney. Theodore Kosin. Microphone 2.
Hello, Madam Chair. Tony D'Orazio, delegate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I rise to nominate my friend, my former colleague on the State Committee of New York, and the best bagpiper in the party, Pietro Salvatore Geraci.
Thank you. Microphone 4.
Christian Facundas, State of Louisiana. Okay. I'd like to nominate Heidi Alejandro Smith, the chair of the State of Louisiana.
Can
for
you,
at-large.
I'm so sorry, can you say that one more time?
I'd like to nominate Heidi Alejandro Smith, the chair of the State of Louisiana.
Thank
for
you
at-large.
very much. Can you state your name one more time? I'm so sorry.
Christian Facundas.
Thank you, Kristen. Microphone 3.
Howard Blitz from Arizona. I nominate Drew Heaton from Arizona.
Who are you nominating? One person, one nomination at a time. I'm sorry.
Drew Heaton from
Drew
Arizona
Heaton.
for at-large, right.
Thank you so much. Drew Heaton from Arizona for at-large. Microphone 1, I see Chris Kinnear.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Chris Kinnear from the California delegation, one-time chair of the Orange County Libertarian Party, and I move that we adjourn.
All right.
Read the room.
Okay. Adjourn. It wasn't adjourned, sign a die. It wasn't adjourned to anything? Okay. So it would be adjourning, sign a die.
Madam Chair?
Hold on. Nope. We're going to hold on, and you're going to let me speak.
We're stupid.
Okay, I just need to speak. I assume you mean sign a die. Done. All right. It's fine. We're going to do a temperature check. Who wants to adjourn? No, no, no. One at a time. Are you in favor of adjourning? All in favor say aye. No. All opposed? No. All right, there we go.
Feel free. Sit down with that.
Dinner is being served in the Crystal Ballroom. Okay. We were at mic 1, so we're going to go to mic 2.
Jerry Rohrbach, Vice Chair of Florida. I nominate Stephen Nikala.
All right. Jerry Rohrbach of Florida nominates Stephen Nikala for at-large. We're going to microphone 4.
Yes, Bill Redpath from Illinois. I would like to nominate for LNC at-large Richard Longstreth of Tennessee.
Bill Redpath nominates Richard Longstreth. Microphone 3.
Madam Chair, Rex Lawhorn from Oklahoma. I would like to nominate for at-large the name least likely to come out of my mouth, Valerie Sarwark from New Hampshire.
Rex Lawhorn nominates Valerie Sarwark.
Correct.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Madam Chair, Sean Vadney from the state of Colorado. I would like to nominate Hannah Goodman from Colorado.
Thank you. Sean Vadney from Colorado nominates Hannah Goodman. We are jumping to microphone 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Greg Stempfel from Michigan. I would like to nominate to the LEC at large Mike Saliba of the Michigan 8.
Hold on one second. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Saliba has been nominated. Microphone 4.
I guess a point of information, it's Mike Saliba, not Greg Saliba.
Yeah, it's getting corrected. Thank
Before
you.
I make my nomination, was there a second nomination by Greg Stempfel?
It does not need a second. Thank you, though.
Okay. Scotty Bowman from Michigan, nominate Richard Longs. Oh, he has?
It's already been nominated.
Okay.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Joe Baratelli from New Jersey. I want to nominate the man that brought us the Enemies of the State event, Dan Fuck the NWO O'Neill.
Joe nominated Dan O'Neill. Joe, what was your last name?
Baratelli.
Baritone?
Baratelli. Baratelli.
Got it. Thank you.
Free Ross.
Thank you. Microphone 1 is vacant. Microphone 2.
Madam Chair, Mark Axon from the still not free state of New York. I nominate Christopher Thrasher of every state because he's helped us so much, but I believe he's currently of Massachusetts.
Mark Askin nominated Christopher Thrasher.
Axon, A-X-I-N-N.
Thank you very much. Microphone, is there anyone at microphone 4? Yes.
Heidi Alejandro Smith, Louisiana, and I would like to nominate Evan McMahon of Indiana for at-large.
Heidi Alejandro Smith has nominated Evan McMahon. Microphone 3.
Madam Chair, this is Sam Goldstein from Indiana. I do not have a nomination. I have a point of information for the delegates in this hall. Can you please, as soon as nominations are closed, go over the fact that this is going to be a vote by approval voting and a majority wins, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so a point of... Moving on. All right. Microphone number 2.
Jocelyn Pankey from Texas. Kate Prather from Texas, 2.5-term treasurer formerly. I would like the honor to nominate my very good friend and the vice chair of LP Texas, Jesse Cowart.
Okay, Jesse Cowart. I think we're going to give that was Kate Prather made that nomination?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone at microphone 4? I see someone standing back there. I'm going to assume not. We're going to jump to microphone 3. No? Okay. Then we're back to microphone 2.
Yes, Madam Chair. Ted Brown from Texas. I nominate Mimi Robson of California for at-large.
Ted Brown has nominated Mimi Robson for at-large.
This is her.
All right. Is there someone at microphone 3? Or I'm sorry, 4? Are you at microphone 4, sir?
Daniel Fishman from Maryland. I move that we close nominations.
Do we have any other nominations? If we do, then it's not in order. Any other nominations?
Can we see the complete list before closing?
Okay. So that's a good question. But do we have any other? Because if we don't, then we're going to close them. All right. I don't hear any other.
I want to decline the nomination.
Hold on one second. We are going to get the list on the screen. And before we close nominations, I think we want everybody to get their paperwork in because you need some signatures. So if we close nominations, you might not be able to get your paperwork in. Do you want to wait just a moment? I see a hand up, so maybe there's another nomination.
I want to decline the nomination.
Who is that? I'm so sorry.
This is Dan O'Neill from New Jersey.
Dan O'Neill. Dan O'Neill declines his nomination. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you.
Anything else related to nominations? Okay. I didn't hear a second on closing nominations because I assume everybody wants paperwork turned in.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Microphone 2, Steve Dasbach, South Carolina. Would it be in order to move? Would it be in order to move to waive the paperwork requirement and simply to accept the names that were nominated?
It would not be in order to waive the paperwork requirement, but why don't we check to see where we're at with paperwork and then we can decide if we need a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
If you turned in paperwork to run for some other position, you're okay. You don't need to turn in extra paperwork. We're doing a final check here. Fantastic. Everyone is in. I believe there was some sort of motion about closing nominations. And it has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to closing nominations at this point?
Objection. I still have a nomination.
Oh, there is an objection because there's one more nomination. Okay, what is that nomination?
Clint Polar, California delegation for Travis Bost.
Travis Bost has already been made. He was one of the first ones. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's make sure he's listed. All right, he's up there. Okay. Going once, going twice. Any objections to closing nominations? Hearing none. Nominations are closed.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Where are you
Microphone
at?
1.
Thank you.
Tom Bussey, Oregon delegation. In the interest of time, I move to suspend the bylaws and complete the.
Whoa. No, it's okay. We're going to slow down. We're going to slow down and be gracious. I didn't hear you very well. Could you start over with your motion? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Tom Bussey, Oregon delegation. In the interest of time, I move to suspend the bylaws.
No, you mean the rules?
I move to suspend the rules in order to make a motion to suspend the bylaws and conduct this and complete this at-large election via vote by mail under procedures to be devised by the executive committee and move immediately on to vice president.
Okay, so he made a motion to suspend the bylaws. We couldn't do that. We don't suspend the bylaws, so I assume you mean amend the bylaws to conduct vote by mail elections. I'm just going to read the room here. Temperature check is if
Point of order.
If no.
Point of order.
Do you not want to do that? I assume you don't want to do that. I don't see any.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. See, withdrawn. Moving on. All right.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Clayton Soltz from Indiana. Point of information. How will this vote take place? Is this by approval voting? Is this top 5 recipients? Do they need majority? How does this work?
Let's get right into that. That's approval.
I may have a motion depending on the answer. Thank you.
And it's a majority vote. All right. It's approval voting for as many candidates as you want, or NODA. Bear with us. And I believe you must get a majority.
Then, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, so here's how it's.
Okay.
You can vote for NODA or candidates, but not both.
Madam Chair, Mike 3.
Nope, you're going to wait 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to be really, really clear, and hopefully everyone's just going to let me speak. It's approval voting. It's approval voting.
I don't know.
Can everyone be quiet? It's approval voting. You need a majority. You need over 50%. You can vote for you can vote for as many candidates as you want, or you can vote for NODA. If you put NODA on your ballot, we're just not going to count the NODA, and we're going to count the candidates. So if you actually genuinely want NODA to show up, you only put NODA. And now, go ahead.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Clayton Soltz from Indiana. I move to suspend the rules and have it be by plurality. We elect the top 5 vote recipients.
Madam Chair, I think that's out of order.
It's not dilatory. We are going to hear this one out. Clayton Soltz from Indiana moved to suspend the rules, and they're convention special rules of order, so I do believe they are suspendable. It would be a 2/3 vote, and it is non-debatable, but we're going to make sure we get the wording right. To elect the top 5 vote getters, it's a plurality.
Point of order.
Second.
There's no, okay, great. So you seconded the motion, not the point of order. What's the point of order?
So the point of order is, and maybe this is more of a parliamentary inquiry, does this require, a second, when you say majority of all ballots, first of all, if we have 800